Gentlemen, we're good? Hey, good morning, everyone, and welcome. Today is December 16th, 2015, and this is a regular meeting of the members of the New York State Liquor Authority. In attendance is Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Kim, General Counsel Flug, CEO Bryan, I'm trying to do this from memory and it's not working, and myself, Jackie Held, Acting Secretary to the Board. The next meeting dates are set for January 5th and January 19th, both on Tuesdays, to be held in our New York City office with video conferencing available in our other office locations. This is our last meeting of 2015. Items will be called in the orders they're signed in. First Buffalo, then Albany, then here in New York City. When your matter has been called, please approach the podium and state your name clearly for the record. We do ask, as a matter of courtesy, you silence your cell phones. Chairman, did you have any announcements to make?
No.
Okay, all right. We'll go to Buffalo. The first item on the calendar is 2787 Sing Prem LLC.
Good morning, members of the full board. Jacob Pierkowski of Shaw & Shaw with co-counsel Joel Daniels.
Morning.
Are your clients there? Are your clients there?
They are.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
We've offered a plea on this matter for the interlocking interest charge of $10,000, a conditional no contest plea. Ms. Kaur is the sole licensee of Sing Prem LLC. She's a immigrant from India. She was very hard at her store, values her family, and she keeps a close eye on tidiness and cleanliness of the store. Outside of this charge, there's no other allegation of wrongdoing with the Liquor Authority with Ms. Kaur. And primary to the complaint here is her working in another store owned by a family member and her employing family members at her store. Since we were advised of this charge, all that has ceased, and Ms. Kaur only works at her store and does not employ any family members who also have liquor licenses.
Can you speak to the issue of the landlord of the store?
I believe that was, let me just make sure I have the note on that. That has been changed. It was Jaswant Mathan. He does not have a liquor license, so he's the only landlord at this time.
But is related.
He is related, yes.
How?
His brother-in-law.
He is the brother-in-law of the licensee.
And who is working at her store?
Who?
Myself, Kulwinder Kaur. That's another employee, and then Amandeep.
I don't want their names. I want their relation to you.
Only my son is related to me, and everybody else is not related to me.
Commissioner, Chairman, I'm sorry. Her brother-in-law was working at the store.
And he's licensed, correct?
He is licensed, but he is no longer working at the store. And her husband as well.
Who is also licensed.
That's correct. But neither of them are working at this point. As soon as we were advised of this, that stopped.
What was the husband doing?
He was a clerk helping stock shelves, clean up, maintenance. The store is in a difficult neighborhood, so he would escort his wife to her car in the evening.
How far is it from his store?
It's like 2-3 blocks. 3-4
A few blocks.
You see what I'm getting at here?
I do. Although I would offer that this was completely unknown. There was nothing
So
nefarious.
you're asking me to believe that how many liquor stores are in this family? 5 or 6?
4.
4 liquor stores in this family, all close family members, all working for each other, and you're asking me to believe that they weren't aware that that was illegal?
That's correct.
What about the husband had indicated to someone in our agency that he was doing ordering for her?
I'm unaware of that.
Am I wrong in that, counsel?
There was one of the stores.
Well, yeah, no, she admitted that he helped her out by ordering inventory for her store.
That was on case number 2788 and 2789.
Yes.
This is 2787.
But I think
This
we have to take them
licensee
all
also
together,
worked-
though.
Yes, they should be called all together.
Right.
This licensee was also
Jackie, I think-
working at her husband's.
That's the whole list, okay? The next will be 2788, 89, 90.
No, 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 all I'm saying is, oh, no, these
82, they're all
interlock,
part of the same group.
Yes.
82, yeah.
So
Oh, it goes up to 86.
each licensee was working at the others in store. They were on the books employees. The investigations showed no evidence of funds going back and forth between the stores, no evidence of co-op buying. There were, I believe, 2 stores where someone other than the licensee was the signatory on the bank account. However, there was no evidence that that person ever signed any checks.
But both of those people were also licensees.
Correct.
If I might, Mr. Chairman, I'm Joel Daniels. These are all hardworking immigrant families.
I don't question that. The question I have is, are they all working together?
We used
They
to
had,
before, we didn't know that.
They
That's
had
why,
4 stores, all in tough neighborhoods. Yes, one would work at the other store, another one would work at the other store. Very simply, it was one family helping out the other part of the family. Once we found out that, once they found out that they could no longer do this, they stopped. It's not a case of where they shared in any profits or they were dipping into any of the extra money that the stores were making.
Well, no, I would question that statement that you said that they weren't sharing in any of the profits, because technically they were employees of some of the other stores. Her husband was getting paid by 2 of the other stores on a weekly basis as an employee, $600-something in one case and $200, $300 in the other case. So if they were just helping each other out as family members, I get it. The issue is, though, that it was a weekly income coming in, and we can argue whether accounting purposes you want to call it profits or just revenue. Still, nevertheless, he was getting paid weekly from 2 of the other stores. So it wasn't just helping out family just to help out family because they were in a bad neighborhood and she needed somebody to walk her home or help close out the store, correct?
We understand that. We don't challenge that. We weren't hiding anything. They were on the payroll. There were records of all of that. And they were clerks. They didn't do anything else besides take care of customers or stock shelves. And once we found out, or once they learned that this was in violation of the ABC laws, they stopped it. Right now, they each operate their own stores. No one works at the other stores. They do their best. They run good operations, good, clean businesses, and most importantly, none of these individuals prior to this had any problem with the SLA. They had never been cited earlier for any violations. That's why we submitted the conditional no contest, and we thought this was appropriate in this circumstance.
Why, am I correct in that it was her store that had the extra warehousing?
That's right, yes.
And what was that used for?
Actually, Chairman, I apologize. There was actually her sister-in-law's
I'm sorry,
store, PKB LLC.
Different-
Oh, okay.
Yes.
The matter there is that there's a beverage center and there's a liquor store, and they're adjoined by a wall. They've been that way for probably in excess of 40 years. There's a secured storage area, and when the application was submitted, the original diagram was submitted, which did not show that I believe, if I'm correct, the liquor store was now using the storage area as opposed to the beverage center. It's secure from the beverage center. You can't get in there. You can only get in there from the one premises. So it was merely an application mistake.
I just question the need for it.
For the storage area,
Correct.
it's just to store excess inventory. Just storage.
And it was only her inventory that was in there?
That's correct. Just a storage room. It was just marked incorrectly on the application.
Will she amend that?
Yes, that's in our mitigation letter that we submitted. That would be part of the plea or the conditional contest that we would submit an alteration application.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Anything else?
No. And who's the landlord of the other, not her brother-in-law's building?
None of the landlords are licensees. There was an issue, I think, which is what you're addressing, where one of the 4 licensees that are subject to this was a partner in a company that owned one of the buildings. We've submitted the corporate documents that show that he's no longer part of that corporation.
And will he still be getting money from that rental income?
No, he's not a member of the company that owns the building anymore. He's rescinded his shares.
Okay.
Or his membership interest, to be correct.
All of that has been submitted and reviewed by the authority.
Okay. So, normally in a situation where there has been basically interlocking interest of different licensees with one another's business, and which usually leads to co-op buying. In this case, we didn't find any co-op buying, and as counsel pointed out, we didn't find anyone else signing for checks of the other licensee, even though they were a signatory to the bank account. So you currently have an offer here of $10,000 for $2788.89. We have an offer of $12,000 for $2784.85, and an offer of $10,000 for $2787. Does that get them all? And $2786, you have an offer of $10,000.
And 2790.
$2792.
I believe the only thing missed there is that on PKB LLC, we offered an extra $1,000 for the alteration application, the matter of the storage room. So that would be $11,000 as opposed to $10,000.
I see. So 82 is 3,000. 83 is 3,000. What do you think, Chairman?
I'm fine. Whatever.
All right.
84, 85, 80.
Which one was the 11,000?
They were in 11, Jake. They were separated.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It was 10 and 1.
It was 10 and 1.
Forgive me.
They would be under
Yes.
separate.
So just so I'm clear here, we have 82, 83, 84, 85, 87, 88, 89, and 90? Is that correct?
62, we got 86, 87, 88, 89.
I'm sorry, and 86. So we got 80.
No, 90. Oh, is there 90?
Yeah, there's a 90.
Yeah, Frontier Beverage Center, there's 90.
Chairman, Commissioner, I think I heard Associate Counsel Gallagher there. I thought she'd be in a hearing. I just wanted to ask if there was anything she wanted to add for the record.
No, my hearing fled, so I stuck my head in to see what was happening. I don't have anything to add. Thank you.
All right, I'm ready.
All right. 2790. All right, so I know council's discussed this and worked out the alterations that need to be done, and everything that's been in violation has been taken care of. And again, pointing out that we couldn't find evidence of co-op buying, and
That does not mean we're going to stop looking, though.
sure, and the proceeds that were the profit sharing, no evidence of that. So therefore, we'll take each one. 2782, offer of 3,000, accept.
I'll accept that.
2783, offer of 3,000, accept.
I'll accept.
2784 and 2785, offer of 12,000, accept.
Accept.
2786, offer of 10,000, accept.
Accept.
2787, offer of 10,000, accept.
Accept.
2788 and 2789, offer of 10,000, accept.
Accept.
And then 2790, offer of 1,000, accept.
Accept.
But please understand the seriousness. If anything, anything changes from the way you're going to be submitting the amended alteration agreements, it'll be a very serious violation at that time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
That's the first time.
2767. Misha Desai?
Get a better case. Sorry, what number?
It's 27.
2767.
67.
morning. Good morning.
Morning.
Robert Heil, the consultant. Yeah, Jatin Desai, the principal of the Misade Seva Person.
So the grocery store you just opened in 2014
Yes,
must be doing well.
yes, doing good.
Good. Good to hear.
So can you,
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted you to know that there's opposition present for this application.
okay, we'll hear from him first, thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time. My name is David Askey. I'm the owner of DB's Liquor and Wines at 2333 Niagara Falls Boulevard in Amherst. Just a very short walk from the proposed new license here. And I'm protesting on several levels here. You know, primarily the proximity. It's like 3/10 of a mile from my store. And, you know, I think it's an important thing to understand here. I'm located in a neighborhood setting. This isn't a big shopping hub like on Niagara Falls Boulevard near Maple or just up the road at North Robinson in Niagara Falls Boulevard. We serve a neighborhood, and the Willow Ridge neighborhood, and some of the Creekview neighborhood across the street in Tonawanda. And, you know, my concern here, or what troubles me, is that there's not going to be growth in the market here. It's simply going to split the existing business in the neighborhood. And I'm, you know, also I'm a certified public accountant in addition to being in the liquor store business. And I can tell you for sure, there's not enough business in this neighborhood to support 2 stores. One of us will be going out of business. And it's just going to be a matter of who has enough time and money to burn you know, as we fight it out here. And I can tell you, my wife and I run the store together. We bought it just under 2 years ago, and we had planned for a lot of eventualities, but we didn't have in our business plan that somebody would be attempting to open up a liquor store just a short walk from our store. And quite frankly, if that happens, you know, my wife and I, we borrowed money to start the store. I took money out of my 401k plan to start the store. And quite frankly, even if there wasn't obligations, we exist on a very thin margin. And splitting cutting the sales in half will put us underwater. The next hearing I'll be going to is probably a bankruptcy hearing, personal bankruptcy. I'll be going to business bankruptcy.
Okay, is there anything else you want to add? We get the picture.
Yeah. Secondly, I'm also a homeowner in the neighborhood. This is very important. I'm a homeowner in Willow Ridge, and it concerns me from that perspective. I submitted a petition of 500 people in and around the area who shared the concerns I'm going to tell you about now. I submitted a petition, over 500 people sharing these concerns. You know, the proposal is to bring the store inside of the neighborhood down Willow Ridge Drive, closer to friends, families, and minors. My concern is liquor store signage, lighting, and promotional materials will be visible from people's homes, families, and minors. I believe my store serves this neighborhood better from a safe distance on Niagara Falls Boulevard, yet still convenient and at a more appropriate location. And also the traffic is another concern. I believe it's going to drive traffic off Niagara Falls Boulevard, down Willow Ridge Run, in closer proximity to families, minors,
Yes,
and children.
Yes, I think we understand that point too. Anything else, sir?
Yeah, also, finally, there has been a tremendous increase in the amount of liquor stores. In fact, the proximity report on your website is missing a location. which is A10 to E Inc., Suburban Discount Liquors. That's actually closer than some of the liquor stores in there. That's located at
Where's that?
3035 Niagara Falls.
Yeah, we have
Boulevard.
that in here.
Okay. And the one,
1.9 miles away.
yeah, okay.
And I would say yours is probably the store you bought is probably the most recent store, no?
No, it's not, no, it's not.
No, Suburban.
I bought it from Dave Scrivani, but the store's been there 8 years. So I'm new, but the store isn't new.
No, but it's been
And,
nice.
you know, when,
All right, I think, is there somebody else as well there who's in that position?
No, there's no other opposition
Okay.
present.
Okay, thank you.
thank you, I appreciate your time.
Thanks.
So the only real question for me is, within 2 miles, you have 69,000 square feet of liquor being sold. What's going to distinguish this store and add public convenience and advantage?
Well, what we're looking at is a 1,000 square foot store. So we're not looking at any type of superstore or large store at all. Where the building that we're talking about, where this store would be housed, was zoned for by the municipality as a retail space to service this exact neighborhood. So there is a convenience store that's in there now. There's hair salons, all neighborhood space. So what we have is a 1,000 square foot store that's just going to act as a convenient liquor store, if you would, just like next door they have the convenient supermarket.
But you didn't really answer his question. How is that going to be more convenient when there's a store 0.3 miles away?
That one is on Niagara Falls Boulevard. It's a major highway. So it's much more convenient for the people in this neighborhood to stay within the neighborhood, not to have to drive out onto the major highway and drive down the road. They can just stay within the neighborhood like they do with the convenience store, pick up what they need and go back home again.
So is there anything you're adding as far as product mix or anything else that these other stores don't have?
I would not say that we're adding anything, anything outside of the norm.
So
Correct.
it's just the location?
It is all about the location, correct.
Okay. All right, I'm ready. Ready?
Yep.
All right, given, as I pointed out, there's 69,000 square feet of liquor space currently, and then another 3,800 0.3 miles from those 4 closest stores, and that no new products really being offered in this community, just fairly driving community as well. I would say that there would be no public convenience and advantage added by approving this license, so I vote to deny.
I vote to deny as well, or as Commissioner Kim said, and I really haven't seen this many big stores near each other in my time here, but there's 69,000 square feet of liquor stores within 2 miles of here, and that's just made up of 3 stores. And then the 2,000 square foot store that the protester just mentioned, which is only 0.3 miles away. So I don't see any public convenience or advantage to adding another store in this particular neighborhood, so I vote to deny as well.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in Buffalo?
There's no one else in Buffalo.
Thank you, Michelle. On to Albany, it's 2773. Singin' Brothers Corp.?
You protest?
Yes.
Are you the applicant or?
No, Chairman, she's here in opposition.
Okay, why don't we let
The
her go
applicant's
first?
not here.
I think she's my client.
Oh, she's your client, okay.
Yes, this is Terry Booton from BTJ Enterprises, Inc. I'm
Okay.
also
Well,
representing.
so is the applicant here? In our
No,
office?
Chairman.
I thought we-
What do we do?
You're the opposition and you call them in, you can act on it based on what you hear here if you don't find public convenience and advantage.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm going to be, if the applicant comes in, I'm going to be around for a while. I'm also representing Leslie P. Kayatowski, DBA Lawler's Liquor. My opposition submission pretty much covers it. The the village of Owego has had declining population. It's only 2.5 square miles in size. This store has been serving the community since 2001. Population decreased from 2000 to 2010, and it's decreased somewhat since because of the flood, a major flood, which I submitted pictures of from 2011. My client's store is 0.2 miles away on the same street. The other store has declining sales, and we think the community is well served. It's a small community. There's 2 stores close by, and we think the application should be denied for that reason.
What were your population numbers again?
And according to the census, in 2010, there were 3,896, down from 3,911 in 2000. They were very, stagnant. It decreased very slightly, but 90% of the village was underwater from 2011. A lot of people left. A lot of businesses never reopened. There hasn't been a census since, but presumably the population has declined. Lawler's gross sales have decreased every year since 2011 and 2014. Their sales dipped below $500,000. My client's gross sales showing slight increases since the 2011 flood, but they're not knocking anybody's socks off either. I submitted a statement from my client. I don't know if there's anything she wants to add. They're active in the community. They donate. They're from the town, and they're serving the village well.
No, I'm ready to act.
Do you have anything to add, ma'am?
No, I'll just reiterate that, I'm a lifelong resident of the village. I take my business very seriously. I donate to the community. I've never had any violations with the SLA. We run a family-friendly, clean business.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay. Being the driving community that it is, the closest store being only 0.3 miles away. Also, I have declining sales for at least two of the four closest, 3 of the 4 closest actually. So, seeing that there's no additional public convenience or advantage added, I vote to deny.
I vote to deny as well. The population numbers are obviously flat. It's a rural area, and the sales just don't indicate that there's a need in this particular area for another store. So I vote to deny as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
2826, Shroom Lake Wine and Liquor.
I'm good with this. Are you good?
Good morning. My name is Carol Elias. I am an attorney at Fitzgerald Morris in Glens Falls, and my client is Jared Doyle. He's the sole member of Shroom Lake Wine and Liquors. As you know, we're seeking a license for an off-premise liquor and wine store.
Okay, is there any opposition there?
No,
we have no opposition. Oh,
And
sorry.
That's okay. No, Chairman, there's not.
And can I just ask one question about Testoni Liquor? Is that closed or open, or do you know?
Down
6 on Route 9 in Chestertown.
I'm not positive if that's a new owner. I think it's the Moonshine.
Oh, Adirondack Moonshine?
Yeah.
We did get.
I'm not sure.
Oh, we did get
I
them?
haven't been to Chestertown in a while.
Okay, we did get their numbers?
Yeah.
What do the numbers show?
They are 2011, 335,000. 2012, 346. 13, 363. 14, 351. 15, 323. That was January to.
Okay, I'm ready.
Ready?
Can't read it that well. Yeah, can't read it that well.
And how big is that space?
Our space?
No. The Testoni.
780.
780 square feet. Okay. All right. So we see that the closest store is 14.5 miles away, 780 square feet. there's a 1,500 square feet licensed premises 18.3 miles away, and then the two other closest together have only 750 square feet of space that's selling. Given the proximity to this proposed location of the closest 4 stores, I think that approving this store would add public convenience and advantage, and therefore I approve.
I approve as well, just based on the distance of the 4 closest stores. Every one of them is at least a 20-minute drive, so I approve as well, based on the public convenience and advantage.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in Albany?
No, there's not.
Thanks, Cindy. 2768, JBL Ventures.
What?
He sighed.
2768, JBL Ventures. Let's go.
When you mute the mic.
No Buffalo. Good
Big
morning,
calendar.
Bob Romano here, and I'm with Alice Bearden Spear, and we come to you if there's any opposition.
Yes, do we have anyone in opposition? No. We did receive a written submission from McKinnon Liquors.
Correct.
Okay.
I would just like to point out that here, the nearest store is almost 6.5 miles away, which is actually about a 10, 11-minute drive.
Yeah, we actually have it at 7.3 miles, which is even better for you.
Okay, thank you. No, there you go. And so, as I said, it's about a 12 to 14-minute drive then. And here, there really is no store in Morrisville or the other 3 surrounding towns. The community has been, the Spears, Doug and Alice are very well known in the community and have been approached many times over the years to open a store. And Mr. Spears is a licensee now for 13 years with, excuse me, with a spotless record. It clearly, in this case, I believe, will serve the public convenience and advantage. If you have any questions?
He's currently a licensee of an on-premise, right?
Correct.
Okay.
And has a spotless record.
Okay. It does. Okay. The closest store is 7.3 miles away, but is only 430 square feet.
Correct.
Based on that location and based on Mr. Spears' excellent record before us, I vote to approve.
I vote to approve as well. It's apparent that there's not a store in this village. The nearest store, once again, is at least it could be a 15-minute drive away, and we just opened that in February, and that, as Commissioner Kim said, is only 430 square feet. So I vote to approve as well, based on convenience and advantage.
Thank you very
Good
much.
luck.
Thank you.
2690, Zanny Restaurant.
I just asked Carla Gambisha to stand here in case you had any questions with regard to this.
This is a default, and council's office is recommending cancellation and bond and a stop on the location.
Okay. I vote to cancel and bond with a stop on the location.
And I'm sorry, who is
She's the
Ms. Gambisha originally self-reported.
Oh,
so-
okay.
And I also hold another license.
Okay.
Which was,
All right, yeah, so I'll cancel and bond.
With the stop on
And
the
a stop.
location.
And a stop on the location.
okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
2708, Cafe Patrico.
So why shouldn't this be a $2,500?
There was actually, I spoke to counsel's office on this and the police report was extremely vague. My client frankly suggested paying this CNC plea as opposed to going through the hearing process.
Yeah,
It was their
that's
decision.
to my attention.
I have to abide by their decision, so.
You could withdraw it. You could withdraw it.
This one? Why? Oh, I see. All right, I'll
I mean-
take 1,000, right?
Yeah.
All right, I'll accept the offer of 1,000.
I'll accept as well.
Great. Thank you so much. Have a good day, everyone.
2752, AFSZM Corp. request for reconsideration of full board disapproval.
And Mr. Lynn is here.
This is all you, because I had said yes and you had said no.
Private
I
audience.
get to sit back and just...
Why don't we, oh, no, we're going to hear from
I
you
could
first.
change
yeah.
my vote too, you're
Go
right.
ahead.
Thomas Burke for AFSCM, and Mr. McGee is the applicant.
Good morning.
So what did I do wrong?
I'd like to hear the
Other than voting no, what did I do wrong?
The opposition first?
No, I want to hear from you first, because it's a reconsideration.
Okay, fine.
I haven't determined whether we are actually going to reconsider or not.
Right. I appreciate the opportunity to ask you for reconsideration. When Mr. McGee appeared here on October the 20th, his application was approved by Commissioner Kim, but was denied by you, sir. And in your denial, you stated that essentially there were too many liquor stores in the area. That hasn't changed. I'm not asking you to reconsideration based on the change there. I just wanted to present to you a picture of the area that Mr. McGee is opening his store in. This is Crown Heights. Crown Heights in the 90s was the site of the Crown Heights riots. And for the past 20 years, Crown Heights has been a crime-ridden community with a lot of poverty. And just recently, matter of fact, a New York Times article came out in 2014 saying that Crown Heights has finally seen its turn as a turnaround neighborhood. And developers, according to the New York Times, have invested millions of dollars in residential and commercial units.
Is there any development going around the area of this location?
There are 23 new residential projects under construction. Several of them are around Mr. McGee's store. I think you'll see the photographs of them in his original submission.
Let me ask you, the closest store, which I believe is Amber Corp., is that bulletproof?
Yes.
And the next closest, Wine OT, is that bulletproof?
No, that's a more modern store. That's the kind of store that Crown Heights needs, just like
Okay.
Mr. McGee's store.
And is Eastern Franklin Liquors bulletproof?
Yes, it is.
And Love Liquor and Wine's bulletproof? Or is that an open store?
I believe that's an open.
Is that
Open.
Wine World?
I believe.
Oh, it is at 1900 Square. Yeah, Wine World, yep.
Yeah, yeah.
That's open?
I think that's partially open.
Okay. All right, let me hear from Mr. Lynn then.
Could I just show you a photograph of the store?
Sure. I have it, I believe. You put it in, right? Oh.
This is the store that Mr. McGee's store will replace on Franklin Avenue.
Okay.
That's what Mr. McGee, what the neighborhood was and is changing.
Right. Why don't we let Mr. Lynn
Yes,
tell me why I should continue to vote no?
Charles Lynn for the opposition. I represent Wine Tea Inc. and Amber Liquors. First of all, there has been a change in the number of stores when this first became before the board. I have a copy of the actual floor plan and photo of J&R Symposium. This was a liquor store that was approved at 1148 Union Street, serial number 1285252, and was just licensed by the authority on August 20th, 2015, just less than 4 months ago, and it's 0.4 miles from Wine OT. I have a copy because inadvertently I did not include this in my request for reconsideration.
0.4 miles which way? Because Wine OT is 0.2 miles. So away from the applicant, right? Okay.
Yeah, and we did, you put a must remain open store.
Oh, must remain open store?
Yep.
In that application, as you see, it's an open store, and it specifically states that what sets J&R Symposium apart is its large inventory of specialty boutique wines from around the world, including the central and southern Appalachian Mountains, as well as wine regions in Germany, France, Italy, South America, and local areas across upstate New York and Brooklyn. The one thing about the model for this applicant, is that they are specifying that they are small batch spirits and boutique spirits. Here we have another store in Crown Heights area that was just licensed only a couple months ago. It also says that their selection is not as large as most wine stores.
I mean, Mr. Lynn, we have all that, but it's still, based on our measurements, 0.6 miles away, so it doesn't make it one of the 4 closest. So why don't we focus on the 4 closest?
Well, I apologize, Chairman, but I do have the Google map. I made a copy of it, and Google specifically has it. Not even as the crow flies. It has it as the distance is 0.4 miles. And I got it right off of Google.
4 miles from Wino T.
Wino T, I'm
which
sorry,
is
that's
0.2
correct.
miles from
I'm sorry,
the
yes,
applicant,
you're
so
correct.
0.6 miles when you add them together.
Okay.
correct?
I also like to point out that Crown Heights is a vast area involving 4 separate zip codes, 11238, which is the one that we're involved with here, 11213, 11216, and 1233. So any real general statements with regards to Crown Heights really has to be directed to this specific area, and I have a copy of that as well.
Thank you.
Now, as far as the model for the new applicant, again, it's specific as to small batch spirits and boutique spirits. As part of my Exhibit C, I have a very intense model that is followed by Wino T, which is only 900 feet away. It specifically shows that their operation is small boutique spirits and boutique spirits.
But that's, are you going to argue, though, about the development? What's your view of the development? Is there development going on in this neighborhood?
I had set the in my exhibit, which was...
Well, I don't mean the current population. I mean, are there these projects that he's talking about that are under construction?
Well, I'll let my clients address that. I did not see when I walked the area of any new construction other than I think it was, I forget exactly where, but it was over towards the Crown Heights area. I didn't see any major residential or commercial, but let me have my...
Well, I mean, the articles he's referring to are real articles, so...
There are new constructions in the neighborhood, but they're closer to, away from Crown Heights, closer to Prospect Heights.
And that's where, when I was driving away, I apologize, but I remember now, that's where I had seen some of the recent development when I was going towards the Prospect Heights area.
It's definitely new development.
Also, I had shown that the closest store, first of all, we're also talking about 3 stores that are on Franklin Avenue. I know that there was mentioned before that Eastern Parkway is like a great divide of the community, and that's not really true. When I walk the area, Eastern Parkway has 1 additional local lane for traffic on both sides. And they have a light, and they have that monitor.
But 2 of those 3 stores that you're referring to are bulletproof.
No,
Correct?
Chairman, no. One has bulletproof and buzz-in, and I have a copy of the...
What's the difference?
It's a big difference.
They're not open floor plans.
You have in my Exhibit E, it shows the liquor store, which is Amber Wine and Liquor. This is the inside of the store. The store, when you enter the store, it's bulletproof with the minis and the pints and a lot of the liquor. And then I was kidding with my client. It's almost like the Wizard of Oz, where you go in, you press the button, you come in, and there's a magnificent array of different wines. And I listed all the wines that are included in this store, which also includes New York wines and Long Island wines.
Are you sure E is amber?
E is amber. It says right on the top, Amber Wine and Liquor, Crown Heights, Brooklyn.
You, Ms. Weiss, you submitted amber core as a very different picture.
Yeah, I couldn't understand that the pictures really don't represent the stores, or they were just taken
which
outside.
one is amber?
Amber is this.
No, I know you're saying it's this, but they're saying it's this.
Well,
can we see your amber, please? Are you amber?
This is amber, and that's what they call partial.
Yeah, but this is amber.
That might be the inside beyond.
What is that then?
These are amber. All of these, my client gave it to me just now.
This is their amber, and this is our amber, or their amber. Where's this?
They're showing no bulletproof there at all.
Where's this? This isn't bulletproof.
This is the entrance to the store. You see all the.
Oh, it's the
products
entrance.
behind-
So, Mr. Lin, what you're saying, amber is a buzz-in, but once you're in, it's an open store,
It's an
correct?
open store,
Got
correct,
it.
yes.
Okay. So that's not. Well, but that's not the same as bulletproof, right? Because
You have to be buzzed in, you're not open.
no, you're open if you're able to grab the bottles of alcohol.
If you can pay across the counter, yes. If it's open with money changes hands across the counter, that's the reason for bulletproof.
Would you please step back? Right, where the money's being exchanged or whether people have access to the actual bottles once they're in the store is my definition of open, right? You're just saying that it's a buzz-in.
And when you're buzzed in, the liquor that's in that area of the store is behind plexiglass.
No, it's not.
No, he's talking about the minis and things
Oh,
like that.
yes,
So
yeah.
part of it is. Okay,
Part,
got
very
it.
small part.
Yes.
Only,
But in most cases, minis are behind the counter anyway.
Not behind glass when you come.
Right, okay, fair enough.
hi. You can go through the counter to get like a vodka, rum, anything. I just give it the minutes. So it's
Got
an open store.
Okay.
Except for the minis.
Do you have anything?
No, I'm still comfortable.
Well, all right, so I'll vote to reconsider this. So you got to vote again.
Oh, yes, I vote to reconsider as well.
Thank you very much.
So
Well, you didn't win yet.
It's still polite.
go ahead.
And then what?
We got to vote again.
Oh, we got to vote again once we reconsider it?
And then also, again, Wino Tea has the exact same motto as the new store coming. That was not presented the last time at the hearing. And as I said, it's very specific with regards to Exhibit C, and it does absolutely include small batch spirits and boutique spirits. And in addition to that, the one unfair item of this is that my client, when they came before the board only 3 years ago, had to accept that 80% of the wines had to be sold. So you could only sell 20%. Why? Because you had Eastern wines, which was only
20% what? 80% wine?
It had to be 80% wine and only 20%. Why? Because the area was saturated with liquor stores, and Eastern wines, right, 350 feet away, was basically 90% liquors.
But the neighborhood clearly has changed since your client opened that store.
Well, there hasn't been any specific evidence, documentation to that effect.
Well, there is. He in his application, he's indicated here through numerous articles indicating development that is occurring in this
In the
general
Crown-
vicinity.
right,
Not
in the
maybe
Crown-
not on this street, but general
Okay.
vicinity.
In the Crown Heights area, which I showed the board, is quite large, quite varied, and we do know that it changes from community to community.
No question. Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
The 80%, that's the one part that we limited. Who do we limit?
Wino Tea, 900 feet away.
Wino Tea?
And just licensed about 3 years ago.
4 years ago, right?
4 years, I apologize.
At least
4 years.
4.
All on Franklin Avenue.
Yeah, no, my vote stays the same in that I have been on Eastern Parkway, and I have been in Crown Heights, and I've seen the development occurring, and I think there's definitely been a change. My only issue is whether limiting the percentage of alcohol, liquor being sold versus wine should be considered. But that's my vote.
So what's your vote
My
on
vote
the,
is-
what's your vote on the
Well, my-
percentage of wine versus liquor?
So I would, that's the hard part. Well, I would just stay with my original vote. I'll approve as it is.
And also Amber Spirits also sells some Brooklyn liquors where it's at the front of the store, and the Long Island and New York wines. It's not, and if you look at the
I recognize all of that. The thing I'm focusing on, which I don't think I focused on last time, and I don't believe I was aware of it, but I think I've read it a little more closely this time, is the fact, which is proven by the sales numbers of these local stores, that there is development going on here. And, the closest store sales have gone up, other than one small blip in 2012, they've gone up relatively significantly. And Wine OT stores have gone, or sales over a 3-year period have gone up significantly. I think it's probably even more than that since 2012. It's more like 25% or
That's
30%.
argumentative.
Well,
does that merit a model that's exactly like Wine OT to
I
come
think
into
it does.
on the
simply
same street?
On a level of public convenience and advantage, I think it does, based on the development that clearly has gone on and is going on in this area. So I'm going to vote to approve as well.
But I do think out of fairness, I mean, if we have a restriction on Wine OT that says 80% wine and 20% liquor, we should eliminate that as well as part of their license, only because the neighborhood
Okay.
has changed and
Okay.
the demand for the population, so.
So how do we do that?
How do we do that?
So I will put that item on the calendar for,
So your wine
That's
OT will.
a change of a method of operation.
Right, so they won't be limited to just 80% wine. They'll be able to have whatever mix.
this was a board directive, so that.
You don't have to do
I'll
anything,
put it
but-
on the calendar for today and 50802, and we're eliminating that one restriction. Yep.
All right, thank you. Good luck.
I've done that.
Just so you know.
Always the first
Oh,
time.
Mr. Burke, the money was refunded already, so the fees will have to be replaced.
Just to know that there's, someone arrived late in Albany, we'll call Albany, just so that the person's in there to
Okay.
review, but they're gonna have to wait till we get through some of the people
Sure.
here who have been,
What was it?
which item it is?
The one we denied already? The liquor store?
No, it's a new.
A new one, a
Oh.
new one.
Just from Madison County, I think they
Okay,
just didn't
that's
get here in
fine.
time. Okay?
Yep.
So if you just call in Albany, but they're just gonna have to wait until we call their item, all right?
Okay.
Dial up Albany. You good? I don't know. Yeah, you need to do that. I can't do that. All right, next item is 2750, Super 7 Wines and Liquors.
This one's.
Thomas Burke for Super 7 Wines and Liquors.
Yeah, yeah.
This is Mr.
Yeah,
Agarwal. He is the applicant.
Rajiv Agrawal.
Good morning, do we have opposition? Okay. I don't even need opposition. Yeah.
Good morning. My name is Ben Mansouri. I am the owner of Simply Wine and Liquor
Okay.
of Jericho.
Can I just interrupt you for 1 second? The other people for the opposition, would you just put your first name on the record? And then, in this case, we're going to hear from the applicant, but just put your names on the record, please, for where you're from, your name and what store you're representing.
Ben Mansouri, 336 North Broadway.
Thank you.
Simply Wine and Liquor of Jericho.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Jack Lai. I'm the owner of J&L Jericho Wine and Liquors on Jericho Turnpike.
Thank you.
I'm Phyllis Bistow. I've been asked to speak to assist Mr.
Sure.
Okay.
to
Okay,
assist
thank
Jack.
you. So if you could have if the applicant come up, please?
Sure.
Your name, please?
My name is Rajiv Agrawal.
Okay, so we rejected, just only 0.2 miles away, a recent applicant. Is it just one, or has it been several?
Yes. Is that D&J Wine on Bush Hollow Road?
Yes, thank you. That's what I have here. So we've rejected 17 in the area, and, one that was just 0.2 miles away most recently. What do you have that's different than the ones that we've turned down?
Commissioner, each time a liquor license is applied for in that area, within 5 or 6 miles of these 4 stores,
Sure.
they band together and they make a submission.
Well, I'm not worried about them. Just tell me about
And,
your
and,
store.
and by the way, they're allowed to do that.
Yes, they do that. But they have a piece of the pie that they don't want to sell.
Well, I don't know that that's the case, because all indications that I see is that there are approximately 20 stores in a 2-mile radius.
This is wrong, sir.
There's no 20 stores within 2 miles.
How many are there?
I would have probably said not more than 6.
No, that I know is not accurate.
If you go on New York State Liquor Authority website, you can check it, sir.
Their stores are 2.5 miles away from his store.
I understand that, but it's a community that drives.
No, actually, if you look at the map, the community there it is, it's not like a Suffolk County or upstate New York. This is very like high density community in Westbury.
They're located on North Broadway, Route 106 and 107.
Please, no side comments. Thank you.
Route 106 and 107. It's a major artery, central Nassau, runs from the Southern State Parkway all the way to Jericho Turnpike.
Well, what?
And from end to end, it's covered with
What's
shopping malls.
and liquor stores? So what's the public convenience?
only 3 of
What's the public convenience and advantage of this guy's store?
People that surround his store will not have to drive 2.5 miles on the highway,
Ex-
use gas, use their car,
2.5
pollute the
miles.
air to buy a bottle of wine.
And also, I just wanted to mention that I have a 7-year experience of working in a liquor store. I have a knowledge.
Listen, rarely is it ever the individual's
Okay.
problem. I mean, if it is, we'd let you know, and you don't have any. So we're not.
Okay.
It's not a question of your character. It's a question of whether this area needs another one, and it's.
This is the suburb.
If you look at the map, the neighborhood, if you look at the second store, which is wine.com, it's not,
I understand that.
It's not even considered as a store.
Right.
This neighborhood, that side of the neighborhood is not properly served, it's underserved.
We've showed many pictures of the area around the applicant's store.
So I guess my next question is, of the 12 applications that we've denied, we were wrong on every one of them?
I don't know where they were.
I'll tell you the distance, sir.
Take it easy. I don't know exactly where they were. I do know we represented DJ Wine, which was turned down. And part of the reason DJ Wine was turned down was because the applicant had been arrested when he worked in another liquor store for a sale to minor. That was a big part of the denial of that application. I mean, there are other stores, 3 miles, 4 miles, 6 miles, that this group has protested against, and they have been turned down.
But Brush Hollow Road was.
Brush Hollow Road to 60 to 70 miles, it's a 2-lane road both sides. There's no liquor store in Brush Hollow Road at all. And there's a high density, which is commercial area, there's a hotels, there's a BJ's grocery store right there.
Now,
Okay.
you can
Do
see
you have any
from their
questions?
protest the way they characterize the area that the applicant wants to open in. If you read it, it's desolate, it's abandoned, there's no customer base, it's economically depressed. That's not the case at all. He's not even in the same town as them. He's in Westbury, they're in Jericho. Westbury is a town where a family income, median family income is over $85,000. Houses are worth over $400,000. And he's surrounded by these houses. And he's surrounded by these other developments that I showed you, condo developments. I mean, they talk about Brush Hollow Road as an out-of-the-way country road. There's BJ's, there's a hotel and spa, 116 rooms. There's Rally Motors, the biggest luxury deal around Long Island. Audi is building a dealership on Brush Hollow Road. The Westbury Theater is on Brush Hollow Road. North Shore LIJ.
What's the population increase like, or
Population
decrease?
increase was about 1.6% in the past
3 years,
From what to what?
from 2010 to 2000.
No, what number of people to what number of people?
Okay, I'll have it right here.
According to the Census Bureau, there were, in 2010, there were 15,000 people. And in 2014, there were 15,329 people, an increase of 1.9%.
And that's in what town?
That's in the
That's
town
in
of
Westbury.
Westbury, where the applicant is located, not in the town of Jericho, where the opposition is
And
located.
I assume the numbers in Jericho are similar or worse?
It's up, sir. It's also, Jericho is also up in population.
Well, also up 1%.
Probably from 2010 to 2015. If you look at it, 6.9% from 2000 to 2015.
They talk about no new construction. There's nothing but new construction. Mr. Agarwal can show you that at least 75 new homes have been built in the Jericho, Hicksville, Westbury area.
Hicksville?
Hicksville, Jericho, and everything is Hicksville.
I don't need it to be mixed. I don't have time to sit here and look through it right now.
I'm just sorry about that.
You can step back and prepare it.
Jericho and,
Okay.
Jericho, but you said you're in Westbury.
I'm just saying Jericho and Westwood. Westwood's in the back.
All right, okay, thank you. Step back, please.
There's a new 195-room luxury rental building going up in Westbury.
Maybe you want to see the show them?
They have it.
I have Westbury.
There's also a BJ gas station that just opened up. The only BJ gas station in,
Right across the street from the location.
and it's always packed. Right across the street from the applicant's, store.
He's really not offering any competition to these stores.
Oh, that,
I mean,
you know that's not true.
I know it's true. They would have you believe.
You're telling me a store 0.4 miles away is not going to be affected by a brand-new store opening up?
Store that's 4.2 miles away.
I'm not asking you. I'm asking you a direct question about whether,
I don't believe so. I
Oh.
believe he already has an established customer.
and you're losing a lot of credibility with me.
He's in a location that.
The location I'm in, sir, is it's not a public convenience at all.
To him, it's not convenient for them to go to.
I mean, these people are saying that somebody in the shop, they're all in shopping centers.
They're
Pretty
all in the
interesting
Bell
map,
Street.
because they'd have to go around to Jericho Turnpike, or they'd have to come down
Where he would be
here. This one's
located, it would be out of the way.
wine.com, so it doesn't count. So there is something, but,
That's the problem.
yeah, yeah.
I mean, they have us believe that someone would leave their shopping center and drive 2.5 miles to his store to buy a bottle of wine instead of going into their liquor store.
On a one-way street.
He's provided numerous photos of the store, of the homes around his store.
Let me ask them, is Grace, is 107 Liquors still open? She didn't submit sales numbers.
No,
We didn't get them, right?
No, sir, she didn't.
Which store is that, Chairman?
107 Liquors?
My copy or your copy?
I got it.
That's
Here.
right. Oh, he took mine. Thing is, we denied the other one, the DJ Wines.
Big wine
That was
my
4
case.
years ago, sir.
That was actually.
I don't think he's talking to you.
4 years ago, sir. A lot has changed in 4 years there.
J&L, is that the one you said?
Was that the most recent one?
D-
Oh, DJ was the one you were looking at.
What were they looking for the gross sales for? I'm sorry.
And once again.
107 Liquors?
Was there an applicant before, after DJ Wines that you? Old Country Road, but
Cius.
which one? Cius?
For Chris Wine and Liquor.
What was that?
Here. It's either that one or that one. Or 9.
These stores are 2 minutes away from each other.
How far was Chris? Which
Chris Wine and Liquors?
one's the one that we denied most recently? 2011, 2012,
2014, variety wine,
2014?
2280647.
How far is that from?
There's the one at 366 East Old Country Road.
No, that was in 2011 or 2012. Yeah, that's the one she's looking up right now. Woodbury Road. How far is that?
This one, let's see.
You know, and while she's looking this up, on the topic of credibility too, that picture that you showed me of Amber
I don't think that was representative of exactly what the store, how it operates.
That's what the public see when you walk
No,
around.
I don't think that's fair representation, though.
See, unless you know the store.
Well, you're losing more credibility with me now if you're going to argue the point. I don't think it was a fair representation. You took 3 pictures of it, and you showed me the outside, and I think a picture inside would have been a lot fairer, explaining that part of it was enclosed and bulletproof. But I'm just
No excuse, sir. No
I'm just letting you know
excuse.
that
Take the pictures.
The Variety is 3.6 miles away from this applicant.
okay, all right. So can we hear from the opposition, please? Are you okay with that?
Yep.
This was 2011. That's why I think.
Jack is the closest store. I'm here, I'm partnered with Ben. Jack has asked me to speak on his behalf. I've lived in this community for 20 years. We are drowning in liquor stores. We have just lost the Wallbounds. We have 8 liquor stores for every supermarket. We live in Huntington. Coming down from Huntington to Ben's store, you pass 7 liquor stores, depending if you go through Plainview or Syosset. Then we get to Ben's store, and you pass 1 supermarket. Then from Ben's store, if he wanted to go to this new proposed store, he'd pass 4 liquor stores,
4
1
liquor stores.
supermarket.
How do you?
Well, you
how do
have to
get
go
4
on the
liquor
roads, how you travel. You have to go up 107, or you can, and then go down Jericho Turnpike. You know, as the traffic flows, Ben would have to pass his liquor store, 107, Jeff Miller at the Whole Foods. Then he would pass Jack's liquor store, and then he would get to the other store. Their depiction of Hicksville, Westbury as a flourishing community is just so untrue. It's an aged-out population. The post office is for sale because they're moving that facility over to Millville. There used to be a busy community, business, residential, commercial. It's all gone when Northrop Grumman closed. All those supporting industries are closed. There's
When
no
did they
people.
close?
About 10 years ago. And it's slowly but surely there are empty office buildings. Wherever you look, there are empty strip malls. The Westbury Source Mall, where Fortunoff's was, 550 square feet, empty. All you pass is liquor stores. You have, if public convenience would be served by a supermarket or a mini-mart where you can buy Pampers. It's like the Wild West, where you had 1 general store and 20 saloons. There's nothing new.
I think we understand your point that the ratio of liquor stores to supermarkets is
And
not to your
there's
liking.
all the driving. The people that are going to go to the BJ's once in a while are going to drive past all of these liquor stores. There's no fences amongst these communities. I belong to a temple with a Plainview address. The temple is half in Plainview, half in West Woodbury. You go to IKEA in Hicksville. This is just, I think we depicted this very carefully, that this is really the middle of nowhere. Then they say they're going to have boutique and difference, and then they pile the Absolute up to the ceiling and the Gallo wine.
Let me ask you about your client or your friend's store. Does he do wine tastings and?
Oh, they all do. Yes, he does. And I just visited his store, to have him, we helped him circulate the petition. He's just such a fine young man.
His
speaks-
character's not in question.
Yeah, he's done everything to embellish that store.
Okay.
We can all deliver wine. You go in the subway and it says you text something and you can have wine. Everybody delivers.
Okay, let us talk to the other gentleman.
Just only in Westbury, there are 6 liquor stores, which 2 of them, they are big box stores. So
In Westbury?
Yes. If you look at my letter to you, December 9th, and at the paragraph number 3, sorry.
If you want to
There are
Got it,
6
yeah.
liquor stores
Yeah.
in Westbury alone. There are 4 liquor stores in Jericho. There are countless liquor stores over there. Westbury population is 14,263. There are 4,000 houses. Every 700 house will get one liquor store. You know, it doesn't work. We are going from one delinquency to another delinquency. The reason is obvious. There is not that much population to support these stores. 52 supermarkets went out of business in Long Island. That showed the economical situation in that part of land. 52 liquor supermarkets.
Okay. Anything else?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, if you look at this, there's quite a number. So this is the proposed, and there's 4, 5, 6, 7. They surround it, right? And then there's that one there. Yeah, that's what. Well, but then it doesn't show up as 4 closest within 2 miles, right? Oh, yes. Have you ever been here? I'm sorry.
Because of the roads, probably have to go further.
Ah, I see. Have you ever been here in protest for other stores as a manager of another store?
Not my wife did. I was just with my wife.
You just came with your wife?
Yes.
To help protest
Exactly.
a previous store?
I drove her over here, yes, sir.
You,
I did came up with her.
okay.
Yes.
Just welcome back.
I can't believe you recognize with the number of people that come through here.
I don't know why this one,
Hmm?
we have approved one in Westbury.
We approved one?
Yeah, right here. In
Well, the issue is,
2014. Westbury Wine and Liquor on 276 Post
Wine.com.
Avenue.
Wine.com is not a.
what's that? We approved one in 2014 in Westbury, she's saying.
And it is only 2.1 miles.
And may I say something, sir?
Yes.
What Ms. Spilto said about the area, characterizing the area as nothing but liquor stores, is incorrect. Ms.
What's it
Spilto
called?
is a licensee.
Westbury
She,
Wait,
Wine and Liquor Inc.
Westbury one?
Okay. That doesn't mean she can't help them.
no, it doesn't mean she can't help him, not at all.
Westbury Wine and Liquor, 276 Post Ave.
No, we got your point,
You can see from the SLA maps what liquor stores are there in that area.
and that's what we're looking at.
Yes.
So, if you have any questions?
Well, we see that in 2014, we also licensed Westbury Wine, which is 2.1 miles away, on 276 Post Road.
It didn't show up on the 4 closest.
Do you know Westbury Wine?
yes, not really.
Yes
Westbury
or
Wine-
not really?
No,
No?
no. Because if you go on a Brush Hollow Road, it's a 60 to 70 blocks long, it's about 5 to 6 miles long. There's no liquor store on a Brush Hollow Road. In Westbury, if you look at the wine.com, the store, that neighborhood is not served at all.
It's interesting.
They're doing about a $10 million business in wine.com.
They're not selling to the local
No,
community.
they're not. You
They're
can't
in a
even
small
get a bottle of
industrial
Absolute there, no.
Well, they
They
only
were
sell
here in
wine, they don't sell
2012.
liquor.
Exactly.
They were here in 2012 for
thought?
removal, and they stated that they were not competition to any retail store.
I don't have a thought.
Don't have a thought? Well, it would have helped if we had the numbers for Grace 107 Liquors on 303 North Boulevard, North Broadway. They didn't respond, so we're going to send enforcement out to check on them. All right, well, if you're saying that, they're pretty much going to go out of business. That actually strengthens their argument that another store could possibly be in that space.
Simply Wines opened up virtually across the street from 107.
Yeah, they took away half of their business.
Those 3 stores are 2 minutes walk from each other.
If you look at the Simply Wine, see the Simply Wine 107 liquor store, been there, they opened right across the street from 107 Liquor, they got their license. Right across the street.
Chairman. It's 11:30. There's a whole room full of people.
Hey, I know, let's go.
All right, all right. Well, you want to try going first on this one? You know, this is a tough call, and I think when you look at the surrounding area and beyond just this, what we have in our list right here, in the submission from the opposition showing that there are 3 or 4 other stores kind of circling around this proposed location. And we just licensed one Westbury Wine at 276 Post Road, 2.1 miles away, in 2014. So I just don't see the added public convenience and advantage of approving this license.
I don't see the public convenience and advantage either. If 107 Liquors was to close, I might be swayed, but right now, based on the sales numbers that we do have, and I'm not taking wine.com into account because I realize 99% of their business is the internet. I just don't see the need based on the other stores that are surrounding this area. The population increase, while there is an increase, it's minimal. And based on my knowledge regarding the area, it is a relatively economically depressed area currently because of the manufacturing leaving the area still. So I'm sure it will come back eventually, but it's not there yet. So
Cablevision has opened up.
Grubman is what I'm talking about.
Northrop Grumman is
And
downsized.
the fact is that we have denied numerous licenses in this general vicinity over the last 5 years, and I just don't think there's a need yet for another one. So I vote to deny as well.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Need the submission for that development.
Oh, joy. 2747 Sunrise Midnight Liquor.
Do we hear from the village? Oh, I'm sorry, I got the wrong I'm sorry, I got the wrong one. I thought it was Hempstead.
Good morning, Chairman.
Good morning.
This is an application for a new liquor store in
So
Rosedale.
Empire Liquor was denied here at the same location in December 2014, correct?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Well,
Same location?
on March 10th, 2015, we denied a store in exactly this location.
So,
The applicant had the same last name.
And the applicant had the same last name. Were you aware of that?
My name is Suminder Singh. The last name is mostly same for Indian people.
now do you know, what's the other person's name? Oh, Lakwinder Singh?
No.
You don't know him at all? So, I mean, we denied it just less than a year ago,
It was
about a year ago.
based on public convenience and advantage.
Well, okay, public, all right, let me.
What's changed in the year?
Well, the population since 2010 has gone up
No,
around
since
25%.
2014 December, what's changed?
Well, nothing really, but there's all houses behind this store. It's all homes, and it's convenient for these people to walk. to this
But that
location.
argument was argued
No,
already in
it's changed,
2014. What's changed, or what's he going to do that's different, that's going
Well,
to add
he's
public
gonna,
convenience?
the Indian population has increased in the area, so he's gonna put in Indian wines and liquors around 20%. And the store has parking for 15 cars, and it's the only store on South Conduit area. The other one is about a mile and 2/10 away going west. And there's all homes, 1 or 2 family homes behind this location. So it's convenient for this, for the people to come here. 3 of the locations that we show are on the
Well,
other
we've
side.
already decided it wasn't more convenient, so that's not really a road to go down. We decided that less than a year, or a little over a year ago.
Do you want to put the protesters on the record?
No, I don't need. I'm
Yeah,
ready.
I mean, so unless there's anything new, we denied Empire Liquor in December 2014 for the same location, and hearing that nothing really different, I vote to deny.
I vote to deny as well.
For the same reasons as the Empire Liquor.
Same reason.
Yeah, and there appears to be 7 package stores within a 2-mile drive. 3 of these licenses are under a mile. And their sales numbers would not indicate that there's a need for another store, and I think the denial at this exact location a year and a half ago indicates that without anything new happening, that there's just not another need for a store at this location.
And also in June, we licensed, a year and a half ago, we licensed a 4,100 square foot space 0.7 miles from there, so.
Yeah, well, this store's only 640 feet, it's gonna be,
Yeah.
640 square feet, it's not a big store.
You're right.
Yeah.
But, thank you. So we vote to deny.
2765, KJB Deli Holdings, and yes, we did hear from the village, we just got an email last week, and the mayor's office approves the business.
Okay.
Okay?
All right, that's good for us.
Anything to add to that?
No, no.
What are your hours? It's 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.?
No, well, he starts at 6, I was about 11 p.m. or so.
6 to 11?
Huh? Yeah, 6 to 11.
Because he says on his application 6 to 6.
Yeah, right, but since he's been in there on...
Going to want to be open till 11? Okay.
Every day, 11? Definitely closing at 11? Yes? Okay. All right, based on that, I'll approve.
I'll approve.
Good luck.
2772, H&G Gas.
All right, so my question is, they had a couple mortgages on this property?
They had one set of notes for 100,000 and another set of notes for 50 and 50.
And they were being held by the former owner whose license was revoked?
Well, yes, it was happened after the application was filed. He had a license revoked for a premise in Hempstead.
Oh, it wasn't this premise?
No, but they revoked this one.
Oh, right,
Plus they
right.
revoked that one.
And are the mortgages paid? Because
As
I
of
read
right
the
now.
terms of them, and they indicated they should be paid.
Yeah, except for one, and they met with their attorney yesterday. That's why this is so late. And the attorney advised him, I have copies of this for
Sure.
you. The attorneys advised him that he should basically settle, and this is what he did.
So they haven't settled. He just advised them they should settle.
He waived the last $50,000 note on advice of attorney.
So the other 150, where's that?
That's already paid. It was supposed to be according to the contract.
It was a 6-month more or something like that. It was
The
paid
first
very
100
quickly.
was paid 2 months ago. The last 100 was paid, the last 50, the second payment of 50 was paid early December.
All right, so my question is, why would he agree to forgive 50,000?
His lawyer told him,
This isn't your client's, this is the seller's lawyer.
The seller's lawyer, yeah. They haven't had a license here in this location since September. They lost a lot of business. They have another location in Amityville they've had for 2 years. They have no adverse history at all there, ever.
Do they have any other relationship with this former owner?
No, no.
Okay.
And I don't know, I know you have it in your package, but I did take out the copies of the contract if you wanted to see the basis, the payments, and how it's structured.
No, I saw that. Thanks.
So H&G Gas and Mr. Hemanjot Singh was H&V Gas?
They're both the same, Mr. Singh and Mr. Singh, and they own the other place as well.
They own H&G Gas?
In Amityville.
Got it, okay.
For about 2 years, I think, no adverse history.
And
at all.
no adverse history.
And the revocation at this location wasn't the result of anything that took place at this location. It was because he, instead of surrendering his license when he should have, he lingered, and the authority took it away because he was no longer an allowable licensee.
Okay. Based on the submission that the loan has been forgiven, I will approve this application.
I approve as well.
Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
2753, Olympian Summit.
This was a reconsideration that when we filed the application, the applicant knew that he had a waiver of disabilities, but he couldn't locate it. The application was subsequently disapproved, and in the interim, he got a copy of it, and we submitted it to the authority in an email on 11/2, I believe, and the
So, but
reconsideration was granted.
Well, the question I have is, it was asked for on 9/2. First of all, you've been doing this a long time, so you know that we were going to ask for that. And the thing was filed in September, no, in August. It was asked for directly on 9/2, and we didn't get it till November.
If you look at it, he thought he had it, he couldn't find his copy, and
But
he went-
that's not my problem. My problem is, why does it take 3 months to go get a new one?
because it turns out that even though it was approved in 2011, he never picked it up. So he had to go back to the person that did it for him, and this was...
But why does that take 3 months?
I don't know, but he asked for it on September 28th after not being able to find his original, and they just gave it to him now. I mean, he's had his waiver since 2011.
This is directed at you. You're the one representing him. You come in here.
We filed without it because he said...
I don't have a problem with you filing without it. I have a problem with you not getting it.
Oh, he didn't have it. He just got it now.
He knows where to get it.
It didn't happen.
3 months, 5 months. Because they submitted the questionnaire in April 2015,
And
and
he
no
sub-
attempt was even made to go get another one till September 28th.
And you know he's going to need it.
And we told him to get it the day that when I did the intake.
Is he here?
No. Because we thought that this was
I
already...
mean, he can refile, but,
we were
this
told it was
reconsideration
approved,
is
that this
denied.
reconsideration was already approved.
No, it was approved to go to the full board.
Reconsideration, I'm sorry, yeah. He's licensable since 2011, he just couldn't get the document.
He can refile now that his certificate of relief is fine. It's,
There are people that file applications with us.
And our people are wasting time on your file. And they're not getting their license because it takes us to go through this and jump through hoops because your guys aren't getting paper to us. And I'm not going to reconsider this either. So he can refile and we go through the whole process again. It seems like he has it together now.
And
so it's denied.
To give you the full transparency, I personally did this for someone else who assured me that it was available, so
Well, just reapply, that's fine. There'll be no prejudice.
No problem.
Without prejudice.
Now, the third one I have is...
2770, Las Saprias. And
This is,
we did
Hempstead
receive
Village.
an email from the mayor also. And he approves the business.
Okay.
He's just given up, I think.
No, he sent all three of them.
Coming to see us anymore?
I don't know. I'll find out if you want.
Total corporate change.
It's a change in class, and he's not changing anything other than the menu.
What are his hours of operation?
I'm not really sure.
You're not sure?
No, it was as a...
Is he here?
No. He was on his way, and this morning earlier, I was told that the mayor had done this, so we told him to turn around and go back to his store.
Well, going forward, if a guy's getting a liquor license, I expect him to be here.
I assumed that because of the Hempstead thing, I didn't realize it. I'm sorry. That was my call, because he was in traffic.
Now, my only question is that he's changing class, which isn't that big a deal, but now he wants music?
He has, I believe he already does have just correct music. He has no live music or anything like that.
It's
Background
no
music.
dancing, but that he wants to add the music.
That would be a change in mode, and we're only changing class. There's no change in his mode of operation. He's a combination
recorded background
bakery and
music.
restaurant.
Okay, so there's no DJs?
No.
Okay.
So he doesn't have music now?
He
does
really
have recorded.
He has just recorded background music, yeah.
He already does.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, like,
No change.
performing or any of that nonsense.
I mean, it is a 500-foot, but even if they're not in opposition, that's still, I'd like to know what hours he.
I can get that for you. If I could step back and I'll get it from, we didn't do the original application, so otherwise I would be standing here with that. I'm not even sure it's in the application anymore.
No restrictions?
Sir, if you like, I'll contact him and I'll step back up after the
Yeah,
next?
why don't you
I'll
do
do
that,
that.
please? That would be helpful. Thank
No
you.
problem.
2807 Z Live.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Kim, Donald Bernstein on behalf of the licensee. This is a disciplinary matter, a single charge of disorderly premises. We have filed a letter in controversion of the finding of the administrative law judge. There really were no disputes regarding the facts in this matter, although of the arrests that were made, there was only one laboratory report submitted indicating that only one patron was found to have had a narcotic or narcotics on his person. The
So,
basis for the
Mr.
controversy...
Bernstein, so basically, you know, I read your submission and I was agreeing with you to a certain point on the fact that this charge has to center around whether the licensee suffered or permitted this action to occur, and your main point being that sale of narcotics in a nightclub is inherently done in the dark, and it's done in the bathroom stalls, and it's done in a manner with hundreds of people, lights pulsating, that it's really almost impossible for the licensee to ever kind of catch them in the act or be able to be on notice that something like this is happening. And so while the legal standard I agree with, the police actually went in, and I know you pointed out maybe the first bus took an hour and a half of undercover police going, hey, are you selling, or can I get this, or somebody approaching them unsolicited and offering them these drugs. My only point is that if you're running a nightclub and you know that the situation only happens in these certain circumstances, and the only way you're going to be able to catch them, which the police did, was to be able to have security go around, or some personnel go around almost doing undercover things. Not necessarily, but really walking the floor and understanding that you're going to have people that aren't wearing security clothes necessarily to be able to catch people, because we know it goes on in many places, right? We're not saying it's non-existent and it's only happening in this one place. So my point is that if the police were able to do it, I think the licensee with 8 security guards and, you know, knowing that this is a very popular venue and that something like this happens in New York City nightclubs would be on notice that the only way to get somebody is to take similar action. So
I think that there is some case law on this, and there are some cases that I've cited in my letter. The Rich Gen case and the Ozzy's Bar and Grill case, both of them involving numerous sales of either cocaine or narcotics, and the courts in each of those cases found that there was no proof that the licensee suffered or permitted the premises.
Were they
to be
five?
disorderly.
Were they 5 direct undercover sales to 5 different individuals?
Don't know. The facts don't say it. One is 18 separate occasions. I don't know if that was 18 persons or 18.
I mean, my
sales by one
problem,
person.
and besides what Commissioner Kim is saying, which I agree with, I don't think there's been, based on what I've read in your letter as well as the ALJ's findings, the reasonable diligence to acquire knowledge. I don't see any of that here.
I'll tell you
and
what
the reason I don't see it is not just the 5 sales, but one of the employees of the bar who appeared to be in charge or at least some way involved in the security, Ms. Choi, declared that they have never found drugs on anyone, and there has never been an issue with prescription medications. Now, I will agree that if you're frisking people or going through bags, that occasionally you may find drugs, but it would be very difficult. But she's saying they've never found any, yet undercover officers are able to walk into this place in 45 minutes, buy from 5 separate people 3 different kinds of drugs.
I can only answer that, Mr. Chairman, by saying that, first, I want to point out that cases that have sustained the charge where there have been multiple sales have involved either a lack of security, no security, or an
And I
employee
just said
or
that's a
manager.
lack of security.
I think that to answer that question, we had 10 security guards, which meet the New York City nightlife guideline standards. We had 6 ushers. We had management staff. We had dozens of cameras and an individual in the office monitoring the cameras in real time. We had searches, we had pat-downs. Every single one of these perpetrators were taken to the station. They were strip searched. And Detective Lassie, who testified, said that any patron that wants to hide a pill of Molly or a small vial of what she said was GHB, I don't even know what that is, can do that. And that's why they're all strip searched. In fact, one of the perpetrators...
Well, didn't one of the people, wasn't he found with a large bulge in his pants?
The testimony
and
was
that
he
wasn't
had
part of him. It was drugs?
Yeah, I think the testimony was that he had a bulge in his pants.
So that would be...
It could have been gloves. It could have been...
But my point is, it wasn't gloves.
I understand that. But
and he was frisked when he entered the premises.
He was frisked, but this was on February 8th. Everyone was wearing large coats.
But there we go. That's what I'm saying. It's not, you can have all of these resources there, but if they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing, then they're useless. And this testimony that she's never found drugs on anyone in a club where 5 sales occurred and there are several hundred people, I just don't think they're doing enough.
I don't know what else they could do. What the officers did, as Commissioner Kim said, was they went in and they would walk around undercover and ask patrons if they know where to buy drugs. I don't think that any owner of a club wants to walk around and
then
ask
he's got to get out of the
patrons
business.
Well, I don't know that any club does that. Since then, by the way, we've hired an independent monitor to assist with us, our security. So
There
on
are no
top of the
pending
ushers,
cases.
I'm sorry?
There are no pending cases against
But
the
I've been here about 6 months, and this is, you said no other owner wants to do this, but this is the only club that's come here in the 6 months with this kind of charges in front of me. And so the other clubs are doing something, because this isn't the only club you can buy drugs in New York City.
I'm sure that it's going on in other clubs. They're just not being caught. There's no question about that. There's no question that, unfortunately, that there is that drug culture that exists in clubs, and all of these sales were surreptitious.
Well, I
The
think now that we
testimony
know
talks
what's
about-
going on here moving forward, I don't necessarily expect the security to play undercover police and to ask people randomly, but I think but the 10 security guards, the ones who are walking the floor, should learn to start or be trained to identify people who are making illicit transactions, right?
I agree with that, but I think you have to also look at the testimony, because the police reports by the undercover officers were very clear. They talk about whispering. They talked about sliding the hand in the pocket. Someone removed drugs in a bathroom stall from his pants.
We're not.
These were all surreptitious.
Listen, I think you're. I agree with all of that.
Yeah.
That it is done in the dark and it's so repetitious, and the problem is that they're not catching anybody. They've never caught anybody, is what her testimony was. I find that impossible to believe that someone wouldn't observe something if they're doing their job, and I think that they're turning their head, and that's what's.
I understand that portion of what you've read from the decision, but there was testimony, I recall specifically, and it may have been from the general manager, who said that people have been caught with either drugs or weapons, or sometimes people even try to sneak in liquor. They are not permitted inside. The specific testimony was that sometimes these perpetrators are photographed. The photographs are given to security, and that assists security in ensuring that these individuals don't try that night or on a subsequent night. So I'm not questioning your reading of the testimony, Mr. Chairman, but I don't think that that was the total testimony. I think there's no question.
She's the general manager, so I'm going by what she says. But
she was a manager on duty that night. There's a general manager, Mr. Stephen Steckel, who also testified. But I have to come back to, as we all know, the legal standard of suffering and permitting. And if you look at the Albany case, which case was it? The Albany Manor case.
We read the cases, and, for me, like I said, suffering permitting is whether you should know or whether you know. And here, again, I don't think they did enough to do the proper procedures to be able to know. So constructively, they should have known. And
I'm just not sure what those other procedures are.
What I mentioned to you, the security walking around and looking for the people who are slipping things into people's back pockets.
I think that's exactly why they're there. That's precisely why they have intense security.
But they didn't catch any of it. 5 of them. So anyway,
but it seems to me then what you're saying is if it happens they're strictly liable.
No,
But even if-
I'm
that's
saying if,
absolutely
if
not.
it happens 5 times in 45 minutes, there's an indication to me, particularly when a manager that was on duty that night says she's never, ever seen any drugs at this club, that they're not doing enough. And I think there is an opportunity there under normal diligence to see it occasionally, which would indicate maybe that the guy that's walking in with the bulge in his pants doesn't walk in the next time.
So I impose a $2,500 fine.
2,500, I'll agree with that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
2830 Soho Hotel Owner LLC.
Donald Bernstein on behalf of the licensee, and with me is Mr. Ben Davison on behalf of ownership. There are 2 applications here. One is an alteration. This is a hotel liquor license.
Do we have protests here?
From the community board? No?
Okay, go ahead, I'm sorry.
This hotel has been licensed since, I believe, the early 1990s. The applications that are before you this morning are one for an alteration, which involves some change in the seating and configuration of the lobby bar. The lobby is on the 2nd story of the hotel. The other change is there are terraces to the rooms on the 12th floor? On the 12th floor.
So I think
And
that we have some questions regarding the terraces, because I misunderstood that the first, actually your letter cleared it up to me. My initial reading of it was that it sounded to me like it was going to be some type of catering hall up there.
No. So the terraces
Did I read that in the community board letter? Is that?
Well, I'll explain. I think there are a few terraces, and they're all attached to a room. So none of them are public spaces. You cannot go into this hotel at
Are
any
they all
time.
separated as the
They're all
rooms?
separated and partitioned, so they can't even be joined as one large space. So for the majority of the terraces, you can fit maybe 4 people. If I'm in a room with my wife and someone else wants to sit, they can sit. Liquor is not being served there, other than if someone orders room service or out of the minibar. So there is one suite that's on the corner that has a larger wraparound terrace.
But that is a hotel room as well.
That is attached to the suite. So again, I can't go in with 20 friends and just go up there. If I book that room, let's say I have a wedding and I'm booking that room, I can possibly have 20 people of my guests that are sitting out there, but it's just my room. And I'm not aware of any hotel license that has a restriction on terraces to guest rooms. There are restrictions on terraces that are places of assembly, but not on guest rooms. So that is one issue. The other
How big is that suite as far as bedrooms?
It's 2 bedrooms, and the terrace is about 800 square feet, but it's very narrow. It's about 10 feet deep.
What do the terraces face out into?
They face, there's 6 terraces. 3 of them are on Howard Street, 3 of them are on Lafayette, and they are at or above the height of all the other buildings around.
This is a better, I don't know if you see.
And we've given you a floor plan to show them. It may not be marked so well, but they are divided and can't be joined. So I can't rent the floor and open it up to 50 people.
Okay, so other than that, then explain to me what's happening with the bar.
So the 2nd floor is the lobby, and the bar is actually, that area will have 2 separate areas. One is what we call the general lounge bar. The other is a quieter library area. Food service will be there. The issue was really just hours. When the prior hotel closed early, it was a Holiday Inn. They closed early. We went to the community board in 2014. We said, we're buying the hotel. We will temporarily operate that way. We are then going to close down in a number of months, and we're going to come back to you with our real method of operation.
What were their hours?
Their hours, I think they closed at 11 o'clock.
Oh, they didn't have a bar or restaurant? Or
They had food service up there. They had a liquor license, but they were not doing much.
Okay.
My client, by the way, as you know, has the Paramount Hotel, the Gramercy Park Hotel. Both of those have 4 a.m. closes, have had for a long time. Both of them have what we'll refer to as DJs in their lobby bars.
They don't do live, though, right? In Paramount and Gramercy?
Actually, the Gramercy does occasionally do live, only because I've been there.
We do...
We do live for private events, and sometimes we have like a jazz player come for a couple hours.
Yeah, it's not a concert hall, no doubt.
No. We, as you know in your packet, we have letters from CB5 and CB6 saying they've had no issues with either the Paramount or the Gramercy Park. Gramercy Park has the Rose Bar, and it's far more residential area than what we're talking about here. I do have some letters from 2 residents outside Gramercy Park saying they've had no issues. We also have one letter from a resident across the street on Lafayette who is in support of this. Ben has spoken to some other residents across the street who have indicated they are in support, but they are aware of the fact that the building had circulated petitions in opposition. He didn't want to put his name out there because he doesn't want to be bothered by his neighbors. But if I may just hand these up.
And there's no dancing, correct?
No dancing.
Thanks.
So this is all interior. Everything here we're talking about is in the
All
interior of the
interior.
hotel.
It's very important for us to
Is this going to look like, the atmosphere is going to be similar to the other hotels, the Rose Bar? or-
No, it's actually a much smaller space. There's 83 seats. It's mostly booths. There's 13 seats at a bar, so it's much more of a high-end sort of lobby lounge bar.
Okay.
Gramercy has a little bit more of an active feel than this will have.
Okay.
Again, second floor.
Yeah, it's on the second floor.
And there is going to be a restaurant on the first floor, but it's not going to be you guys. It's going to be somebody
Yes,
else?
There will be there'll be limited food service on the second floor, so it's not just a bar. The first floor will have a Steven Starr restaurant, full menu, open till 2
And
a.m.
what did the community board give them as far as hours? Do
2
you know?
a.m., I think 1 a.m., 2 a.m. The 2 a.m. may have been Thursday, Friday, Saturday. We
Okay.
haven't yet filed that, but we'll be filing that shortly. But
Okay.
all the more reason why we need to have our lounge with some limited food service open till 4 a.m. because it's not available elsewhere in the building. And as I noted in the letter, there are many hotel bars open that late. I gave another example of one on West Street, was within a hotel where CB1 wanted a 2 a.m. close, and the operator was a good
So why do
operator.
you think they keep saying that you're going to be a nightclub?
Well, you hear that often when you go to community board meetings from residents who are just, they're afraid. It frightens them. Here, we do have a track record which distinguishes us from some other operators. And the track record in those 2 other hotels show that they are not nightclubs.
And we
This
don't
is gonna
have
be
any
more than
complaints. Are you aware of any
Isn't that
complaints we've had on at either hotel?
I'm sorry, but Mr. Bernstein, isn't that part of the concern, is that the Holiday Inn isn't a hip spot to go and hang out in, but your client's hotel's ours? And your client said, oh, it's only 800 square feet, the terrace, but that's larger than most New Yorkers' apartments.
The terrace?
Yeah,
The terrace is not a public space, though. It's not public space.
but you're asking to expand it there for a hotel guest to have as many people as they want out there drinking.
Well, there's going to be a limit. First of all, actually, right now, the C of O would not allow us to use that for more than 2 people. That's going to have to be changed. So there's going to be some limitations that DOB will impose on how many people can be up there.
And you're not renting that room out for party as far as a,
Well, but who would
No.
rent it out, right? It would be people who are doing a bachelor party or like, it's a 2-bedroom. So, I mean, that's one of the community board's concern is that this current C of O limits occupancy on the entire 12th floor to 26 people.
Right, so right now.
So you're working on the C of O.
Yes, so right now, that means that there can only be 2 people per room, including on the terraces. If that's amended to increase it, then the law will permit us to have more. But right
That's the
now,
thing
we
is,
couldn't
I think
even have more
There's got
than
to be
2.
some reasonable, I mean, there's got to be some reasonable limit on that 800 square foot terrace. Because like you said, if I have a party, I can invite 20 people and we can be partying all night long.
Well, what we told the community board is that if a hotel guest wants to sit out there at 3 in the morning, we have to let him do it.
Sure.
But we would agree to let any guest that rents that room know that if they're going to invite anybody other than whoever is in the room with them, that has to end by 1 a.m. So we would, past 1 a.m., we would say.
and presumably there's going to be other guests on that floor that aren't going to want
yes.
a raucous party.
There are guests on the 13th floor directly above it that we also will be renting for high rates and want to make sure that they're happy. So
Right.
It's in our best interest to limit as well.
And they also complain that you would not limit your method of operation to, say, no dancing, for example. But today you're saying there's no dancing.
I think just for private events.
I'm sorry?
Just for private events, there would be dancing. There won't be, there's no cabaret license.
Not even in that situation.
Not
Not even in that situation. So no, so
We
you
were-
you
we
are
were willing to limit dancing at the community board hearing as well.
okay because they said you weren't willing to limit anything and there weren't any coherent details. So no dancing, right? The C of O issue, you'll fix that. And if there's anybody in the terraces who isn't a guest of the hotel, they'll be asked to get off the terrace by 1 a.m.
Correct.
So I'm good with that then. All right, based on those stipulations, I'll approve.
Thank you.
I'll approve as well.
Thank you.
So that, and just to be clear, the stipulation is no dancing, 1 a.m. off, guests off the terrace at 1 a.m.
Guests
and a
other
4
than-
a.m.
Guests other
closing.
than the room guests.
And a 4 a.m. closing inside.
Yes, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, you want to call him back? Or
You want to do
Albany?
that? I was going to go get rid of our resources in Albany. Okay. Let me just go through the Albany one. Where'd it go? In Albany, item 2822, Cornhill Fishing Game Club. Staff person sitting there getting absolutely nothing.
Am I visible right here?
Yes, you just need to state your name for the record, please.
Am I on?
Yes.
Good morning. My name is David Golbes. I'm here on behalf of the licensee, which has pleaded conditional no contest in Albany. There are recommendations. We speak now in mitigation. Cornhill Fish and Game is a community center. It offers a meeting place. It offers places for celebrations. This afternoon, in fact, they have a funeral luncheon for members of the community who are bereaved. It is neat and clean. It is in excellent shape, and it is part of the community. In mitigation, we would say that we have spoken. I personally attended the conference with Mr. John Meyer, who is with enforcement, and he and the licensee and the officers of the licensee went through the corrective measures, and they have imposed those corrective measures on their operation. I would note that although we pleaded not guilty, a conditional no contest, the investigation stemmed from an unfortunate incident that happened off premises on the day after Christmas last year, where there was a shooting incident not involving, or the perpetrator was not a patron or a guest, and the victim was a guest, but the fight did not develop on the premises. The licensee and all of the officers have cooperated fully with the criminal investigation and with SLA's enforcement unit. And so we speak in mitigation. There is a 30-day suspension. We understand that recommendation is up to the board, but the $750 fine is quite onerous for a small group like the Cornhill Fish and Game Club. And I would note that there are no prior violations for this licensee. And I ask the court to consider, or the board, excuse me, to consider that this is a part of the community. It is a hub of a wheel around which the community is centered. We have 2 veterans here who are officers, and it is a meeting place for veterans as well as their families. And if we put an onerous penalty on this club, it may mean the end of the club because they have just a shoestring budget. So we ask in mitigation that the fine be imposed not in the degree at $750. Again, we're facing 30 days of suspension. That's a loss of substantial revenue, and we ask the board to mitigate or to reduce the recommended.
Even this time.
Sir, you've mentioned everything except the fact that somebody was shot and killed outside.
Again, this did not happen because of an incident that started in the premises.
But who,
Off premises.
so the question I have is, do you rent this out as a party space to non-members or people not affiliated with members?
No, and when
Well,
alcohol
that's what this was, correct?
it was a party held by the club for the holiday, yes.
Chairman, can we have a quick executive session?
Yes.
Where'd he go?
I'm here.
Oh, sorry. That was getting to be a long morning. Oh, sorry. I had a question. So you just bought the parking lot? The club bought the parking lot now? So how are you monitoring the parking lot? What's your
Say it again?
security procedure? What's your security procedure for the parking lot?
There are lights, there's been paving, and there are ushers who are guarding the door and are guarding the premises.
Okay. And did
And
they
if we get some revenue.
did they
excuse me,
sign
if we
in the
get some-
people behind them?
I think those are,
Are the people, gentlemen with you, your clients?
Yes, the licensee is Mr. Otis Brown on behalf of the Cornell Fish and Game. He is to my far left. Beside him
Can
is
they just
Mr.
come up
Carl-
and put their name for the record, please?
Oh, sure. Gentlemen, come
Since
up,
they're
put your
here.
hands up.
State your name, sir.
well, they're,
Charles Henderson, president of Cornell Fishing Game Club.
Thank you.
Homer Harris, vice president, Cornell Fishing Game Club.
Thank you.
Otis Brown, treasurer of the Cornell Fishing Game Club.
Thank you. Okay, so based on your representation that there will no longer be any more handing over the club, I guess, to individuals other than members, correct? To non-members.
That's correct.
I mean, this person, Penguin, that no one seems to know about. I don't even know where to begin with that, but so I'll accept the 30 days Fort Worth suspension plus $750.
I'll accept as well.
Thank you.
And no mitigation to the 750.
No.
Thank you.
The normal fines would have been over $11,000 or $12,000, so there's no mitigation. Thank you.
Okay. Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Albany.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And 27, going to recall 2770. Mr. DeLuca?
I have the hours, sir.
Yes, what are the hours?
Sunday to Thursday, 9 a.m. to 10 p.m.
9 a.m. to
And
10.
Friday and Saturday, 9 a.m. to 11 p.m.
Perfect. Okay. I'll approve based on
I
those
approve
hours.
as well.
Thank
Good
you very
luck.
much.
2756, 8808 Rockaway Liquors. It's a reconsideration of a full board disapproval.
Charles Lynn for the applicant. With me is Rashida Jackson, one of the principals.
I saw Mr. Wright here. I don't.
Yeah, he was here. Yeah, he just stepped out of sight.
Okay, we're getting Mr. Wright.
Why don't you go ahead?
Well, this was adjourned for a month. There was a question that came up on the previous reconsideration as to whether the liquor store 350 feet away, Dave's Liquor, produced correct sales figures. And I had subpoenaed the sales figures from Southern and from Empire, and it appeared to be an enormous difference between what was reported as sales and what was actually reported by Dave's Liquor. So it was decided by the board to give the Dave's Liquor an opportunity to respond. Since it had been filed late by me, it was something that I hadn't sent a copy over to them.
Do the members have the report from our investigator?
Yes. And there was a discrepancy in 2013, I believe. I'm looking for the report right now.
I believe so.
Although I am satisfied that the discrepancy was a clerical error on part of the licensee. I don't know what Commissioner Kim feels. But the proper sale numbers should be significantly higher for 2013. I believe it was 373,000 rather than 189,000.
Well, I believe for 2013, it was about 139,000. And if the board looks at the last application, the most recent applicant, Broad Channel, the applicant reported 505,000 of sales. there was a discrepancy between this reporting and the most recent applicant, Broad Channel, which was about a year and a half ago. That seems to be quite significant. I would also just say the additional comment, what I think is relevant, is that 2012 shows that he had $1 million loss because of Hurricane Sandy, but Hurricane Sandy was October 29th, 2012. A proper reporting would have been from January 1, 2012 to October 30th, 2012. That was not put down.
So I think what's on trial here is not Mr. Kamaraj's accounting practices or his
No,
failure
yeah, I
to-
agree with you.
No, and I agree. I mean, misreporting the numbers has significantly delayed your client's reconsideration as well, and it's unfortunate. And I think, he'll be investigated and have to be dealt with if there are any violations that have occurred. But I don't think it changes the fact on this reconsideration issue. You're just asking to only sell wine now, but that still doesn't change the fact that there are, 7 stores within 2 miles and sell wine as well, and so.
Commissioner, I wanted to opportunity
my
to
vote.
at least, can I at least address those?
Well, we're really on a reconsideration, so it's a question of what is new, other than we sent it back to check the sales. The sales were incorrect, but I'm confident that, at least in my review, that there were clerical errors made, which doesn't absolve him of problems, but it doesn't change
Correct.
the facts
To
here.
set that as totally resolved, not relevant. What is relevant, however, is that initially one looks at the closest store to look at the sales figures. So initially one sees that it would appear that the sales were enormously impacted by Hurricane Sandy, which really isn't true, given what, if you
Well,
extrapolate.
How can you say that?
Okay, well, assuming arguendo that that's not the case, let me go to the next.
Well, he had sales, let's stick with that. He had sales in 2011 of $712,000.
Correct.
We're not really arguing about that fact.
No, we're not.
Even the accurate sales that we now seem to have for 2013 indicate that it was $375,000 or something, or less, and a month later as well. So as you said, 500 and something. That's still a significant drop over a 2-year period.
Okay.
The next year, which would appear to be accurate sales, are $373,000.
Well, I only question the accuracy of that when my subpoena shows that there was $650,000 of purchases. It doesn't seem conceivably possible.
That's the number he reported to state tax. So if he's not reporting to state tax actual sales tax figures, then he's in a lot bigger trouble than losing his license.
Okay, and I say, let's just assume for argument's sake, and let me go to a step further, because let's just keep that up here for a while in an abyss. There were 2 stores. Can I get we're still for reconsideration. Just the growth matter, the sales figures happen to be trumps one of the major things here. There was a brand new store, OMB, which was licensed
OMG.
OMG, I apologize. Oh, my God. 3 years ago. The first year's sales were $640,000 for 2 months. The next
69.
9,000.
Okay, 69.
That's
The
a huge
next,
difference.
okay, but the next year, well, it was only 2 months. The next year was 3.5 million.
No, 354,000. You're off.
No
by
OMB?
OMG.
OMG.
You're off by 1 digit, which is very, very, very.
No, it's significant. But
There's nobody doing $3 million worth of sales.
And that's the thing, is every other store has declining sales, so that's why I'm setting aside Mr. Kamaraj's sales and looking at everybody else's, and they're all declining as well. And we issued a new license in July of 2014.
Can I look at the OMG, because for some reason I don't.
OMG. you see
Wait.
that?
No, I have, see, I have totally different. The sheet of the gross sales that I got from Foil,
Let me take a peek.
I apologize. I don't
Maybe
know.
we made a mistake.
But, no, we may have made a mistake. It's a 6,000 square foot store. You may be right.
It's an enormous store. It's a huge discount store right next to a store that, a super Stop and Shop, which is going to open.
So let's assume your numbers are right. What are you trying to say with that?
The 2014 had 3.5 million of sales.
Right.
If you extrapolate for 2015, because we showed for
You are correct.
half the year, it goes to over 4 million. If then we look at the store, can I do the math? Because it just, I apologize for doing this, but it demonstrates just something. 1 point. If I didn't make a mistake on that, can I have can I just have the right to just show you something?
Yeah, go ahead. Can you check Friendly Liquor Store sales as well?
They didn't respond. That's,
But the sales.
and you know,
for-
all of these have significant drops, which explains OMG basically took
Yes,
away
yeah,
from
right.
everybody.
Explains why the other stores decreased.
Right.
Because they went up to over 4 million.
Right, but that doesn't mean that the whole pot
I just said
increased.
no. This is one part of what I'm going to say. This was my original map, but this is the new store, OMG. Right here, it's crazy. There are two other stores, which are very small mom-pop stores, about 500, 600 square feet, whose sales have declined in 2014. Why? Because you had a monster discount store that came in 2 years ago, and right now, one of them doesn't even have much inventory, and the other one, again, I told you.
Which one do you know?
Yes.
Is it Friendly
It was
Liquors?
Station Liquor, it was Station Liquor.
Station Liquors
Yeah.
one, and the other one's Harbor Wine?
Harbor Wine.
Okay,
I'm
is
sorry.
Friendly Liquor
Station
Store,
Liquor had inventory, Harbor Wine did not.
is Station Liquor Store open currently?
Yes.
It is, okay. I'm sorry, Friendly Liquor, I said, yeah, Friendly Liquor's open?
Station and Harbor.
No,
These are the
Friendly,
two.
what about Friendly Liquor?
Friendly is all the way over here.
Yeah, is it open, do you know?
Yes.
Okay.
They're all open, I physically went.
No, they didn't respond, so we're sending out enforcement.
No, they didn't.
No, they do. We have it from 2013.
Oh, they had a response from 2013.
Right.
But I'm just saying that growth, one of the things that the chairman looked at was, and Commissioner also, was sales. One of the things that the chairman said was, oh my God, Hurricane Sandy destroyed this entire area. What destroyed this entire area was that a brand-new model.
Well, the hurricane did as well, correct? Didn't Breezy Point burn down? Yeah, I mean, the whole neighborhood burned to the ground. I was there.
Okay, and if, see, you don't have the figures on what licensing has of the gross sales. And if you look at these two stores, they, 2012 to 2013, sales went up. These stores over here, this one, the stores that are closest, and this is a causeway, it's pretty much, this is the eastern, this is the western. All of these stores are bulletproof. And what's interesting is, these didn't decrease, and I'm not positive, but they were either marginal or didn't increase at all. If you look at, and you're concerned about 2013, 2014, the reason being is that we have this huge discount.
I know, but how does that promote your client? Because that huge discount store is sucking the air out of the whole place.
What I'm getting to. One step at a time. In addition to that, let me just get to this. This is the store that's off island.
Right.
Was just licensed. So what did the authorities say? Well, yeah, this one that was just licensed, yeah, this one licensed 3 years ago. All the sales figures are down. But to me, what I didn't point out, and I didn't realize it until I went to get this Broad Channel Liquors, there's a toll now. You have to pay $4 to go over, $4 to come back. You're gonna tell me that the island people are gonna go off island and pay $8 to get one bottle of liquor and come back? No, it's a significant difference. So I don't really think that that's relevant. What is relevant is this guy. And let me go back to it.
The key about discount liquors is that we're going to, also, and as I pointed out, all three of the current stores, that are on the east side of the causeway are all bulletproof. So in addition to that,
Everybody except,
Which three?
everybody except that discount store is bulletproof?
Which ones?
1, 2, 3, it's just funny, this causeway, all bulletproof. Non-bulletproof, open stores.
Wait, so Dave's Liquor's bulletproof?
Dave's is bulletproof, yes.
And then OMG's bulletproof?
No, OMG is the
Uh,
big new discount.
Friendly Liquor's bulletproof?
Yes.
And then the other Who Good and Harbor are not.
And then these two Station and the other one are not.
They're not.
But this is one other thing that's very important. This is the west side of the causeway. This is the east side. East side has these 4 stores. Where is the greatest development in this area? Avern and Rockaway Boulevard. I put in my papers 16% increase, which I didn't before, in population from the census 2000 to 2010. 6.8% increase in the Rockaway Boulevard area. 6.8% increase. They're all different sectors. This isn't just one community. This is Far Rockaway. This is Avern. This is Rockaway Beach area. This is Rockaway Park. And this is Bell Harbor. And each one has its distinct group of people. The gentrification in the area, which I did submit, is absolutely unbelievable. They're making $1 million townhouses, and as I mentioned before, they put $500,000 in the waterfront. It's unbelievable what's happening there, and I posted articles with you that says that the gentrification in this area, I'm just talking about this area, because there's no building or anything in this area, is enormous. And this is where we want to go. We wanted to have a wine store. We don't want to compete with anybody. We
Point
wanna-
to your client's location on them. Oh, I see it. It's the green dot. Okay, I got it.
The red dot. The red dot.
Okay.
All right. I think we should listen to.
Yeah,
So
why
what
don't we
we
listen
want-
to your opponents?
All right.
So what we want to do is to have a wine store, which was the trade name of the store in the first place, which would then infer that that's what we wanted. Exotic wines, because they have their other tavern wine premises, where they sell heavily that kind of product. To the gentrification, the millennials that are coming in. I gave you documentation to show that it's the millennials that are only coming in.
All right, Mr. Lynn, I think that we've heard. So let's go to Mr. Wright, please.
Hi, Glenn Wright for Camarage. Camarage, just to address some of his points, this has been through, we've gone through this on 2 previous court dates now, and the gentrification.
Well, the reason we've gone through it is because of your client.
Well, no, they filed a reconsideration.
I understand that, but
and
they all
made
came back
allegations.
because he's not paying attention to his paperwork.
So he was a little sloppy in the paperwork, but nevertheless, they've come back for a reconsideration, and
What are the real
now
numbers?
we're re-arguing the same issues.
Well, no, because
but
we
I'll
can't-
certainly
we
address
can't
them.
make a final
That was
decision
just
without his
prefacing it,
numbers.
but I was just going to address the argument, but I prefaced it with saying we've been through it. But never mind. I will make a clear record, and I will go through it again.
Well, and
there is a
not just your client's numbers were wrong, but it appears our numbers were wrong as well.
I understand that,
What are his
that's a sideshow. That doesn't affect the extraordinary reality that you have a decreasing population. They've said an increasing population from 2010 to 2015. The figures from 2009 to 2013 show an extraordinary decrease in the population, and part of that has been a result of Sandy. It shows increasing poverty level, 21.5%
so
of
what
the
are his
population
numbers?
is below the poverty level.
Mr. Wright, what are his numbers? What are his correct numbers?
They're all around
No,
300.
what are they exactly?
Did you receive my letter?
No, just, do you have it in front of you, or do you not
Yeah,
have
I have
in
it,
front
but
of
I just want to make sure, did the board receive my letter?
Yes, I have your letter in front of you
Yeah,
right
so
now.
in the middle of the letter, it lists the numbers. And so they start at 397 for 2013, and then they go down to 341. So it's decreasing numbers. And he also characterizes my client's store as bulletproof. I believe they shopped at my client's store for many years. I'll get into that in a moment. But he has the cash register in one narrow sliver of the store is behind bulletproof glass. Your investigator was out there 10 days ago. I don't know if he took pictures. Most of the store is fully accessible to clientele. He's been there for 17 years with no disciplinary problems. He knows the neighborhood. Your investigator tried to trap him in a sting for sale to minor 10 days ago. He passed that. He's a good operator. He knows the neighborhood. These people want to open up 265 feet away from him on the same side of the street. Now, I know this has become a mudslinging contest, and I know that I've been part of that, and that's where these allegations of false numbers, but we might as well continue going down that route. When we came on the first court date, my client informed me that he recognized the applicants, that they would come into his store every other day and purchase 7 or 8 bottles of wine. He didn't think he'd be believed. I didn't think it was credible. So far, we've stuck to the allegations that are all over social media about their misconduct. We're now making an additional allegation that they've been stocking their wine bar with my client's retail wine because they don't have enough, inventory to buy in bulk.
Not doing any more mudslinging.
Well, I might as well finish this.
The problem with that allegation is that you're burying your client. He's not allowed to sell to them.
No, but he didn't know who they were.
But he does now.
He does now. He thought they were alcoholics. I mean, what he said is...
So then he sold to alcoholics?
Well, no, but they're not intoxicated in front of him. If they come in and they buy 6 bottles of wine every other day, he could think they're having private parties.
How far away is their restaurant?
300 feet? 350 feet?
The restaurant is like 2.5 blocks away.
And she never saw her walking around or didn't know they owned a restaurant?
I know the restaurant was there, but I didn't know who owned it.
He said he only recognized them from the neighborhood when they came in here. The fact that they shopped there, he had no idea that they were stocking their bar with it. I mean...
We never stock our wine from another store. We have solid proof that we order from there. We've never actually been and bought a bottle of wine and put it on our shelf.
So why were you buying half dozen bottles of wine every day?
Okay, well, that's why we didn't raise it.
Was it her?
Yes, me.
Okay.
He came in afterwards.
This is exactly why we didn't raise it, because we knew there would be a denial. He also informs me they paid in cash. We knew there would be a denial. We've raised enough from the social media.
I want to hear this from Mr.
Yeah, I just want to hear it at this point.
So the question is whether public convenience and advantage would be served, and as to whether the local stores were selling the product my client had. I put as Exhibit B a listing of the type of operation that they would have, the type of high-class wines they would have, over $25. The decisions specifically say that there's no empirical evidence to show that any of the other stores will not have those products. So what did I do? I went one day to Rockaway Beach. I went into each of the store. I requested that they have Johnny Walker. Could I buy that? In addition to that, I showed them my list, and I said, do you have any of these exotic wines? Because there's going to, I need something for a party that my boss is going to have. The only one that had any of the product was Dave's Liquor, and of that, there were only 5 out of 28 that was requested. But there wasn't any other way that the board would believe, whether in fact, which is a serious, relevant issue, whether...
Bought the 5 bottles?
Yes, and I have receipts.
I don't think that's what he's talking
That's
about.
not what he's talking about.
Oh.
He's saying she specifically went in and bought half dozen
Well, she
wines on
denies that.
multiple occasions. And you deny it, so, okay.
All right, so that's why we didn't raise it. But just to address Mr. Lynn's, did he submit this documentation to the authority?
What documentation?
He just said that he had submitted a list of wine and where he bought it?
Yes.
I didn't see that. And did he file it in his reconsideration or his original?
Original page.
Okay, so he says he didn't get some things from FOIL.
Sorry, my supplemental page.
Okay, so he's saying he didn't get information from FOIL, and now I'm saying the same thing. I don't know anything about this.
Exhibit D to my supplement.
This is what FOIL sent me in your supplement. I don't see Exhibit D, so.
I don't know, with the new allegations, I mean, there's a character and fitness issue. If that's
Well, we don't know.
Yeah. All right, so then just to address the other issues, this is 265 feet away. I mean, he has a semi-open store. This allegation that some people are barred from shopping in this neighborhood to the toll is not accurate. All the local residents don't pay this toll. So
They don't? How do they get over?
You can ask.
on Broad Channel, who live on Broad Channel don't pay the toll, come and go back.
That's correct.
Well, that's Broad Channel, that's not Rockaway.
And who live on the Rockaway part, I think they pay 50% of the toll.
I see Mr. Rockaway himself, Mr. Flynn in the back.
Yeah, Mr. Mr. Flynn, come on in.
No.
Yeah.
All right.
This is,
Okay, so.
we got enough rings in this circus right now.
I mean, yeah, I mean, this concept that there's all this development, this is just replacing the existing stock. In my papers, I attached articles about the quagmire and deciding what to do with this.
I'm going to tell you what I'm thinking about. I moved past that. My thinking right now is the fact that the 3 stores that are closest to this possible store are, you term your client store as partially open. The other 2 are clearly bulletproof.
Yeah.
And based on my experience in this neighborhood, it is changing. I disagree with you completely. So that's the thinking I'm going right now, whether this store absolutely would add to the public convenience and advantage.
Okay,
And I think you probably should address that rather than addressing these sales figures and allegations of buying from this store or that store.
I just was about to, yeah, I said that there's a quagmire about what to do with all the land from the damage from Sandy, and I attached an article that the city has decided this is a perfect place to put affordable housing, and that's tied up a lot of it. Also, the school system in the Rockaways is one of the worst in the state. That's going to, limit gentrification in the area. It's also clearly a seasonal, so even if there was enough.
It's actually becoming less seasonal.
Okay, but still primarily seasonal. I mean, the plot of land, and you mentioned the Rockaways in general, they're 3 blocks from a major project, and I attached a lot of articles about the crime rate in that project. This entire span of land,
What wines does your client carry from New York?
and I'd just like to finish the point, this span is a half a mile wide where they are. So we're talking about a 4-block radius, and now they're going to be 265 feet away. And this is a car community. This is not a walking community, except for the people in the projects and the extremely low-income people that don't have access to cars. They're passing.
We have all that information we have.
You asked me to address this. So they've talked about gentrification. They're going to be driving by this place. They're not going to be walking 265 feet.
All right, I'm ready.
Okay, well, okay. All right,
Go ahead.
he's ready to address the wine, so.
Well, look, so.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Kamraj, they asked you a question about your stock of wine?
Yes,
Wasn't that 5 minutes ago?
Yeah, no, I'm past that. Go ahead.
We're done. No, so, look, normally the fact that it's 300 feet away would have been the reason to deny, which is one of the reasons we denied last time. But, we made a mistake. Your client made a mistake on the numbers, which didn't give a clear picture of what was going on. And then now having the new numbers, and in addition, our agency made a mistake with OMG's number, the second closest store, having it as $354,000 as opposed to $3.54 million. And that was an increase from only $691,000 in sales in 2013. So the way I look at it, there was $2.9 million increase in sales. And even if you look at the other 3 thereafter and you take up all their losses, and Friendly Liquor Store unfortunately didn't send in their numbers, but even if you allocate whatever loss they had from 11 to 13, I add up approximately $1.2 million, meaning that in the region there's been a $1.7 million increase in sales, as well as Mr. Your client, Dave's Liquors, also from 2014 to 2015, will show an increase. So the region itself has had over $1.7 million increase in alcohol sales since Sandy, and it's showing that with all the development and the increase in population, looks like this trend will continue. And given the fact that Dave's Liquor is only semi-open and the other 2 closest are bulletproof, I will vote to approve the reconsideration and then approve the only wine method of operation.
Just to address, my client is Dave's Liquor. I don't think there's been any allegations he's only semi-open. You also mentioned
Or
that
didn't
it's
what?
You said he's behind a lock.
Didn't we just go through this?
Semi-open floor plan?
Yes,
Oh, okay.
semi-open.
thought you
No,
were
I don't
saying
mean
semi-
semi-open half the time of the year.
You also said that
Semi-open
his
floor
sales
plan.
were increasing. His
It
sales
is increasing because in 2014,
and 12.
where's that number that you just gave?
2000, and 13, it was 378. 2014, it was 341. 2011, it was 712.
2013 was 359, right? Minus the December month. And
Yeah,
then, and then in
but
two-
they're all minus the September
No,
month.
and then 2014, 2000, right, so 2015, he's at 341 in August. So with 4 more months left, he's
Plus
gonna.
the holiday.
That's not.
I don't know that he's gonna surpass $18,000 in 3 months.
We don't know.
You're
mean,
right.
we
You
don't
know,
have- we
I don't know
don't
if the
have
world's going to end
numbers.
tomorrow.
Yeah.
I don't know, but
We don't-
you know
we
what?
don't even
I would
have
take a very educated guess that
But
he
this
will
also-
sell more
but that
than
number,
$18,000.
Speaking, please.
But it's not year to date. It's
It's not year-to-date, but the holiday season, as we all know, is the largest part of their business.
Includes the previous holiday season.
No, where he's dropping that off of it, but
Oh.
I vote to approve as well for wine based on the same reasoning. The 3 closest stores are either partially bulletproof or bulletproof. And there is obviously an increase in liquor sales in this area, and the business model she's proposing, I think, will serve the community that is moving to this area. I disagree with you. I believe that there is development going on in this area, and it is becoming more of a bedroom community than it is a seasonal community. So I vote to approve just the wine.
Thank you.
And I vote to approve the reconsideration.
So it's wine only.
Wine only?
Wine only, yes.
So we'll change the class.
We should keep that map Mr. Lynn has for any future Rockaway. It's very clear. That's the clearest map I've seen.
2771, Wealthy Wine and Liquors.
Wealthy wine.
Approved as a wine store, so we have to amend the class.
All right, we're gonna move this along.
Oh, my God.
Sales mixed.
Good morning, Chairman Brennan and Commissioner Mr. Kim. Good morning, and Secretary. And my name is Jen Du, representing.
I believe we have opposition.
Oh, okay.
Hear from them first.
Okay.
Yeah, if you bend it, if it hits the rubber.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioner, members of the board. My name is Howard Levine. I represent 5012 Hang Liquor Corp., as well as 60th Street Wine and Spirits, Sandra Testa, Double K Liquor, L&M Liquor, and 888 Great Wall. We have 3 of the objectors here today. The area in question has not seen any significant population growth. In fact, its population growth is below the state and national average. It is a high-crime area. There was a murder across the street from one of the objector stores. She was also recently robbed. The median income is very low, about $38,000. There are 8 liquor stores in this one zip code, and for example, there are 7 other liquor stores in the very next zip code. The authority recently ruled that the area is adequately served by the existing stores. In October of 2015, applicant Liquor Store on 7th Avenue applied for a package store right around the corner from.
How far about is that?
That's about, would you say 1,000 feet away? About 1,000 feet away. It's right around the corner on 7th Avenue. 2 of the objectors are on 8th Avenue. This current applicant is on 8th Avenue. That application was denied 2 months ago yesterday. The area is adequately served by the existing stores. The objectors have a wide variety of product, including local, domestic, international product. They also have organic product. They have wine tasting. They have other educational seminars for the community.
Okay, can you just tell us which of your client stores are bulletproof?
None of them are.
They're all open floor plans?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The applicant seeks to open a store which is 250 square feet on its first floor. It is safe to assume that they will not have the physical space to have any kind of significant wine tasting or educational services. And the application that was produced pursuant to the FOIL request did not reveal that there would be any new services or product provided to the community. If the board wouldn't mind, I would like each one of the objectors just to put their name on the record.
Sure.
And address their concerns.
Well, they can just put their name on the record. We'll let them speak again if we need them to.
Thank you.
My name is Sean Liu. On behalf of 5012 Shahang Liquor Corp., 8th
Okay,
Avenue.
thank you.
My name is Ling Lai, and I'm from 60th Street Wine and Spirits.
My name is Lo Ho Ten. It's an 888 Great Wall Liquor Corp.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to add, Chairman, that there is no significant development in the area or other entertainment or transit hubs that have come in.
Okay, thanks.
Hi, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Commissioner. We received the investigation report yesterday because I don't have too much time to prepare, but I do have all the proof, the pictures. Can I send to you?
You
Because
have what?
All the pictures.
Of what?
All the regarding the 8th Avenue, there's 11 new development, and there's to showing the distances between the avenues and the street.
Okay, well, I have some questions first. What, is this store going to be bulletproof?
No.
And how
No.
how big is the retail space going to be?
The retail itself, totally about 500 square footage.
That's the
And
basement and the
No. Yeah, it's basement. But
and the first
280
floor
Yeah, 280
combined?
It's combined because the first floor they divided.
Wait,
into-
let's
All right.
combine. How many square feet is the first floor?
The first floor is about
280.
280 square feet? Wow.
no, because the first floor was divided by A and B. And for the between 250 to 80, they used as a liquor display, and about 290, they used as a basement as storage.
So it's 280 on the first floor, 290 on the basement.
Right. Yeah, totally around 500 square footage.
Are you planning more of an internet model, or?
Yes, they do.
No, let me ask him.
I'm sorry.
Are you planning to do primarily internet? Or is it just mixed?
We just separate for the.
Oh, so the question is, some companies get space and then they do 90% of their sales online, over the internet, online. Is that what you're trying to do, or is it?
That's what I try to do it. We want to do it on internet for order, and we deliver it for the wives.
Do you have an internet site?
Not yet.
And there's a letter here from a restaurant that intends to buy from you? I got a.
There's no, there's nothing, because he's the owner of this property. And Mr. Chairman, Mr. Commissioner, I think this maybe it's not a new item, because I do understand there's 3 cases was denied in past 2 years, and there's one case denied a few months ago. I think it's very necessary for me to provide you those pictures.
Okay, Brett,
Yeah,
you
to
can hand them.
To show this, because I think opposite, they came in here at the same time, and the same person, the
just
same
give us the
people. I'm
pictures,
sorry.
please?
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, go ahead, you can hand them up.
Thank you.
I have a letter here from Park Asia Restaurant.
I think it's poorly worded. They don't say they're going to buy from there. He's just
No,
saying
they
that
just
they would.
gave, then we send a whole bunch of
He's
recommendation
saying he
letter.
knows who comes here to eat and
Yes.
celebrate, but I don't think
And
that.
we get probably about 88 signature from a neighbor. And the most important thing is, I think this store be open is
Just
very.
saying that it's just bad English.
Okay. I will take your word for it.
As the photo, because I made 5 copies, and the second one, you can see clearly the closed liquor store. You can see from a distance, because it sounds like within the 1 mile you have a 6 store, because I disagree there's 8 store, because actually there's a 7. And you can tell there's a 4 blocks away instead of the applicant says it's a 2 blocks away. It's more than 1,000. 8th Avenue, parking is a nightmare. It's impossible. And the city, they planning to divide the bus line only very soon, because it's impossible. 85 people, neighbors, they use the transportation and the bicycle, bus, walk as their main transportation way. So this is literally, you have to consider as very unique neighbor. I don't mean any other areas not unique, but you can prove is clearly see all the pictures between the avenues. Like if you go from 8th Avenue to 7th Avenue, it's a very far walk, very long walk.
How long is it? Would you say it's
I
about
did
four
not
four
see-
Manhattan blocks?
I did not see exactly, but I would think because there's no store between avenues, and for the patrol, for the visitor, for the people, neighbors, they carry the stuff, and they want to go to, let's say, the nearest one for 5012. That's on the 50th. It's the north end of the 8th Avenue. What about those people from subways on the 60th Avenue, 60th Street? When they get out the subway, they have to walk 10 blocks away if they want to buy if they want to consume the liquor.
How far is this from the subway?
Which one? This one?
Your store.
Subway is 60th Street. This one's 54.
So 6 blocks away.
Yeah, 6 blocks away. It's in the right on the middle of the 8th Avenue, because 8th Avenue is about it's about almost 2 miles away, ending 39th Street and the Bay Ridge, which is a BQE highway. And there are 8 supermarkets on this 8th Avenue. And I disagree with Mr. Harvard said there's a new development. There's 11 new project, huge. You're talking about almost a 90,000 square footage building.
Well, what's the population?
The population.
How has it changed?
The changing, as you see, I believe, because look at the census, the population, it says back to 1910.
I don't want to know 1910.
Okay, that's why I did not see exactly.
You mean 2010, right?
I'm so
I don't think
sorry.
you mean 1910.
Yeah, 2010. But the census number is back to 2010. It's not accurate for 2014 yet. I assume because based on the, I do believe that demanding in the whole Blooming area, it can prove you how, you have thousands of visitors. It literally, every day, weekend is a nightmare. So people, they walk there. That's the only.
Right, what products is your client going to have that are different that are different than what these stores are carrying?
He's focused on the organic, gluten-free, and item. This is a main concern, and also there is any other nationality population, not even Asian. And
like what?
Like Jewish people, and Puerto Rican, Mexican.
Does he know any of the? Does he know a Mexican wine?
No, but he do want to put some kosher, because the 9th Avenue has a lot of Jewish population, and they come to his store. My client has a very successful businessman because he immigrated to this neighborhood since 1989. Right now, he owns the pharmacy store, and he has a whole system successfully operate this.
Okay,
and,
do you have any questions?
I'm just looking up to see how far the last store that we denied was.
It is the last store you denied is another side of BQE. It's totally.
Oh, it's on the other
It's
side.
another side of BQE. Yeah, you're totally talking about the different. And then look at the sales. You can see clearly every year the sales grew up healthily.
I'll let you go back.
It's 280 Bonifay.
0.7.
0.7 miles from here? Oh.
Yep.
Okay.
Any questions?
No, not for them.
Do you have anything you want to add?
I did.
Okay. Go ahead.
The gross sales letters of the 5 nearest stores indicate that 4 are declining in sales, and there's only a very slight increase in in one of them.
Which one?
That is 512.
Yep. Okay.
Sean, if you don't mind. He lives in the area, and he can testify, he can explain to you the fact that there is not a tremendous amount of development in the area, that it is a high crime area, and the other objectants can speak to you about the products that they offer, the exact same ones that the applicant just named. The fact of the matter is, these products are available, and in a 250 square foot first floor, there's nothing that's going to be available that isn't already on the market.
Okay.
Could you just, and the other thing is the license that was denied on 7th is on the same side of the BQE as all of these other stores.
Okay, I don't, you need to hear from them, or?
No, they're on the same side of their stores, or they're same side of the proposed store?
Same, the
I don't care
proposed
about you
store
guys,
from
the
the
proposed
last.
store.
Oh,
Is it on the same side as the proposed store?
He's on the same side as the proposed store.
No, the other store we denied
The
was
other
on
store was on the same
Same
side
side.
as me.
your side, right, not
I
their
just want
side.
to add that from the subway station that she mentioned, that it takes a long time to get to my store. I had Mr. Sean pick me up from the subway station this morning. I took less than 2 minutes to walk from my store to the train station.
To walk 10
Yes,
blocks?
to walk. Not 10 blocks. I'm not 10 blocks. I'm only 1 block away from the subway station.
Oh.
When they come back,
She said 10 blocks.
I'm right there.
From the nearest store.
Yeah, that's me.
She's the nearest store
I'm
to
1
the
block
station.
away from the train
That's a
station.
huge difference. That actually changes what I was thinking.
I really don't think it's a 2 minutes walk because.
No, she's 1 block away, she's saying. You're 1 block away, right? That's all.
Avenue away, but it's not a Manhattan, it's not a whole
Right,
bunch.
one avenue away.
Between 7th Avenue to 8th Avenue.
That's what she said, one
That's
avenue.
what she said, 1 avenue.
But I mean, you're talking about, you're on 60th Street.
That's what you mentioned about the subway stop.
All I care
You
about is
said-
the subway. That's
yeah,
it. Okay, here
the
we go.
subway stop.
So,
Yeah.
you know, originally I was contemplating if it were that far from the subway and considering that a lot of people do walk in that neighborhood, it would add some public convenience advantage if there were stores that were closer to the subway. But if you're 1 avenue away and it's Manhattan Avenues are about approximately 4 blocks and you're saying they're shorter than Manhattan Avenues, I don't know what 250 to 80 square feet of space is going to add in terms of either product mix or any other advantage to the public, so therefore I vote to deny.
I vote to deny as well, based on those grounds, as well as the fact that, as council pointed out, the sales of all the 4 closest stores have decreased, except for the one store, which did have a mild increase. But the sales numbers would indicate that there just isn't a particular need for another store. There's 4 stores within 0.7 mile, 5 stores within 0.7 miles, and we just rejected a store that I believe is 0.7 miles away from this exact location recently. So I don't see the public convenience or advantage, so I deny.
Thank you.
Thank you.
2827, it's a request for declaratory ruling for the operation of Tabbed Out.
Good afternoon.
28.
Teresa Russo on behalf of Tabbed Out. I'm joined by Ben Carolyn, who's the Executive Vice President. When we were here back in September, the board had some questions regarding the VIP events that were advertised that were provided for in some of our materials. The client has agreed to stipulate to no VIP advertising in New York. The second issue was an issue regarding some consumer disclosures. Since we were last here, we've added some additional consumer disclosures in both the user agreement and in the app itself, indicating that any offer in the app is paid for exclusively by Tabbed Out and not influenced by either the retailer or the brand. And I think the third concern was
I'm sorry,
just how...
for the second concern,
Yes.
so you disclosed to the consumer, but I think our issue was disclosing to the licensee that you're actually discounting a particular product that they're selling without them knowing.
Yeah, what the email that you sent yesterday with the screenshot, it still didn't answer the question, because the concern was that the retailer would see on it, here's a discount for a drink, and you've told us that Tabbed Out pays that discounted portion, that the retailer never even knows there was a discounted offer, and there's nothing on what you sent that says the half of this drink is being paid for by Tabbed Out. What you sent said $5 off Bud Light, or $10 off Heineken, which doesn't one Heineken cost less than $10?
Well, the discounts don't apply to specific retailers. When you go into the app and you access the discounts, they're regional discounts that are available, and they're available to, in any retail establishment.
So then it's more akin to a buyback by the manufacturer.
Well,
Manufacturer's
yeah,
not purchasing anything.
exactly.
Not directly, but indirectly, your clients are manufacturers. I mean, all your clients are manufacturers.
Yes, but I think if Ben can just explain exactly how the discount program works, it may answer some of your questions.
So we sell data to the brands. So on the right terminology, I guess, manufacturers. And it's not predicated off of us influencing alcohol purchase. What we're trying to do is understand how many, who are the rum drinkers in New York City, or who are certain drinkers in wherever that might be market that we're working with. So what we do is we look and understand who is the purchaser of that data, and we follow trends from them very, very long in advance. We set up, when we start doing some of these digital samplings, what we call them, they're done long in advance. So for example, Q1, where we're coming up here in 2016, we already have a budget set in place with the brands that we need to go get more data on, and it has nothing to do with any sort of contracts that we have with the manufacturers. So there's not, even in Q4 right now, there's not one contract we have in data that we're selling to manufacturers that are tied to digital samples, rewards, or however you might look at those.
But at some point there could be, right? So, I mean, when you say you have to determine which brands you need more data on, so for example, if you need rum drinkers, Bacardi, for example, would love to have that data that you're compiling for them, who drinks Bacardi versus other rums or rums in general. And so the offering of the discounts, though, is kind of also part of the data collecting, right? You want to see at what point will people switch from, if they're drinking something else, to drinking rum. And that's the kind of data that's valuable to the manufacturer. So at some point you would be selling this data back to manufacturers, I would assume. They're your clients that way.
Sure, it's usually done in the rear. So what we would do is we'd start with, for your example of Bacardi, the way that we would go and sell that data is, say in Q1, we would go get data on rum drinkers, and then in Q2, we would go approach and see if they wanted data on that. Does that
So
make
it's not
sense?
tied to the contract. They don't do it as a result of the contract.
I see. So that's not Bacardi commissioning you to go out and finding out rum, but,
Never.
you know, in
So you're creating the product and then trying to sell it to them?
Correct.
There's still the issue, though, that what's relayed to the customer, it's not clear who is offering this discount.
It's on the disclaimer in the app and also in the EULA. So at the very bottom of the app, there's a disclaimer that states very clearly that the brands are not aware that we're using their imagery or logos or trademarks, and then also that the compensation are fully funded from tabbed out.
Well, I'm reading it right here. It says all trademarks, trade names, or logos mentioned or used in this application are the property of the respective owners. Furthermore, except as expressly stated. But then when it says here, all brand offers, I didn't know what that meant. I didn't know what all brand offers are funded by tabbed out. So
And the EULA brand officers is described as an offer off of a certain product.
And we're willing to amend this language.
Sure.
If there's language that you see fit, we're absolutely willing to make changes.
And so it's still the licensee never knows that tabbed out just paid for a portion of the drink.
Correct.
Or that the customer thinks that they used a coupon or something, because it's not really a coupon. It's
And how does that payment work?
So we have an integration with merchants' point-of-sale systems, and what we do is we allow a consumer to pass a credit card information over to the point of sale and connect that check. So in that same technology that the consumer uses on a normal transaction, Tabbed Out does that with our corporate credit card. We go in and make a partial payment to the check on the behalf of the consumer.
yeah, I don't see any problems with your payment system and customers paying their tabs on your system. I just think that this system of the discounts could be made more compliant or clearer to the customers of what's going on. And I think that there are many retailers who don't take coupons or offer discounts and wouldn't like the thought that customers think they're using a coupon at their restaurant. This is all unbeknownst to them.
I would disagree. I would say that in the language that we have with our clients and the contracts that they sign, we let them know that we will do things to drive consumer usage of our product. So
It's consumer usage of the product, but I didn't see anything in the contract that said Tabbed Out is going to pay for a portion of the client's drink and let them think that it's a discounted product. The notion of alcohol beverage control is that the retailer is the one in control of the sales, and you're taking some control away by, number one, not disclosing to them that you're paying for this, and number two, that you are making this offer to the clients, to the customers, without their knowledge.
Is it in the contract with the retailer, though? Because this is only for retailers who have signed up with Tabbed Out.
Correct, only for retailers who've signed up. No, it would have to be for somebody. It wouldn't work at a place that wasn't signed
Well,
up
I guess
with
what
you.
they're saying is you're opting into allowing these discounts to happen.
Exactly.
I didn't see in the contract, though, anywhere where it said
Contract
that
with the retailers?
clearly.
I mean, I'm sure you're willing to.
Yeah, I'm happy to
to put
provide
in
that,
additional
but I can put in any additional language. In bold.
We're here to get your input before we do anything to make sure that we have everything that you want in the disclosures.
Well, yeah, but you're saying you'll do this or you'll do that. You know, it's still not something that I've seen on paper that you're asking us to say yes to. It's a declaratory ruling on a specific set of facts.
The specific set of facts today, as it stands, is I think that we're making it pretty clear to the consumer in the language that when they're looking at what's available there at certain locations. So I would argue that it is very clear that Tabbed Out is funding those offers, and it's not funded by the retailer or for the merchant.
Right, but she's saying the retailer, how does the retailer know that you're funding these offers? It's in the contract.
When they sign their contract.
Well, I have less of a problem with the retailer, because if they're entering into a contract with you, then they're aware of what you're doing.
Council, what are some of the other issues?
Well, at the last board meeting, you gave the appearance when I asked you about the Texas Alcohol Beverage Control Board that they had given you an opinion of council letter saying that this complied with Texas law, and that's not in fact what it was. It was a letter from a private attorney in Texas who gave you their private opinion that this was compliant. So I didn't appreciate that.
I apologize, it was not Ben.
It was not me
Actually,
you're speaking with.
Ben has replaced the person who was here last time.
Yeah.
But he hasn't.
And I thought that analysis was really not applicable to New York because it didn't talk about anything that was indirect, because New York has a prohibition on indirect gifts and services from manufacturers to retailers, and it only talked about it directly. So I really didn't think that was helpful.
Apologize.
All right, so what other issues do you have, if any?
I don't have any issues with the banner ads. I don't think that it is a violation of 117A of the unlimited drinks. The only legal issues that I had with it were the discounts, and I don't think that it's made clear to the retailer or the public, and I don't see any specific fact pattern or documents before the board that I think clearly disclose to the retailer and the public what's going on, and the board members can't rule on some hypothetical. The declaratory ruling is all on a specific set of facts. So if they'd like to make another submission with something else for you to review, but the members can't rule on hypotheticals.
I agree. I think we're getting close, but I think maybe send it back to a revision of all the issues that were laid out today. And
I mean, if you, in my view is, and correct me if I'm wrong, if you do make it more clear to both parties, I don't really have a problem with the model itself, as long as everybody's aware of exactly what's happening. And I think you can do that on the documents.
Right, and as long as it's not being commissioned, like you said, I mean, Bacardi can't commission you to say, find out, right? It's after the fact, and there's no pre-contractual relationship. What happens if you enter, month one, you do the rum study, month two, you sell this to Bacardi, and Bacardi wants more stuff in month three? What happens then?
It's typically by market that they're looking at. So if we don't need any data on Bacardi and call it Los Angeles, then we don't need to run anything.
But
So then it is run by the manufacturer.
Yeah, because that's what I'm concerned, is that initially, when you're a startup, you're going to have to come up with the data to sell to the company.
Correct.
Companies come back and say, oh, we love what you're doing, and then thereafter, they're going to ask you to run specific data searches, I would think. That's how you would generate more revenue, right? And,
Correct.
And that's the problem we start getting into, and the manufacturer's now directing what kind of alcohol promotions or sales should occur.
Isn't the drink promotions are just one of the many tools? You
Correct.
don't
So,
even
and I think
always
that's a
use
big,
the drink
that's, and I
I think
so-
the drink promotions are
because
our
there's
issue,
nothing-
though.
Because there's nothing wrong for Bacardi to hire them to say, go tell us data and run something, right? As long as it doesn't have to do with the drink promotions, right?
There are many other apps that sell
Right,
their
so
data
it's
to
not that we're
manufacturers.
prohibiting you from being commissioned by Bacardi or any, I'm just using them as an example, but anybody to go and provide a consulting service or data service. I think it's the tie-in with the marketing promotions that you would do, which would indirectly be, from our regulatory purposes, an illegal gift or service to the manufacturer. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So if
Well,
you can just
The
work around that.
loyalty programs that we tend to see through the third-party apps aren't brand-specific like yours are. A lot of them have for any product. You've made 25 purchases through this app, we're giving you $10 towards your next purchase on whatever it might be. Yours is the first time we've seen a brand-specific, and you are completely funded by manufacturers. So that's
We're
what
not
the issue.
completely funded.
No, but at that time in the future, when
I wouldn't say funded, I would say all the revenue is from
Do
manufacturers.
you know what I mean? Or
Well,
Or the
also
majority of
retailers.
it.
Also from retailers.
The retailers
Retailers,
who buy,
right.
who buy the program.
But those specific research projects that a manufacturer may commission you for, all of that money at that time is from a manufacturer. I think that's kind of what we're getting at. So does that all make sense to you? Well, you should clarify now so that you can get the next declaratory ruling with all of this in there, and we can rule on it. And you can continue speaking with counsel and.
Yeah, I would say just on top of that, it's not just from manufacturers. I mean, we make money from Citibank, we make money from
Sure.
anything that wants to influence.
PayPal and other.
Yeah,
We
it's
get it.
just
There's-
that we're concerned with the manufacturers
all-
because of the
yeah.
Right,
ABCO.
and when the manufacturers hire you, though, they give you complete discretion about how they're going to collect the data. So they may or may not use the
Right.
discounts, they may use other
Yeah, right.
techniques, and the
So
manufacturers
that's
never
important.
really know.
That's important to point out to us, that the manufacturers have no control over how they're doing it.
They
So
don't
when
know.
you're presenting this, point that out.
That's in the agreement that we have with
Okay.
our, with
No,
our
that's
manufacturers
important, and the
today, it's
discounts. Because
clearly-
even if they're
clearly-
not involved, it's still an indirect.
In the manufacturer's contract, it is. It's just still, I don't think that it's clear to the retailers that this is going on, and I don't think it's clear. I didn't know what that brand offer meant that you sent yesterday about to the consumers.
Yeah, we were just trying to do additional disclosure to the consumer.
Sure.
So you're looking for additional disclosure to the consumers and additional disclosure to the retailers.
And the discount,
Yes.
right,
Yes.
programs.
About the discount.
Right.
Yes. There a third
Yes.
issue, or is it just those two?
Those two issues.
Okay. So we will present additional disclosure moving forward.
Okay.
Sure. And we'll get you on as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll carry this over without date.
Yeah, without date.
Yeah, that's fine. It works. 2755, Alchemy TX.
Good afternoon again. John Springer for the applicant. There was a hearing on a disapproval on a church issue. I submitted a controversion. It's really, the pictures speak 1,000 words here. I think the statute was misapplied in how the measurement was taken to extend it to a driveway parking gate. The statute doesn't talk about driveways and parking lots. It talks about stairs and walkways.
We're going to take a short break.
We'll get right back.
Before we, what can we
sorry.
do? Harry, what do we do with it? Oh,
Excuse me.
I guess we're not ready yet. Are we ready there? No.
You ready?
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Sender found a nondescript door on the side of the building, opposite the side where the restaurant would be. There's a convent in between the two of them. It's to the door is well back, it's way back in the parking lot. It's well over 200 feet. That's not in dispute. People.
So your dispute is about where we measured from?
Yes, and the picture, which is in evidence, where the Mr. Sender identified that the setback rule, he interpreted it to mean there. The statute talks about stairways and walkways and public thoroughfares. The first thing I would note is that this door isn't even facing that thoroughfare behind the church. It's facing 39th Avenue. Also, this is an active driveway. A driveway is a public thoroughfare under state law. That's why you can get a DWI in a parking lot with more than 5 cars, because it is a public thoroughfare. There's no practical reason to go to this location. You can't see the restaurant from that door. As I said, it's a handicapped entrance. People are dropped off right in front of the door.
Mr. Springer,
arguing
you just kind of
against-
hurt yourself there.
Yeah.
If the driveway is considered a public thoroughfare, that's what that's talking about. We're saying it's a driveway, it's not a walkway where people can walk in, right? It's only, it's where
It's
cars
not a-
go in.
It's not a walkway,
Right.
but as a driveway public thoroughfare.
But we don't want it to be a public thoroughfare. We're trying to help you here.
I understand that.
Who opens
But-
the gate?
But hear me out. If the public thoroughfare goes right to the door, then you measure right to the door.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Okay? I think it's an impractical construction. You have some discretion here. There was no objection from the community board or the church. And I think we didn't really get a lot of law from the ALJ, but I think that it would be an impractical interpretation of the statute.
And licensing is in agreement with Mr. Springer's interpretation.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So we'll send it back?
Return to licensing.
So I guess this is a reconsideration of a disapproval, and we're sending it back to licensing.
Statutory hearing, so the disapproval is rescinded.
The disapproval is rescinded, and we're sending it back to licensing.
I agree.
Thank you.
Don't know if I agree with this next one.
Okay. 2754, City North Grill.
Again, John Springer for the applicant. Similar situation, different facts. Here the measurement's a little closer to what the statute calls for. We don't need to agree about the measurement, but I did talk at length about the grandfathering exception. I think this should have gone to the board originally when we filed it, because we had put a lot of information in the original application about the grandfathering exception. There is no dispute about the license history, the
Mr.
fact
Springer,
that.
just so you know, unless you request it to be a grandfather issue, if it's just the application, licensing has the discretion to act right then and there.
Okay, I understand that. In fact, in
There was no
hindsight,
request for a declaratory ruling about the grandfathering prior.
I didn't think we had a problem with the measurement. So, we didn't realize, we put the grandfathering in, but we thought we were okay with the measurement, and we still do, and we reserve those decisions. But I gave you a number of declaratory rulings. We mailed the application like a year and 5 days after the last license expired. The last tenant, which was a restaurant, there was no intervening use, was there for a period of time after the license expired. By the time the landlord got it out on the market, it was the holiday time.
How long did you say it was?
We mailed the application 1 year and 5 days after the last license had expired.
And when did they sign the lease?
They signed the lease February 1st.
And how long of that was it? How long was that after?
February 10th was 8 months, 9
Okay.
months.
All right.
And we had recently had a meeting with all the reps and the attorneys, and this came up, and licensing had indicated that.
Okay, go ahead.
So based on that, there have been other cases that have been older.
200 foot still apart,
That is
right?
true. There have been other
Again,
cases that have been
no
older.
community board opposition.
There have been other cases that have been considered grandfathered that have been longer lapses.
So it's an 8-month lap or a year and 5 months,
When they
5 days
signed a
lap?
lease, it's an 8-month lapse. So they signed a lease to go in, then they had to apply and all of that. So we have taken into consideration the date the lease was signed.
All right, so if I grandfather it in, then the 200-foot rule won't apply?
Correct.
Do you have thoughts? Okay with the grandfather?
No, there's cases out there that are longer than this, that are longer periods of grandfather.
Okay, so,
This will be again returned to license.
yeah, we'll return to licensing then. Disapproval rescinded, return to licensing.
I agree.
Thank you very much. Have a good holiday, everybody.
Like, there's stuff out there that's a year and a half, right?
2769, 575 Pub on Second. This is a removal.
Good afternoon, Ravi Sharma for the applicant. This is a removal proceeding to a location that has been continuously operated since 1985. I don't believe we erroneously went to a 500-foot rule hearing because we didn't, at the time, realize that it had been grandfathered, but subsequent, I confirmed with licensing that it in fact had been continuously operated.
Actually, we double-checked that, and you got, you're incorrect, as well as the person from our agency who told you it's not grandfathered. Can you
That's news.
tell them the period of time that it's not
Yeah,
grandfathered?
I just got to find my email. I did this back, I think, when the 500-foot hearing was there. We show there was a gap in licensure between December 21st, 2000 and January 3rd, 2002. That would be between, where are we?
The removal proceeding
Reef
from
Gallery Tavern.
Sugar Reef was in 2001.
2 years and 1 month.
The license, yeah, Sugar Reef removed on December 21st, 2000.
But was it,
And then the next
there was a fire,
applicant
right?
was Galaxy Tavern, and they filed their application on 10/5/2001.
Gallery Tavern.
Gallery Tavern.
Right, there was a fire at the location.
2001? So it's
But my
But then
understanding
the
was that it was
application
not a year
for-
and like 2 years, it was
Filed,
2 months, if that.
Yeah, you had it all in your email, Jen.
yeah, and now it's just blurry numbers for me right now.
Do you have any information about the fire and when the fire was?
I have some records. I don't have them with me.
We have records as to when the fire was. We believe it was in 2001, but
Do we have anyone from opposition here today? No? I guess the community board's not here today.
about the fire,
All this,
October 26th, what year?
Yeah, if we went to the application date, gallery was issued in January 2002. But I don't know about, is that why you figure Sugar Reef moved, because it was a fire?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
You said there was a fire in 2000.
I'm not sure if it was 2000 or 2001. You want to get it? Okay.
Anything in there?
The person I spoke with from licensing indicated that the removal was
And we
was
spoke to
approved.
him, he was incorrect.
Oh.
Yeah.
He was incorrect. He missed
Wish
something
I'd
that
known
he should have
that.
looked at.
But,
Yep.
I mean, I don't believe that this location has been anything other than a licensed premises from 1985. If there was a break, it was as a result of the fire, a removal and a new applicant.
Is it the
in
same
2000.
landlord
Is it
during the
same land? I
fire
don't-
that is now?
I do not know.
I can check.
I do not know. I'm sorry.
And your client plans on having karaoke and DJ?
No karaoke. Oh, yes. All of the DJ, karaoke, live music, the same exact method
Why
of
don't we let it
operation.
wait till he gets back, because I don't want to have these conversations with him not here.
I
Because
can
I,
tell you that the method of operation that's in the existing licensee
It's like the
is the
landlord
same.
different.
There's not a change of method of operation.
Same same landlord as the current licensee, but it's not the same landlord from the old license.
Why does that matter?
I don't know, council asked.
Oh.
Yeah.
Why does that matter?
It was if there was a fire and was it?
Oh. Should we recall it? Or where'd he go?
He's left to go to get this, he's at his phone, which is in the
All
back.
right, do you want to recall?
Want to
Yeah,
recall it?
let's just
That's fine.
recall it.
Okay. I'll give you
Keep
the
it going.
Okay. 2742, Danilo Jose Wine and Spirits.
Good afternoon. Vivian Tozaki on behalf of Danilo Jose Wine and Spirits. I believe there's opposition.
We have opposition here, please? No, I don't see anybody.
Oh,
Okay.
I thought there was. This is a very small store at 325 feet without a basement. All of the four closest stores, except one, are over half a mile away. And all of the stores show increasing gross sales. Aside from that, the store that is located the closest to my client, the first one, Palermo Liquors and Wines, Inc., that store actually has two high-rise buildings going up that are currently in construction and should be ready by 2016. Aside from this, my client's store is extremely unique, and I'd like him to tell you directly why it is unique.
Hey, my name is Danilo. I don't plan to carry any national brands, any recognizable brands, because I don't have the space to store it. I don't want to compete with any other liquor store, any other wine store, because, again, I don't have the space or the money to do it.
So what are you carrying?
I'm carrying a bunch of boutique wines that most people never heard about, but when they give it a try, it's better than the stuff that they know about.
Like what?
Like,
May I give you, we made a list.
Thank you. Let's see. I'm going to see if I can pick one out. Nope. He's right. I don't know any of these. So this is your entire list?
No, this is just what she asked me to make last night, but trust me, I have
But you only have, how big is your floor space?
the floor space is basically 300 square feet.
325. So I asked him what would make his store different, and then he gave me a very, broad answer. Well, I'm going to carry a unique line of products. So I asked him to make a list, and this is the list that he gave me. He has significant experience in this industry, working as a manager in stores, and so he understands. What were you telling me back there about Bacardi? Like how?
There's no. You mentioned Bacardi earlier, which is what this month is 175 case deal. It's $20,000. To invest in that, to try to compete with others, to match their prices, I can't. There's no way of doing it. There's better products out there. You find them, you sell them, you upsell. That's what I've been doing.
Your upsell, how?
Upsell just because, give you an example. Los Andes Gran Reserva Cab, right? It's the third one on the list. It's a wine that retails for $25. Once you try this wine, you'll look at another one that's more of a national brand like Marqués de Riscal, which is the same thing, same region, but this one tastes way better, and it's a smaller case deal opposed to buying 25 cases of one wine. So
I see. Interesting.
So in
I'm sorry, one question. So if I were to walk into your store, then you would have nothing that I could recognize? Like you wouldn't have Johnny Walker, or you wouldn't have...
Well, I would have to carry like the bare minimum of those things, but the price is not going to be reasonable. I'm not targeting that clientele because I can't.
And this is what you've been doing at BevMart?
No, in BevMart, that's a warehouse. That's completely the game plan of a warehouse. The game plan is I'm going to sell everything that you know, cheaper, easier, give you deals, and that way
Well, because you said that's what I've been doing.
Well, that's
So-
that's what I've been doing in local liquors, and in Bevmark, I have introduced some of these items, and I understand why they don't work in a big warehouse.
And you're going to be bulletproof and do this?
I have to start off as bulletproof, being that it's only going to be me.
Yeah, the idea is to transition out of Bulletproof, but this is his first store, so he wants to be careful. The only open store is Palermo, so in that way, they do have an advantage that they are open.
What, is E&J Liquor open?
E&J, which one is that? Is
The
that
le- the fifth closest.
1, 2, 3, 4? Do you know if they're open?
No, they were going through issues. They closed a couple times.
They closed a couple of times?
Yeah.
You don't know if they're open right now?
Last I heard, they was trying to sell because they just finished going through some tax issues.
Okay.
All right. Ready?
Yep.
All right. The four closest stores seem to have increasing sales. It's a 325 square foot space with a list of primarily unique items. What percentage of your liquor is going to be non-recognizable, as you say?
I wouldn't know off the top of my head a percentage, but I'm pretty sure none of it is recognizable.
Yeah, no, none of these are for me anyway, but I'm not. Anyway, so, I'll vote to approve. I think that, adding these kind of new products that are very unique will add a public convenience and advantage.
I'll vote to approve as well. You clearly have a unique business model in mind. It's a very, very small store, so I don't know that it's going to really affect the other stores in the area that much. And as Commissioner Kim pointed out, their sales seem to be all increasing. Even the worst one seems to be increasing a small amount. And you clearly have a great deal of experience in this industry as well, so I'll vote to approve.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you.
2741, Fiesta Liquors.
Do we have any opposition to this? Fiesta Liquors? No? Okay.
Good afternoon, Vivian Tozaki again on behalf of Fiesta Liquors. This, I would say, is unique in that the space is owned by a Greek organization, the Kaisian Brotherhood. It has about 600 members. He's not a member of this Greek organization, but they voted for it to be a liquor store because they don't find a lot of the Greek wines and spirits that they like in some of the other stores. Unlike the other stores, the closest stores, the Riverdale Liquor Store, J&B, and CA, those stores are all bulletproof. My client will not be bulletproof.
J&B is bulletproof?
Let me see, J&B. Yes.
Riverdale Liquors is bulletproof?
Yes. Oh, no, I'm sorry, Riverdale is not. The difference between Riverdale, I would make that difference because you actually have to cross the major Deegan Expressway to get to that store.
And what about 5203 Broadway?
5203 Broadway is bulletproof. It's across the expressway. So, you have
So
to cross.
on your side of the expressway is what? Wines and liquors and...
That would be the J&B Wine and Liquors.
I'm sorry, J&B, and then what about Clara Reyes?
Clara Reyes is on Kingsbridge, and to
Is that
address...
on your side of the...
It is on our
Okay,
side
and what
of the...
about T&Y?
T&Y, is that, I believe that's Sedgwick Wines? Is that...
No, I don't know, it just says, it doesn't have a name. Maybe it's Sedgwick, but...
I think that's the Sedgwick, the 2640 feet away from his...
That's on your side of the Deegan?
Yes.
Okay.
On our side, though, we want to point out that, well, that's there's a new 20-unit building on 164 West Kingsbridge Road. This is all within the last year. There's a new 40-unit building at 215 West Kingsbridge Road. That's coming up in 2016. There's a new 52-unit building on 3507 4th Independence Street, and a new 52-unit building on 221 West Kingsbridge Road.
Mr. Tavares, were you before us for another liquor application before? No?
Not for application.
Not for liquor, right?
You recognize him, Tim?
No, 1 for 2. All right.
So you're going to carry Greek products? Is that the plan?
All Greek?
Not all
What
Greek.
percentage?
He's going to, if you'd
They're
like to.
gonna give me,
What percentage?
well, they're gonna give me a big list because they are a big group. They are a club. They hang out right there.
Or is that part of your lease, that you have to carry what they
No,
ask
no,
you
no.
to
But,
carry?
but I'm saying, if I already have the customer, why
No,
not
I
have the
understand.
product?
No, I understand. And you're saying J&B doesn't carry these Greek?
No, they not around the whole neighborhood. They don't carry those,
Alright.
none of those. They have to go all the way to Queens to get it.
And you're going to be open?
Yes.
Open floor plan?
Yes.
And you currently run a Mexican restaurant?
Yes.
And we, in the deficiency letter, we addressed that and submitted information for a manager that he's going to hire, a complete personal questionnaire done for the manager.
How big is your floor, the selling space?
858 feet,
Square feet?
square feet, sorry.
All right, ready?
Yep.
All right, so the closest store appears to have rising sales. It's a Bulletproof store. It's the only one within half a mile on the same side of the Major Deegan. Mr. Tavares has had a license, an OP with no adverse history for the past 3 years, and also is going to offer a product that's not readily available at the closest store in Greek wine and liquor products. So I'll vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well. I also want to point out that it's an open floor plan, and we obviously like open floor plans as opposed to the surrounding stores, the majority of which are Bulletproof stores. So I think that there is a public convenience and advantage based on that fact, as well as the Greek liquor that he's going to supply, and his history as a restaurant owner and a licensee indicates that he'll be a good operator in this instance as well. So I approve.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you so much.
Okay, recalling 2769, 575 Pub on Second.
According to the landlord, my client looked up the email from the landlord. It's been the same landlord since before 1985, according to my client, and that the fire was on April 1st of 2000. According to the
I'm sorry, we show a fire at the location Sugar Reef moved to, the 99 Second Avenue.
No, there was a fire at 93, and and our understanding is that they didn't surrender their license. They continued to cater out of that location, and then they removed to 99 Second Avenue, and that removal was approved on January 3rd of 2001. But the license to Gallery Tavern LLC, which was it started in, I think, January 3rd, 2001. So didn't look like
Gallery
there's.
was issued in January 2002.
Gallery was issued in January 2002. So that's the. You know what?
It was approved in October 2001, but the license wasn't issued till January 2002.
It was approved but wasn't issued.
Yeah.
The gap is what, a year?
A little less.
Yeah.
So
If it was a fire.
it was approved but it wasn't issued because they probably weren't ready to open with the construction. So now we have.
Right,
I guess
that's
there's a
that
gap.
just means for the 500.
It's just for the 500 foot, yeah.
All right. I mean, I would grandfather it in for the 500-foot purposes.
Was that what we're voting on?
You have to, well, whether or not you consider this as a 500-foot matter makes a difference.
No, I know.
So, yeah, you have to decide
First, we have to
whether or
just
not it's
decide, and then we have to vote on whether
Okay.
we're going to approve it or not.
All right, I'll vote to grandfather it in.
Thank you. In that case, I don't believe there's been any showing of good cause to deny the removal in this case.
Well, there's still
That
community
is where
board
we may
opposition.
disagree with you.
Well, perhaps.
Let's talk about Super Dive.
Sure.
Why are you laughing?
Well, it's just,
It's like this.
I'm just curious.
Something that will never die, apparently.
Well, once it's, there's a lot, when stuff ends up on black and white, it rarely dies.
I'm happy to discuss Super Dive.
And there's a lot here to talk about. So what happened there?
I was brought in by the landlord and the
Go ahead.
operator at the time.
To the mic, please.
And he had gotten a license. I was operating across the street at 211 Avenue A. They had gotten a license to have a bookstore and a bar there. It didn't succeed. At the time, I called the authority and asked them how I proceed to change the name and the method of operation. I went ahead and did that. At that time, no one was required to notify the community board. That did not sit well with Community Board 3 whatsoever.
But you got, that all may be true, but you have significant violations there from us.
Not.
When there was, I think there was.
What year did you end up owning it?
2009.
So.
2009.
So in
No, I never owned it. I was an officer.
All right, but so unauthorized alteration in 2009.
I was an officer.
Unlicensed cabaret, 2012.
Yeah, that was.
Disorderly premises, controlled substance, failure to supervise, 2014. Disorderly, I can go on and on here, but that.
It doesn't have nothing to do with Super Dive, and I'm not sure what you're referring to. If you're referring to the record of 93.
Oh, that's the art. I'm sorry, that's the bar that's trying to move. Okay,
Well, that's
I'm
the
getting
bar-
your.
That's the bar, that's the present licensee. and
Right,
location.
yeah, no, I'm getting your history mixed up, because
But
there
it's
is a
still the
lot of
same
it.
history,
Yeah,
right?
it's his history, though.
It's his history.
I
Hold on a second.
voluntarily closed.
Mr. Manarelli operates at 29 Second Avenue. There's no issues there whatsoever. It was a renewed.
Well, that's irrelevant to us, because there's issues everywhere else.
No, there's no issues at his other location at 575, which is the applicant that's trying to remove.
That's-
There's been no issues at
That
211.
there was an issue, but it's minor. I'll give you that.
So the only issues as to prior history that are involved in this scenario is the current licensee of the space that we're seeking to remove to, which is.
No, that's not, because he has been an operator. His operating history is the most relevant thing I can think of. This is why the community board doesn't want him to move.
His current operating history for the last 5-6 years
since
is
he's been in the
exemplary.
bar
Is
business.
exemplary.
That doesn't matter to me. The history prior to that is not. Were you involved in Butterfly?
I was, yes. Not when it was open. I surrendered that license.
When?
I surrendered in 2013, I believe.
So you were involved in 2000
Never operated Butterfly when it was open.
I did a corporate change where the license was in safekeeping.
Am I misunderstanding this here, or are you reading the same thing I am?
There was Butterfly was never operated by Mr. Manarelli. He became involved in the company when the license was in safekeeping, and before that location ever reopened, he surrendered the license. So there's nothing there for Mr. Manarelli whatsoever.
It was issued a long time ago. He didn't come on board until 2012.
Okay.
So then this doesn't apply to him.
No, it just applied, well, he's the licensee after that, but that's.
And
it should have been
any
put in
issue
there.
with 575 Pub also.
But is the other history correct?
So is it Esan Corporation?
What?
Wysan.
Wysan
Wysan?
Corporation from 2011 to 2013. See, the examiner normally will put that was the date that he.
Wysan wasn't owned by.
No, these are all not him.
Yeah.
No, but he
Was that
had the
you or no?
license.
When did you have
That
that
should have been
license?
made clear.
I took it in 2000.
Which license are you talking about?
Red Rooster 29.
Wysan.
I apologize to you. The information I have, you were not involved in the
wanna clarify.
location.
So
But we need to clarify this.
Wysan was a predecessor to Red Rooster 29, which started in 2011, which is the current licensee at 29
Yeah, but the
Second
history
Avenue.
we have is 2006.
Yeah, so normally that would tell you that he didn't come in and.
So he didn't come into this either, so that's not
Examiner
it.
missed putting that in.
So the only thing is the improper notification at 575.
And then Super Dive.
Super Dive, which is the sale to minor and unauthorized alteration, right?
And you were in Super Dive from 2009 to 2011?
Until the point was until the surrender, I was on the license because I had actually applied to be an officer. When the quote unquote hit the fan, I basically removed myself from the situation but I couldn't get the other principal to sign the corporate change application.
Okay, and then 93 Art LLC, when were you in there?
93 RLC was approved on September 29th of this year.
The Examiner, and I don't
So nothing that happened in 93 Art has anything to do with my client. He's
Why
been
are
added
these
on
in
as a
here, then?
60%.
Because he
follows the
owned, he was the licensee of these. What normally would happen is where you see that date, 10/1/11.
But you'd have his adverse history, then the location's adverse history, correct?
No, we would say that but we would tell you that he wasn't put on the license until after these violations. So those dates are when he came on the license,
Right.
10/1/11. The violations are in 2006, but you wouldn't know that. by
Would have
this.
been
It should
explained
say,
better.
Mr. Manarelli came into the license location in 2011.
Okay.
So you weren't
It wasn't
involved
worded well.
at all with 93 Art until 2015?
Just
basically a
2 months
month
ago, or a month
So
ago.
you weren't involved at all before that?
Not at all.
So.
Did you point this out to the community board? Like,
Yes, many times. I mean, we actually went to the community board. We spent a couple of hours at the community board, and we spent at least 2 or 3, perhaps 4 hours at the 500-foot rule hearing. This has all been pointed out. Mr. Manarelli's, are you talking about his interest in 93 Art? Is that what
no,
you're
no,
asking
I'm
about?
just
Oh.
saying that they think that
If you read the actual letter from the community board, what they continue, and this is why Mr. Manarelli was, I guess, bemused to hear about Superdive. This, quite a long time ago, a very short period of time, became an officer of that company. It had issues, and the community board had the biggest issue because when he effected a duly effected method of operation, at that time, you weren't required to notify the community board of a change of method of operation. So he didn't. He did everything the liquor authority required. The community board's never really been happy about the fact that he didn't come to them and ask them about the change of method of operation, which is to remove the bookstore aspect of this otherwise licensed premises.
Yeah, but
in the
they seem to be
meantime-
under the same belief
yeah.
I am, that he was there when all this went on.
No, but in the meantime, he's operated 211 Avenue A without incident. He's operated 29 Second Avenue without incident. He's
How come
operated
Red Rooster is
575
on?
Second Avenue without incident. And it goes back years and years. So it is unfortunate that Superdive keeps coming up. And I think, the current, what he's been doing for years and years as operating very tight, trouble-free premises speaks to his ability to do that.
All right, and you're trying to move,
He's going to move his business from 575 Second Avenue to the cellar of 93 Second Avenue. The 93 Second Avenue is 2 licensed floors. One is the
and that's the
What is-
575 pub.
575 Pub Inc. is the applicant here seeking the removal to 93 Second Avenue.
That's a new location for you.
93 Second Avenue will be a new location for 575 Pub.
No, I mean, you're not involved in what was there before.
Well,
Okay.
But
Other than he is now a 60% owner of the current licensee, and as of October of this year, just 2 months ago.
Right,
a month
okay.
ago.
And that was so you could move.
Both, I mean, to move and, so he could move, one way or another. But he wants to move 575 into the cellar license portion of the 2-floor license premises at 93 Avenue A.
why do they claim that you made misrepresentations regarding the past liquor license application for the Cock located at 198 Avenue A?
We don't know why they
Which was
say
originally
that. They
represented
just
to be a
say that, but they
restaurant.
don't back it up. That I could read.
Well, they're saying that Superdive was originally supposed to be a bookstore, both of which closed.
Which is true,
Well, yep, that's
Which is true, but he wasn't there.
But he wasn't there.
When he effected the method
But
of
the Cocky
changing.
was there, right?
Right. When he effected the change of method of operation and didn't notify the community board, they feel that was a misrepresentation because they weren't notified that the bookstore aspect wasn't.
Well, I have to correct you a little bit on that. No, he wasn't required to notify the community board, but is a rule, and it was a rule then, to notify us of the change.
But you were notified.
Of the change of method of operation?
Yes, because at that time, the method of change of method of operation, I believe, was contained in the endorsement application. That was the only place you could do it. There was no change of method of operation form, but in the endorsement application for a name change and other things, you could check off what your method of
The only thing we
operation
approved
was.
for that endorsement, we've had this conversation. The only thing I don't disagree that there was a lot going on, but and there wasn't a method of operation change request application at that time. So I think he believed he was doing the right thing, but the only thing the approval letter said was that the name, the trade name to Super Dive was approved. It never said that they approved the
But
change
the,
of method of
but
operation.
his,
And in fairness, you know, when there was subsequent to me doing that, there was a renewal, which I then, when I filled out the renewal, I filled out exactly the method of operation that it was at the
And
point.
that wasn't being
That was
looked
the
at
only
at the
thing that
time
was
by the staff.
availed to me to do that.
And then the 16311 call complaints for last past year?
yeah, at,
Where?
It says
That's
where,
probably at 93.
that's,
That's not
what location?
It's
is that?
basically, I'm, right now, today, I'm involved in 3 licenses on Second Avenue. 93, which is the one I just got approved for on September 29th, is the one prior to me taking over, had those 311 calls. The other 2 locations, 29 and 575, none.
so, and this live music component is obviously an integral part of your business?
To be honest, I'm availing myself to that opportunity, but I'm not committed to it, quite frankly, because I'm not sure it's gonna work for me.
That is what is there now.
Right, but they seem to be very much against that too.
Well, it's interesting that they're against that because part of their submission shows their 2010 stipulation with the current licensee 93 Art LLC, which allows for the music.
But then they've had problems subsequently with the current 93.
But they also approved without any objection their 93 Arts most recent renewal, which was just like 3 months ago. It's very incongruous in terms
But
of
that
their
was because
issues.
he was added on, right? And he
No,
probably,
they approved 93 Arts renewal, the renewal of.
And then he
And then he wants to come in, and they're like, no, you can't do that. It really isn't about what's going on at these premises. It's really about Mr. Manarelli, and that's what it is. They say he makes misrepresentations. They don't really back them up with facts. And then.
Well, it appears that part of their confusion may be that he's got himself involved after the fact, maybe, but he's got himself involved with some bars that had really bad histories.
I mean, that's where the opportunity.
No, I get it. I understand what you're doing, but I mean, that's what they're associating him with, which is what I did.
So is that your business model in general? You go,
Honestly, since, you know, at the Super Dive was the first time I did it, or I got involved, I didn't take an ownership interest, but Butterfly is the first time I actually did a corporate change, and then I did a method of operation change, because they wouldn't allow music on the ground floor. And subsequently, the building was sold, and the new landlord purchased the lease, and I surrendered the license. And then, quite frankly, because of the real estate market, for me, quite frankly, the only way sometimes to get involved in something is to buy someone's mistakes. I'll be honest about it. There's not that many opportunities.
so who owns the other 40% of your 93 Art?
The
The current
existing,
license?
well, I have a pending corporate change for the remaining 40%
To you?
to me.
Right, that's pending currently.
That's pending now.
Pending
Before
in front of us?
before the authority, yeah. It's not ready for your decision or at this point, but.
Yeah, no, because I mean, you know, I was trying to
And he's
address.
the managing member as a 60%
Sure, I
member. He's
understand,
taken
but-
over the
But the
operation.
other existing folks who've had a terrible history, especially recently, that's partly who the community board is objecting to, and I'm just trying to go down each point by point that the community board is objecting to, and I think we've clarified a lot of why there may have been some confusion about you personally and your history with
They're not,
other
quite frankly,
businesses.
interested in anything I have to say to them.
No, I understand, so that's what we're here for, to clarify that.
Any language, they wouldn't listen.
Right, so I think we've clarified a lot of that. I think there remaining concerns, this live music venue and the fact that this existing licensee is still part of the new business. And so I would consider approving based on the condition that the 40% does get transferred over to you.
Yeah.
Well, let me just,
not-
and then,
I just
and
wanna-
no,
I
and
just
no
don't-
live music. And that's, I would consider that.
Commissioner Kim.
Yes.
Because you have agreed that this item is grandfathered, respectfully, I'm not sure that.
No, but
the idea-
that's what we'll disagree
Okay.
on that, because even if we've already had cases before where we've said even if it's not a 500-foot interest, we still get to take into consideration public, for good cause,
Good
actually.
cause,
Yeah.
right.
So for good cause, to me, includes the impact on the community. So I don't give it as much weight as it would be in a 500-foot hearing, but I still do consider it as one of the myriad factors in considering good cause.
Can I tell you
And the
why
good cause is your current licensee, that is good cause, because they have a terrible history. Even if he's the managing member, they still own 40%, and I don't think they should be rewarded or continue to be rewarded with the privilege of a license after their particular history.
We're taking those four existing persons, before he takes over the entire, operation, but even if he wasn't, their 93 Art is on the way, is leaving to make room for 575. You're not rewarding them by getting rid of them on the cellar floor. You're allowing 575 Pub on Second Avenue.
Yeah, you
to move.
misunderstood. They don't own any 575.
The 93 Art LLC where you're...
Hold on, let him speak. I got to hear what
Oh,
he's
then I
saying.
misunderstood. Go ahead.
93 Art LLC, you have 60%. Correct. And they have 40%. And so what's happening with 93 Art LLC?
Filed
For 40%, yes. So you get 100%.
funded it already.
Right, and then so you're saying,
That will, I also have a pending alt application to reduce the size of 93R LLC from it's a two-floor establishment. So I've asked to make.
No, go ahead.
I want to know what the question is.
There's it's called a basement and a
Going
cellar.
from a completely.
The cellar, I've applied for 93R to reduce in size to half the size. So it would just take the basement. 575 would then move into the cellar. It'd be two separate entities, two separate operations, both 100% owned by me. The issue with the live music was, the main issue was not noise, was the fact that they didn't like the fact that the bands were loading onto the sidewalk, causing congestion at certain hours of the night. When I went before the community board, I said to them, since that's an issue, then we'll make sure that we won't have music past a certain hour, and we'll make sure that there's someone to make sure that loading is done in an expeditious fashion, with a person from the bar to make sure it doesn't impinge on anybody's movement of the sidewalk or the traffic of that nature. They refused that flat out.
so what we're talking about today is you're moving from 575 Second Avenue to just the first floor of 93?
Just
the
lower
cellar,
floor,
I'm sorry, just the cellar.
Yes.
So, okay, but it's a two-story currently licensed premise, right? And then the basement will be
The basement will be
93 Art.
LLC. This is technically the way it's called because it's 3 steps down off the street, so that's the basement, and then beneath that
So,
is the cellar.
so we're asking them to come in and split that license
Yeah,
up.
don't we have to split that license first?
Well, no,
it's not a
I've asked,
split.
I have
There's
a
a-
pending alt.
Let me ask you a question, though. And the 93 Art, you've changed, you've taken out the other partners, the other people who owned it, now you're going to be the sole owner.
Correct.
You filed an endorsement to change the trade name to the Cock,
That's correct.
and you're filing an alteration to remove the second floor. Are you still going to be a restaurant?
It was never a restaurant.
It is a restaurant. It's what it's listed.
It's a restaurant, the cellar, certificate of occupancy?
Yeah. Well, but that's
No,
what the
no.
method of operation that
Method of
they
operation
advised,
is-
this community board and the liquor authority, that it would be a restaurant. So you can't change the method of operation that's
On
approved.
93 Art?
Yeah,
I'm totally not aware of that.
yeah.
But
So
you
if
own
this is gonna be
you own
other
60% of it.
It's
Yeah,
not
but it
been
was
a restaurant
licensed before he got it.
Yeah.
The application came in.
When I did the
Wouldn't you
FOIL,
buy
I
it knowing what you
I didn't
buy?
get that.
No, well, they haven't been a restaurant, but he didn't do the application, so he didn't know they applied as a restaurant.
2001. I mean, that location has been known as Lit Lounge since it was Sugar Reef, and I don't believe Lit Lounge since 2000 has ever been a restaurant.
Lit Lounge is
Sugar
the
Reef
DB
was the
Lit
restaurant
Lounge
before.
is the DBA of
Of-
the additional bar.
93 Art.
Yeah, I don't know what the other one
Right.
was.
I mean, it's a music venue downstairs, and it's strictly bar
The
upstairs. I
500-foot hearing report.
don't know.
I mean, the actual.
There's no kitchen in the diagrams that were
The legal
submitted.
plans and the certificate of occupancy show a stage in the basement.
In the community board, it says March 2010, they had a transfer to a tavern with background music and occasional
Right.
live music.
That's the stipulation in 2010 that I was referring that the community board approved for live music in the basement. And
So maybe they changed it from a restaurant to a
Not that I can
tavern and
see,
live
but it's
music.
possible. There's a stipulation.
All right, I don't know. I mean, so they're trying to split the two, and So don't we have to rule on that before we can say somebody can move into a space that has an existing license?
No. No, because we would be subject to the approval of the alteration, removing that space.
So we can do this without waiting for that?
Yeah. We wouldn't issue the license until the spaces were divided appropriately with via the alteration.
Right, and in fact, it's going to be very easy because these two spaces aren't actually, there's no contiguous, they don't even have a stairwell between them, they just share a common exit. So there doesn't even need to be a wall put up. I mean,
They have a common exit, which means they share a common stairwell, no?
it leads out into a common area of the whole building. They both lead out into a common area of the whole building and then go out. But you get into downstairs through that common area, you get into the upstairs restaurant through its front door. So they really are separate locations, just currently held by one licensee right now.
So I guess it kind of goes back to what I was saying, no live music and contingent on 40% transfer over to him, and I'd be okay with it.
Well, I guess my point in regard to the live music issue is that it's, I don't think the objections of the community as to the live music they're just, it's interesting that they entered into a stipulation to allow for the live music in 2010. Then they approved the renewal of the live music just a couple of months ago, yet they now only disapprove of the continuation potentially of live music by Mr. Manarelli because, frankly, it's Mr.
They
Manarelli.
continue the renewal, you're saying?
Yes, they approved the renewal of 93 Art, which was just in August, which includes the music. They're not jumping up and down going, we don't want music, except when Mr. Manarelli comes and asks.
I think they were thinking of it as a tavern with background music and occasional live music, and probably whoever, the current licensees abused that and made it into more of a concert hall.
That's what they're saying in their opposition, but what I'm saying is that that's nothing new. That hasn't happened in the last couple of months. This place has been a music venue for years, and yet 3 months ago, they're approving the renewal of the license for this music venue. It's not like if they had a problem with it, they should have started telling the authority that they had a problem with it long ago in violation of their 2010 stipulation and not approving renewals. It's only when Mr. Manarelli has come asking, they're going, oh, no music. It doesn't make any sense, that's what I'm saying.
The original method of operation said there would be recorded music.
Yeah, that's kind of the way I'm going, so I don't know about you.
Yeah, the STIPs didn't say anything. The STIPs.
Other than to keep the noise down.
So
Yeah,
what about
have security
karaoke? He's got
remain.
karaoke, he's got jukebox, he's got DJ.
We said, isn't there no dancing?
No dancing is what was said in the
No.
original.
So
They got all that.
yeah, it's hard to do karaoke without dancing.
Okay.
Are you having karaoke in rooms, private rooms, or just in the open bar?
Quite frankly, when the box is there to check, having learned my lesson before, I avail myself to everything. But programming-wise, once I'm on the ground, it's a different story.
I see what you're saying.
You know,
Okay.
I want to have the opportunity to try things.
Sure.
There's not separate. It's not separate rooms. It's not built that way. It's not a classic separate room, private room karaoke. It would be a
DJs, I
live
don't know.
karaoke
Do you think DJs
in the
will
whole
cause
room.
the same issues? I don't think they wanted DJs. They approved it with a tavern with background music and occasional live music. So no live music, no DJs, and he takes ownership 100%.
We're gonna have food at this place? There's gonna be some
There's
food?
always food available,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, I'll vote under those conditions.
Yeah, the DJs, that's part of the recorded music. I mean,
It's been a point of contention between the authority and.
Well, it's on the application as separate, and it's not. But what did you say, no DJs?
You were saying no live music, but now you're saying
Said
no
no
DJs
live
as well.
DJ, and then he pointed out he also asked for DJs. I think the live music was the big issue. So if you're okay with DJs, I'll be okay with DJs.
Okay. So no live music, has to go 100% to you.
Thank you.
And that's it, right?
Okay, that's it, right?
So we approve based on those stipulations. And well, just for the record, we did rule this is not a 500-foot case, so would have required good cause, and I misconstrued his previous history, which he does have some, but it's nowhere near as bad as the records we have would indicate.
All right, the 500 foot would have required public interest, right? Yeah.
Yes.
2763 Galaxy Bar and Grill.
Say again, Jackie?
2763 Galaxy.
Good afternoon, Jared Cooper, on behalf of the applicant, Galaxy Bar and Grill. I'm here with my client, Carmel Lagouzi.
So ALJ's opening for the district approval to be vacated.
Well, the ALJ didn't do what the ALJ was.
Can we go in the back and discuss it?
This decision by ALJ Dialto is not what she was directed by the ABCL or SLA protocols to do. A disapproval hearing, and ALJ is there to review the record that was presented to the members and see if there was a basis for the members' decision that was supported by the record, if there was a rational basis to support the members' decision. ALJ Dialto did not do that in this decision. ALJ Dialto, in this half-page decision, doesn't even cite to anything in the record and substituted her own judgment for the members and directed the members to grant a license. She did not rule on whether there was an appropriate basis for the decision the members made or not. So therefore, I suggest that this decision be sent back for a proper hearing.
Is it a hearing or is it a reconsideration of?
The licensee has the option of requesting reconsideration or requesting a disapproval hearing. Since they requested a disapproval hearing, they should have one, but they should have one where an ALJ actually reviews the record and determine if the board's decision was supported or not. This ALJ didn't do that.
The ALJ had the record, though. I mean,
She did have the record.
Right,
It was submitted in evidence.
We're not saying that, but the decision she wrote clearly does not even refer to the record. She clearly uses her own judgment here, at least within the decision. So I'm going to vote that we do send it back for at least findings consistent with what the law requires.
I agree.
And to be clear, you don't have to appear again for the hearing. The record is the record and can be reviewed by a different ALJ.
Oh, okay, so what do I do, just wait?
Yes.
So is this still in terms of exhausting my remedies? Do I have to wait for this decision to come back?
Your other alternative is to just ask the members for reconsideration rather than the disapproval hearing.
I want the disapproval hearing.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, you'll hear from us and you'll be able to receive a review. You'll have the decision prior to coming back here, okay?
Okay.
Sure, thank you.
$27.45 R&M Church Avenue Wine and Liquors.
Do we have opposition for this? Yes, would you please come up? We'll hear from the opposition, please.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Adam Robertson. I'm with Kings County Wines on 1205 Portelia Road.
Which county wines?
Kings.
Kings. Okay. Anything you want to say?
There are 4 stores within 0.7 miles of the proposed location, and I think the immediate neighborhood is adequately served by the 4 existing stores, including mine.
Okay, thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
Should I begin? My name is Rob Coleman. This is my partner, Mary. Just a quick little introduction to ourselves. My father and I are co-owners of the building 727 Church Avenue. I've lived next door at 729 Church Avenue since I was 3 years old. I've been there for 37 years. This is my neighborhood. This is my life. This building is a character in my life. And Mary has lived in this neighborhood now in Kensington for 5 years. She is very active in the community. She's part of the Ocean Parkway Beautification Corp. And she helps small businesses with accounting because she's been in accounting for 12 years now, including the new Windsor Terrace Co-op. To address the concerns about the liquor stores in the neighborhood, Kings County Wine...
I'm sorry to interrupt, but do you know if Jobby Wine and Liquor is open?
It is open. They didn't respond to the request.
Yeah,
to
so,
get
okay.
in.
I just wanted to check. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
That's fine. Thank you. So Kings County Wine is 0.7 miles away. It's a 30-minute walk round trip, over 1.5 miles. And of the closest one, too, is as you said, Jobby Wines. It's a bulletproof glass store. It sells airplane bottles. It sells pints. It sells...
How big is it approximately? Do you know?
It's probably about, I would say, 400 square feet at the most. At the most.
Is 89 Church Avenue bulletproof?
You know what? I'm not sure of that. I don't believe it is, but it's a store that sells basically name brand.
What about LA Haas? Do you know if LA Haas liquor store is bulletproof?
Which one is that, sir?
The,
Oh,
17?
I'm not certain of that, sir.
Okay, yeah, we'll just check. Okay, sorry, keep going, please.
But per Kings County Wine, they have 4 liquor stores that are closer to them than us, one of which is three blocks
Don't
away.
worry so much about the opposition, because he is further away. Focus
Okay,
on
fair enough. So
what
let's
you're
talk
going to be
about the ones
different to
on
the
it. Let's
closest.
talk about the ones that are
Yes.
close to us. Jobby Wine is, like I said, it's bulletproof glass. It's very small. Their closest one of any significance is what's called a juice box, which is Windsor Wine Group. But it's a 15-minute walk uphill over a footbridge going across a parkway. But if you look at the sales for both the stores that did respond back, Windsor Wine Group had over a 40% increase since 2011 in sales, and Church Avenue Liquors had a 12% increase since 2012. And with that said, just to go any further, we have a different the different brand and a different idea of what we want to do and what we want to sell. Basically, being from Brooklyn, growing up in this neighborhood my entire life, and Barry as well, being a person who grew up in Brooklyn her entire life, this is very important to us. And what we want to do is, and what we want to specialize in, is selling of New York State crafted wines and liquors. If you look at our contact sheet, and if you look at basically with the inventory that we have so far proposed, we've been to all these wineries, at least a good portion of them. We've spoken with them. And
So what percentage of your inventory will be New York wines?
I would love to have it be 100%, but as of now, we'd have it probably about 80%.
Would you commit to that?
I would commit to that.
80% New York wine and liquors?
I'd be very happy to.
Is your location a garage right now?
No, it's not. It's next door to a parking lot.
Have any questions? All right, I'm ready to vote. I think, we didn't get the numbers from the closest store. The second closest store, which is half a mile away, had increasing sales. The closest store represented by the applicant is at most 400 square feet. And then the other, there's another one, third closest store is only 300 square feet. And the fourth closest is only 650 square feet, but has 1.4 million in sales with an increase, it looks like, for this year as well. So with the provision that you're committing to an 80% inventory of New York State liquors and wines, I vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well. While we didn't get the closest stores numbers, as Commissioner Kim said, we did get the other stores' numbers, and it appears that their numbers have all gone up. And some of them have gone up significantly, and based on the commitment of 80% New York State products, I'll vote to approve as well. Plus, this store is not a significantly large store. It's 745 square feet, so I'll vote to approve as well.
Good luck.
Thank you.
2823, Cocktail Art.
We'll be back in a year.
Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Joseph Levy here, representing Cocktail Art LLC. I have with me Albert Trummer, one of the principals and what will be the managing principal.
Are
and
you here in
operator.
opposition? You want to come up first, please?
You'd like to hear the opposition first?
Yes, please.
My name is Juan Pagan. I'm the principal organizer for the residents on the Lower East Side. First off, I'd like to say that I did send an email requesting an adjournment for early February if possible. We need more time to present our case, and I'm referring to the people of the community, the residents, the families, and before we go forward. So can we have an adjournment so that we can have more time so that the people of the community can present their case?
No, it's our understanding that the community board had been notified back in May 2015. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct.
So 7 months isn't enough time?
Well, like I said, I'm the principal organizer in the neighborhood. Personally, I've been very ill. I'm fighting cancer. Not to provoke any,
But are you a
stuff
member of
here,
the
but
community
what I'm
board?
saying- No, I'm not from the community board.
Right,
No,
so
no,
what
no.
about the community board? What are they doing?
Well, the step that was failed was we didn't approach them first. That was our mistake as the people of the community. And what I'm saying is, if you can adjourn it just 1 month, just January, that's it. And we want to approach the members of CB3 so that this can be done in a fair manner. So
Well,
that-
and I understand your concerns, but I think, first of all, if this was a 500-foot law case, I probably would be granting the adjournment, but it's not. This is not, there are not three locations within 500 foot of this location. So while we certainly are interested in the public's input and we take it into account, it has less weight because there's not a saturation of bars in this neighborhood, or this street, I should say. And as Commissioner Kim pointed out, the community was notified in May. And to ask these individuals who are investing a significant amount of money to try to develop these businesses to wait almost a year, that was our problem before, is that we were making people wait a year. Well, now we don't, and we're not going to let the community do it as well. So I mean, you're here today. You can certainly express what your concerns are. I don't know that a month is going to change those concerns.
I see. Okay, well, then, in that case, if...
And as long as Commissioner Kim agrees with me.
Yes, I agree with you.
Okay, then I'll just do a presentation, and I'm referring to a partially typed presentation with some handwritten notes, so just bear with me, please. And there are two issues that I wish to address. One is the statute of exclusivity, and the other is issues within the community. I'll begin with the statute of exclusivity. The statute of exclusivity, your agency claims...
Can I ask what
that-
statute
yes.
you're referring to?
ABCL 64, small a, 7, small a, small I. Okay. So in this statute, your agency claims that the Eastside Tabernacle, a church, is not exclusively occupied as a place of worship, but on the contrary, the building is, in fact, used primarily as a place of worship. The official membership of this church, not including the many...
Sorry, you said primarily used as a church, so the legal standard, as you said, is exclusivity. It has to be solely used as a church.
Solely. But there's room for interpretation there based on your statute.
There is if it's solely used.
And
it's a luxury rental, so even if the ground floor is being used as a church, if the upstairs is...
That's precisely it. The ground floor is the church.
But the upstairs is not, and it has
is
to
a
be the
commercial
building.
apartment.
It has
That's
to be
right.
the building that you...
The entire building has to be the church for it to be the...
So they can be
for this to
apartments.
apply.
They can be apartments, but then they have to be used exclusively by the church and church members. So,
I see.
and there's a lot of case law with that, so we can move beyond that issue.
Okay, fine. All right.
And the guy we sent out there is extremely experienced, so he wouldn't make that obvious a mistake.
Okay, fine. The other is, well, the effects on the community. And I want to touch upon that because that's very important to the people that I've spoken with. And for example, the amendments, the statutes that you have, they actually undermine and they even defy the spirit of the law. That is to control and to minimize and to prevent the saturation of liquor establishments in an area within a neighborhood in order to help preserve the quality of life. So this is what I'm touching upon, the quality of life. I did submit to you a survey that we took. I believe you have it. And,
Yes.
Okay. Then it shows...
Why don't we focus on this particular business and tell us what your problem is with this particular business? Because it would appear, based on my studying of these papers as well as my knowledge of the neighborhood, that street is not saturated with bars, where this bar is looking to go.
When you say street, you just mean from 2nd Street to 3rd Street? Is
I
that
just
what you
mean within that block, a couple block area, within 500 feet.
Well, it's off Houston Street, then there's a public park across the street, and then there's another residence on that corner. I was born and raised in that neighborhood. I know it very, very well. The real issue here is, the big issue is that it's too close to the church. And
But under the law, unfortunately, we can't really use that because it's not.
It's under the law, and that's the whole problem, I think. The law does specifically state.
Well, they give me a lot of things I can do, but one thing I can't do is change the law.
I understand that. It's something we have to do with our legislators, well, you can't fight the law, can you? It's on the books, it's there. In any case, I just want to say thank you for your time. Thank you for allowing me this
Well,
few
do you
minutes.
have any specific issues with this particular business other than the church?
This is the reason why I asked for an adjournment, specifically because I have not had the time to do more research that I need to do.
All right, well, why don't you sit down and we'll listen to him, and then if you have something you want to add afterwards,
All right.
you'll be welcome to do that.
So, Mr. Levy, this history is all his, right? Unlike our previous case, we're dealing with Pete's Place, Downtown Dining LLC, Drinkland LLC, Trummer Bar LLC. Those are all your client's history.
Those are all places that he has worked or been involved with ownership.
Okay, because all of these are fairly recent, within the last 5-6 years, and he's been involved with them.
No, actually. So, well, some of the older ones, did you guys get a chance to look at my submission? I know it was submitted late, and I apologize for that. I had some computer issues, but I touched upon a arrest that's on the record, and I also got into some of the details of some of the other operations that I thought would be helpful for you to understand in context.
Yeah. That was the one you sent on the 16th?
Well, it was dated the 16th because today's meeting, but it was sent just recently.
Yeah, I have it.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we have it.
Okay, great. So as you see, there was that one arrest from 2010 that I did try to give you a bit of color on.
So aside from the arrest, what about all these other charges? Sale to minor, 18 and under, refilling contaminated bottles, refusal to appear and testify?
How far back does this go?
April 2010 at Pete's Place?
That's not you.
It's Robert.
Is that Robert
Excuse me. So
Pearl?
some of those places
it
that
is.
you mentioned were Robert Pearl, who's one of the other principals, who's
Yeah, but he's part of it too. He's involved in this
so
venture.
he's a principal here, not an operator. He's an investor. He's
here too.
He's
Okay,
here
I
as well,
see.
but that's the
But he's
Albert.
still involved, so I mean.
Sure, but it's not an operational issue.
Okay, but we're giving the license to the two of them, correct? We're giving it to the entity that's.
Giving the license to the entity, that's the two of them, Robert
Right,
Pearl's
so
an
he is,
investor, Albert's
so he is
operating.
standing to benefit from having this license,
Sure.
okay? And whether he's been involved operationally or not, I don't think it matters.
Well,
He
I
hasn't
think it's
achieved
significant
it.
because there are people who are investors in tons of places that actually aren't involved in the day-to-day operations. And
So
in
he's
this-
not involved at all at any of these locations?
You want to come in? Sure.
I'm Robert Pearl. I've been involved. I put the deals together. I don't run the businesses. Pete's Place was my first place. We opened it in about '97. We had about an 18-year or so run there. We did change the business with some new operating partners somewhere. It was originally a cigar bar, and when the mayor, Bloomberg, eliminated smoking, we had to change it. But the community loved us, our landlord loved us, and
What was this refusal to appear and testify charge?
actually the first time I've ever heard anything about this, and so I
It was-
don't know what it's about.
The details of it was enforcement requested information regarding an arrest of one of the principals, not him, and he did not provide any documentation.
There was an investor, someone was on the license.
Someone was on license. They didn't respond to the letter from enforcement. That's what it was.
Okay. All right.
And I do remember, I think, I remember the attorney, I thought that was put to bed a long time ago, but it was some weird thing that came up with somebody who was at one point, had a couple points on the deal.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, so can you, Mr. Levy, can you just describe for me what this place is going to look like? As far as operations and size and all of that?
Sure. This will be a higher-end cocktail bar and lounge. And the description I'm giving you is the exact description I gave to the community board 6 or so months ago. Albert, as you see in my submission, he's a pretty well-decorated individual in the mixology world. He's put out a cookbook. He runs a school for mixology. He's been involved with some of the top restaurants and top chefs in this city, in this country. Very well regarded, and he's not the type of operator who lines up a bunch of cheap whiskey drinks. He's the kind of guy who really takes this art seriously, hence the name Cocktail Art. I believe he was wearing a lab coat at one point. I don't know if you still do that. But it's really a very interesting approach to drink making. Again, these drinks will be on the higher pricing scale. They will take a long time to get because it really is an art and it is an experience. So this location will seek to attract a more mature crowd. This will not be a college spot. This will be a more intimate environment, ambient music. One of the things that we talked about at the community board was we had every intention of employing a sound limiter to ensure that the music will stay low. The idea here is to enjoy the experience and to be in this intimate environment. It's about 50 seats, about 10 seats at the bar. And again, Mr. Trummer has a long history in this mixology world, and he's been operating very successfully in Miami for the last 5 years since he's left New York City. He's looking to come back. This is a good opportunity. And again, with the history here, we presented in front of Community Board 3 in Manhattan to the Liquor License Subcommittee, not a 500-foot rule case, but regardless, we didn't ask for 4 a.m., we didn't ask for anything crazy. We came to a deal, we got stipulations, we signed them, we notarized them, and sent them back. We were then told a week later that the executive board, or the full community board, was going to be pulling our item to reconsider whether they still wanted to do the deal that they bargained for in good faith with us. At that point, they retraded down to midnight during the week, and we were not given an opportunity to speak, although we were present at the meeting.
Did anybody else speak?
Well, different
Public,
members.
I mean?
No, I believe they were all members of the community board that spoke. No? Public people? There was actually one neighbor that I do recall that spoke. Regardless, we've been very upfront about the fact that this is not going to be a restaurant. This is going to be a cocktail-focused venture, and closing at midnight during the week is something that would not even allow them to open their doors. 2 a.m. across the board is what we sought from the outset, and that truly is what we think we need. All the other concessions we were willing to make for the community board, the closing the doors early, the having someone at the door monitoring the outside, the sound limiter, the not participating in any of the bar crawls and things like that, every single one of those stipulations and concessions that we made with the original deal, we're still happy to honor. But going to midnight during the week is just something that won't even let this business get off the ground. And again, I know you guys have mentioned this, you're aware of it, but it's worth mentioning one more time that this is not a 500-foot rule case.
What, I see you went to this is a residential building, it's in the bottom of a residential building?
Correct.
And how many people in the building, how many people live in the building?
There are
Approximately.
There are 27 apartments, probably about 2.2 per apartment, I'd say.
It said in here there are 25 units?
27
25
apartments.
units?
27 total apartments, and I would say it's
27, 25.
So all these names here are people that support,
Those are 16 people. I have the original signatures if you'd like to see them.
that are in that building?
From that building.
How many units is that, those 16 people?
I put the apartment numbers there, so it's easy. It's about 12, I think.
That's, I didn't want to start calculating.
But they're all lower floors.
Which would be the people most impacted by this.
Thank you, thank you.
And, another point also worth mentioning is that, we indicated at the community board, and it stands true today, that as this is going to be a new construction project, there will be an opportunity to put in proper soundproofing, and we have every intention of doing that.
Okay.
It's done already. And I think there was an opposition comment about, how we could possibly prepare small plates. There's no kitchen. It's a total construction site, so.
So you agree to all the community board stipulations?
So, yeah, I know what you're going to ask.
Huh?
I know what you're going to ask.
What? No, so you're going to operate as a tavern, right?
Yes, sir.
It's a cocktail bar. Okay, let's hold the hours back. You're not going to commercially operate any outdoor areas, right? You're going to close the facade at 10? Is there a facade? Or is it a facade? Soundproofing, employee one security guard?
That was asked for by the board.
And you agree to it?
Yep.
Okay, you'll have ambient background music only, recorded music and DJs, right?
Mhm.
Will not have live music, promoted events, scheduled performances, okay. And not apply for, no happy hours, no pub crawls, no party buses, no waiting online. So the only issue was the hours?
That's correct.
And
What happened?
Yeah, so what did they say? They said
Well,
here.
there were
12
two issues brought up at the full board meeting that I have in my notes. One was people brought up the fact that this is a legitimate church and there should have been a 200-foot rule issue, which we further then investigated, got more information to the Liquor Authority, and Barry Sender went out to confirm that. And the other issue was one of the people who lived in the building said that she had a tenants association of the building and the tenants were vehemently opposed to this. And the landlord had no knowledge of a tenant association in his building, nor did the people who
Oh, you're
signed
the
up to
landlord of the building?
I am.
Correct.
For over 20 years.
Also disclosed in the application.
So your proposed hours, sorry again, or what?
2 a.m. 7 days a week.
Oh,
4
2
p.m.
a.m.,
to 2
7
a.m.
days a week.
Correct.
I see.
We did not ask for 4 a.m. We do not want 4 a.m.
So let me just hear from the community member that's here, and then we'll, you have anything else to add, sir? Yes. Okay, go ahead.
In fact, I just want to read from an opposition email that was received. And first of all, I want to say also that he is lying, the gentleman that was here. For example, the landlord was not listed as a principal at the community board. Also, I did submit to you petitions from the community, a total of 179 signatures.
Yeah, we received them.
You received, okay. So there was another petitions that were sent to you, and the signatures that were opposing the proposed club cocktail art, including the president of Barrier Free Living. I'm sorry, there's documentation on Mr. Trummer's illegal activities, fines from the New York City Fire Department, arrests for reckless endangerment.
We have that information.
You have that information.
Yes, yep.
Then I'd like you to please consider all these things.
We do.
And consider the fact that this is a residential neighborhood. The number of families that live there, the schools, the institutions that support.
So
families.
what's your major issue? The late hours or just the existence of the bar?
The existence of the bar.
At all,
sir.
okay.
At all, at all.
Got it.
Okay, sir, I thank you again for
Thank you.
your
Thank
time.
you. So is there any wiggle room on Sunday through Wednesday?
No. And if it was a 500-foot rule case, I would probably be entertaining that. But I don't think they'd be looking at the space if it was, because again, the nature of the concept is such that 2 a.m. is kind of necessary.
The concept is very similar to Apothecary, or Apothecary, yeah.
What about the fire?
Yes.
Well, when I was there, there was no fire that day.
Without the hazards.
About the flamethrowing?
Oh, you said without the fire.
Without, yeah. All right. You know, given that this is not a 500-foot rule case, and you know, given the experience and relative expertise of the applicant, there is some adverse history, but relatively minor to the number of operations he's been involved with. I will approve the 2 a.m. 7 days a week.
I'll approve as well, based on based on what Commissioner Kim proposed, and then, you know, it's obvious to me that there is members of the community that are against this, but based on the method of operation you've described to me, I don't believe that this is going to turn into a nightclub or anything that would really jeopardize the quiet enjoyment of their apartments or anything of that nature. And if I did think that, I would not approve the license. So,
And it is contingent on the stipulations that we went
Sure.
over. The community board stipulations minus the hour amendment.
yeah, so I'll approve to 2 o'clock as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Good luck.
2696, 161 Ludlow.
It's going down, this pile. We got rid of the big ones. 696. This one's easy. Offer of 3,500? I accept.
I accept.
Thank you. All right, I hope we get
2744 Kits Underground.
kids on the ground.
Say that number again, Jackie?
2744.
A big transfer station.
Is there protesters here?
No? All right. So do we have licenses in subway
There's
stations?
licenses in Penn Station, and I know
Penn
there.
Station,
I think
anywhere
there
else?
was one for Grand Central as well.
Yeah, Grand Central Taste of New York, right? But I
Yes,
mean,
that's there.
but those are kind of in little concourse areas, right? Columbus Circle is literally the train station.
Yes.
So
like
do we have
there's
anything?
Usually a shoe shine place. in the
Right, so
subway
do we have
station.
any other place like that?
Not to my knowledge, but it's a public thoroughfare.
Okay.
And there's no issue with the entrance not being ground level, or is that considered the ground level?
Because it's on the public thoroughfare, there's no indication that there were any steps.
Okay.
You can put your name on the record, please.
My name's J. Kent Pepper. I'm the owner.
My name is Jim Chen, and I'm his consultant.
Okay, so you'd be one of the first to have it in a subway station.
I think the first, and actually as an MTA project.
Have you gotten approval from them?
Yes, I think you should have a letter.
Oh, can I see that?
Actually, I'm sorry, I think that the new Fulton Street station, we had.
Oh,
an app-
really? The
We might
newer
have had
ones?
an application for the new Fulton Street. Yeah.
So my question is, the rent is based on gross sales after break even?
Yes, after what is considered to be, I suppose, a reasonable profit.
What is break even? That was my question.
It's 0.08% of the rent. So the annual rent, sorry, I haven't thought of this number in a while. So the annual rent, if it were, let's say, $1 million total, once you'd exceeded $8 million in sales, we would then start paying a portion of our gross revenue to the landlord as additional rent.
Isn't that the other way around? You said it was $1 million in sale?
If $1 million in sales, I'm sorry, if our annual rent, I apologize, if our annual rent were $1 million.
$4 million.
When we hit $8 million in sales.
Okay, so 8 times your rent.
8 times the rent, and our rent
Then you have to start paying a percentage.
Yes.
Plus the normal rent.
Plus the normal rent.
Okay. So you've determined $8 million in sales is basically your break even point?
Well, our actually, I gave you that number just for easy.
Oh,
math
okay.
because-
I got it. Okay.
But our
The
rent
rent is this over
So other than the obvious convenience, what other, based on the location, what other advantages are you bringing? Are you carrying a different product mix? Are you?
Our intention is, we imagine that our primary customer is someone who's starting their commute home at the end of the night. And typically they take the subway to the Path to New Jersey and get in the car and have to drive into town and get some liquor, wine that evening. And so we anticipate that most of our customers will be helping make it easier for them to get the wine at the beginning of their commute and not at the end. There are 80,000.
So you don't think any of these stores that are so close to you are getting any of these customers right now?
I don't think that.
You think people are going when they get home?
I think that most of them are going when they can get home, because we really are just on a direct path that they're already taking.
Probably true.
I would think you're a direct path for people who are getting out, going to somebody's house and picking up a
I'm
bottle
sorry,
of wine.
I'm hard of hearing.
I think you're a direct path for the person who's on their way to somebody's home and getting out of the subway and picking up a bottle of wine to bring home in that neighborhood.
Ready?
I commute by subway.
Yes.
I mean, I could see some potential issues in general with having a proliferation of liquor stores in subway stations. I know the Columbus Circle Station very well, and I think that's one area where there is a lot of transit. The BCD 19, they all go there, and also
ABC,
ABCE,
ABCD 19, yes.
ABCD 19, and I think it's, as council pointed out, there is a added public convenience and advantage for people coming out of that station and dispersing in that area. There's been a lot of development nearby as well. And looking at the 4 closest stores, even though there is a store only 157 feet away and 469 feet away, they're above ground, and I think that does distinguish this. And all 4 have increasing sales, so for those reasons, I vote to approve.
I vote to approve as well. I think it is clearly an inconvenience for people traveling on the subway. I realize that one of the stores is very close, but as Commissioner Kim pointed out, their sales have gone up steadily, and they are above ground, and I don't anticipate you're going to be taking any above-ground customers from any of these stores. I imagine you anticipate 100% of your clientele will be subway riders. So I'll vote to approve on those grounds.
Thank you very much.
2816 through 2819, Liberty Pool and Sports.
27, what, 18 and 19?
2816.
2816. Let's do these numbers. 2816 to 19. Okay. It's vacant now, right? Hi.
So this is a reconsideration, correct?
Correct.
And I okayed this because I felt like you should get your say, but I don't know what you're going to say.
I appreciate it, Chairman. Just appearances, first things first. My name is Elan Schulman, EYLAN SCHULMAN, 5700 Broadway. That's in Woodside, New York, 11377, on behalf of Liberty Pool and Sports. Liberty Pool and Sports Hall, Inc., Chairman, Commissioner, Council. I stand before you humbly requesting that you rescind the cancellation of the liquor license for the subject location. Obviously, and not the strength of my argument is the issue about why was there not an appearance at the earlier hearings and at the time that the violations were being litigated, for lack of a better term. My client represents that they were not on notice, that they had not received notice of the pending violations or the hearings of the issues. More substantively, and frankly, the strength of my argument to each of you and to the panel is that the issues that had been a cause for concern in the community and certain violations of the liquor law and regulations that had been going on at the location have been remedied. I hope that you've all received the packet that I submitted today documenting the measures that were taken to put in age verification systems. Last week I had a discussion with counsel to the authority, and I mistakenly indicated that there was, I was unsure, I should say, about whether or not there was food being served at the location. I, at that point, was unsure. I confirmed that there is a full operating kitchen at the location, functioning water, functioning ovens, gas, etc. Pictures of that equipment were provided to the panel today. The bottom line, members of the panel, is that the proprietors of Liberty Pool and Hall ask for some mercy, for lack of a better term, and ask that they accept some type of civil penalty in lieu of the cancellation, because legitimately over the past 3 months, and I only got involved at the end of September when they were closed down by the Department of Health and the City Police Department, I went through intense negotiations with the Police Department, with the Department of Health, to make sure that all the necessary steps that they were concerned about were rectified so that the place could operate in a safe and functional and contributing manner to the community. So at this point, I could represent that the issues and the violations that had previously been issued against the Liberty Pool and Sports Hall have been rectified. They recognize their responsibility to follow the laws, to follow the regulations. They're willing to accept a substantial civil penalty. You know, I could throw I
you
can make a
asking-
suggestion, obviously.
I'm sorry, are you asking for a group settlement with their other two cases that are pending as well?
Ultimately, whatever the panel prefers. I mean, obviously, immediately.
What are the other two?
Yes, and it's in the bottom of the memo. There's an open case 108247. The charges in that case are, I'm sorry, computer's going. Unlicensed security, failure to conform to application, and then the other case is 10803. There are two police referrals there. I'm sorry, oh, these are Amy's cases.
I believe they all have the same date of violation.
Yeah, they're all
on
from
two different
September
readings,
11th,
yeah.
2015. Building codes, failure to conform.
Since obviously September of 2015 was when the crux of the difficulties occurred, since then the measures.
I mean,
have been put
here's
back
the problem, is he's got a sale that he got a $3,000 fine on in July of 2014. There's 3 underage sales pending, or not pending, but that he's defaulted on, all on different dates. And then he has a slew of charges from September of 2014, which he defaulted on at the hearing. And then we have the 2 open cases that she just mentioned. I just don't see anyone not getting canceled on this. I don't know if Commissioner Kim has anything to add, but.
No, I mean, that's what it is. If he defaulted on one and he didn't get the documentation, maybe we'd sit here and grant more consideration for this, but defaulted twice. The sales to minor after the fine, as Chairman pointed out, 3 future violations. The unlicensed security guards, he had in September 2014, 2 violations for that. And then the pending one is, that's why I was waiting to hear from council what the pending one was, and that's an unlicensed security guard violation. So when is he going to figure out that you can't do certain things, and then we're not just here to fine just for the sake of fining, that these are very, very serious matters. And so I cannot grant reconsideration on this kind of a case.
Commissioner, may I respond to that, to what you said?
Sure.
Just to respond, in specific response to what you just indicated, I would say that in September of 2015 is when he learned. And when he learned the proper steps that had to be taken. And over the last 3 months, he's put, first of all, obviously he's paid substantial fines to the police department, to the health department. And he's, more important than forget the fines, is the measures that he's taken with respect to the surveillance systems, with respect to the age verification systems, with respect to starting to attend meetings with the police department, with respect to
Yeah,
hiring
but see,
proper
I
security.
understand what you're saying, that he found God, but he found him too late. I mean,
Chairman, respectfully, I will, and if you'll see that I attached all the appropriate security documentation from the licensed security company that, again, since September 15. Again, I recognize that we all, if for lack of a better term, need to find God at some point. He found him, and he's been, for the last 3 months, taking the steps he could take to run a business. He's supporting a family. This is only a beer and wine license. Frankly, he sells only beer at the location. There is food being offered, hot food, cold food. You could see that in my submission from today. Essentially, I'm trying to give him a last chance,
We
one way or
understand.
the other.
And you know, normally we don't like to sit up here and cancel people's licenses. He opened in February 2014, and then starting in September of that year, he gets 7 violations. Then he continues to get another violation later that month in September, 2015 in June, August, and then September again. And, you know, it's just from day one, basically, he's literally had all his chances at this point. It's been, a little over a year, and I rarely see these many violations for people who've been in operation for many years.
That's the other thing we're not addressing, is we've canceled people on much less than this. I don't even, in my view, the defaults aren't really that important in this. It's the consistent pattern of conduct here, and I realize you telling me he changed, but it's too late. So I'm gonna vote to deny the reconsideration as well.
Thank you.
And that will be, the other alternative, if I could suggest, Chairman, is that if we put this over for another month and I could do some kind of supplemental submission, stay the cancellation for another month, and I could further provide additional information to show that.
That's what I said to you when you came up here. I don't, there was nothing really you could say. I felt like I wanted to let you say it. But this
appreciate that.
pattern of history here is it's a short history, but it's clearly active, and it's just too active. So, no, there's nothing more you could add to this.
Fair enough. Could I just ask my client if he has anything to share, just so he at least has an
Sure,
opportunity
yeah.
to say his
Sure.
piece,
Yes.
for lack of a better.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Narayan. I'm the owner of Liberty Pool House. But I don't know, we make some mistake, but we try to correct everything now. And, if you can give you a chance more and let me get a license. And without a license, the place can't function.
I understand that, but we've run out of patience and chances. Sorry.
I know we correct all the thing the way you asked.
No, I understand you corrected everything, but there's too much has gone on, so we are where we are.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything further, or that's it?
No, that's it.
So just logistically, when will that cancellation go into
We'll be
effect?
sending out a notice,
Okay, fair enough.
have it be reimposed. Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
2764, Victor Deli and Grocery. This may also be short. This was the third item Mayor Hall sent an email on regarding the business is approved.
He's approved?
Yeah,
He's
yep.
okay? Yeah, I was wondering why this was before us, just because it was Hempstead?
Yes.
Okay, I approve.
Good afternoon, Louis E. Rodriguez. Goldstein and Rodriguez, 1 Fulton Avenue, Hempstead.
All right.
Good afternoon, Chairman. This is Victor next to me.
That's it.
We're going to stop.
You're approved.
You're approved. Thank you.
Have a
Thank
good
you. Good
afternoon.
luck.
And for the record, the village approved as well.
Yeah, the mayor.
2748, JC Wine and Liquor Store.
There's a lot of liquor
Hi, Mr. Commissioner, Mr. Chairman, and I also bring the landlord. Do you think I should
You bring who?
the landlord of this application, because evidently this is existing liquor store license.
Yeah, I mean, one of my questions, you can bring them up. One of my questions was, why is this place opened and closed and opened and closed?
That's why I think a landlord may
Sure,
witness,
have him come up.
get
Where's
the
your landlord?
best answer.
Hi, landlord.
Yeah.
Hello, to the chairman and to every ladies and gentlemen up there.
Why don't we put your name on the record so we don't,
Sure.
unless it is
my-
landlord.
Sure. My name is Yuchan.
Okay,
and I'm
go
the
ahead.
landlord. And the reason why they were closed and open because they have their own personal problems, emotions. And it's their personal problem. I can't say more than that.
So it had nothing to do with the state of the business? You're just saying it was all personal?
They have no problem with the business. It's just that at the beginning they were fine and open, regularly, and then later on, and I don't know, because they had their own problem because they are like boyfriends and girlfriends.
Oh, okay.
Do we have protest here?
Can you all come up this way, please? All right, we'll hear from the protesters, and thank you.
You'll get to go again.
Yeah, you'll get to again. First, the protesters.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Gregory Domatov. I am owner for Seneca Avenue Liquors, and this is my son, my partner. If it is possible, he will be speak.
Sure. Yes.
Very well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to speak on behalf of the neighborhood and the neighborhood liquor stores. Okay. I have three packets I'd like to give to you so you can follow along as I speak.
Is this something you submitted earlier? No. I got it. Thank you.
Okay, this packet, it has the signatures. It's a petition signed by 100 residents of the neighborhood, and I would like to read what the petition said.
No, you don't need to read it. We have it in front of us.
You have it?
Yes.
Okay.
We're very fast readers.
Very good. All of the individuals that have signed the petition put their name, address, and name in agreement with what has been written and above. The next point, I would like to read what the four nearest liquor stores would like me to convey to you. Each copy is signed by the owner and it has their license number on that copy. We are against the approval of JC Wine and Liquor Stores, Inc. The location is in question is a disservice to the community and would not meet public convenience and advantage for the following reasons. JC Wine and Liquors is located less than 500
No,
feet.
we have that as well. What you just submitted, correct? You don't need to read all of
No,
it.
you don't have this particular,
Really?
these points.
All right, go ahead.
Some of them you might, but some are new.
Okay.
Is less than 500 feet and one block away on the same street as an existing store, which is Seneca Wine and Liquors.
Okay.
And 2 small blocks away from another store, St. Nicholas Wine and Liquors.
Okay.
From Seneca Liquors, you can look from their door straight inside the liquor store, which is located across that premise. JC Wine and Liquors is not going to create positive service to the community, even in the argument of selection. For example, the location is only 700 square feet, which is less than the surrounding premises.
You're just reading from what I have in front of
Yes.
me, what you just gave me. So I just, in terms of, just for time's sake,
Okay.
we read faster than if you just read it into the record. So if there's any additional information
Okay,
aside from
additional?
this, then please go ahead. Because there's a lot of people still waiting. But I'm not trying to cut you short. We have it. If you're going to add anything that's not on here, please go ahead. But no need to read it or summarize what's in front
Okay,
of me.
no problem. So I have, another thing is, I have a letter which one of the residents wanted to come here for you to, you can also read it. She wanted you to hear exactly her feelings
Ms.
regarding.
Radu's letter?
Correct.
Yes, I have it.
Regarding, so do you want me to read it or you want to read it yourself?
No, I'll read it myself.
Okay.
So I have a question for you, though.
Yes.
Is Franja Liquors open?
Correct, it's open.
They did not submit the gross sales for this application, but they did submit them for another application. I can tell you
Okay.
what they are.
And what about Two Guys Wine and Liquor?
Yes, operating.
That's
Gross
operating as
sales.
well?
40
Yeah.
years, yes.
Gross sales for Franja, 2011, 432. 12 is 524.9. 561 for 13. 14, 626.9. And from January 1st to June 30th of 15, 294. And then Two Guys. Yeah, Two Guys.
And you guys own Seneca?
Correct.
And who's with you?
This is an individual, he's a 40-year resident of the neighborhood, and he found out that there's a liquor store opening, that wants to open in that, on the same street in that congested area that's already saturated with bars and liquor stores. But he wanted to come and speak against,
Okay, so
oppose
let him
the
say
opening.
what he needs to say.
I live in the neighborhood.
What's your name?
My name is Carmelo Rivera. I live in the neighborhood for 40 years, and I actually don't want another liquor store there. The neighborhood is beautiful. I love it just the way it is.
Okay.
Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you.
Thanks. How many, is your store bulletproof?
No.
Is
None of the stores in the area are bulletproof.
none of them? Even Mira Wine and Liquor?
Even Mirror Wine, like everybody's an open floor plan, everybody can touch, grab the items, and the money is exchanged in an open
Okay.
area. Every store is at least is 1,000 square feet, which we all provide boutique items, brand name items. We have constant tastings weekly. We have a large selection of wines, and the area changes. New people always come, and all the liquor stores around are diligent in catering to the environment and to the changes and to the tastes of the new people that are moving into the neighborhood. So everybody's happy, everybody's fulfilled. This is a new particular location would not serve any convenience because, number one, they're located in the middle of a block, and all the other liquor stores are located on corners in areas which are conveniently accessed, and they're in a dead area. They're just there. They want to open because the landlord owns the building, and they would like to have something working. But they're not experts in the liquor field. They're not. They don't.
Well, we'll let them tell us what they did. When did this store close?
Okay, this store
Most recent closing.
maybe like
June of this year?
2 years ago, maybe.
Was it open though in June?
No, it was never open. It was
Well, I'm talking to him. You'll get your chance.
okay. Initially,
We got the license in June, but how long was it closed before we got the license? Do you know?
maybe it's been closed for 2 years probably now.
Oh,
You
that-
have the
that
gates.
can't-
The gates have been closed. The license might have been active, but the gates have been closed and they have not been selling to. And they've been doing
continuously.
continuously, and they've been doing so since they've been open. They'd have times when they'd close, open, then the license would come to an expiration.
All right, so we're going to hear from them now.
It's non-bona fide type of
Okay, thank you.
liquor store. Thank you.
Okay, would you address that? 2 years? Landlord? Is it Ms. Yu or Ms. Chan?
Ms. Chan.
Ms. Chan, so 2 years.
Okay. Actually, it's like they've been a problem, their personal problems, and they
No,
Why
when
don't
did
we
they
go there?
close?
When's the last time they were open?
was about
The door open that I could walk in?
2000, the end of the year, 2013 or 2014.
Okay, so 2 years.
Yeah.
So he's correct. Okay.
So why? So you wouldn't know anyway. Okay.
Yeah.
So there's not been an open store there since 2013.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So
why don't you go ahead?
Well, first of all,
They don't have, they never submitted them.
well, this, I only just now, I know the store was, abandoned for that time. When my client came to us and we checked the liquor license, we're trying to save this liquor license, but unfortunately, and.
So did they ever open? Because they were licensed in 2012.
On and off.
They did open.
They
Okay,
did.
and then they was
But they have a
it
sales-
shut 1 year later.
They have a sales, everything that goes showing on, they did. That's
What's the
why
sales?
that's
We don't have the sales number. What
I'm
is the
sorry.
sales
That's
number?
why I feel a little bit surprised.
What's the sales number for 2013? Or 2012?
Because I never asked them, and they never complained about their business. And
All
the
right,
thing
well, they
is-
never submitted anything to us, so we don't know.
Okay, so the thing is, they have a problem, and then they call me, and then they says, they don't want to do it.
Okay, so let's move on from them. You know, the point is, as a store on the same side of the street, 417 feet away, that's 1,000 square feet, why, and their open store floor plan, why is it that you should be approved for a license? What public convenience and advantage will you add?
Okay, first of all, this store has been serving the community since 2007.
But it hasn't.
What store? It hasn't.
Bring up the address.
No,
It has?
no, it's been there 7 years. Yes. And the previous applicant, they bought this since 2013. That's why I couldn't understand why the store because you told me after they bought this, at least 1 year, they're running very good. Only after year after, they seem to have like severe
Store there
fighting.
From 2007.
They took it. It's been there since 2007.
Surrendered in 2012. Let me see if there's any. That was 757 Liquors and Wines. Let's see if they ever.
And it's the same time with Seneca. And because my office is located 682 Seneca Avenue, Michael J. Floyd's office, we're very familiar with this location.
They abandoned the premises at that point too. And then
They never had
And-
sales there?
No sale. They never submitted any gross
All right.
sales.
So they were there, they abandoned it in 2012, 3 years ago.
Surrendered, they abandoned, but then they did end up surrendering, I'm
They
sorry.
surrendered the license.
So you haven't answered his question. Why is this to the public's convenience and advantage to have another liquor store 417 feet away on the same side of the street?
We do have about nearly 100 people.
That's not the
petition.
question.
Okay, the question is, I think my client, after they took the store, I think the first things they probably will do the only one, they do the bullet proven for this, and then they're going to do the, because of the neighbors really changing. And they're going to introduce
So
some.
they're going to be bulletproof? I didn't understand.
Yeah,
you.
bulletproof.
So you're saying that's what the difference is between all the other stores, is that they're going to
Yeah,
be
because
bulletproof
I
because the
don't like,
neighborhood's
they said
getting
there's
worse?
no any other store in the neighborhood. Actually,
Do you think you're going to attract customers by being bulletproof?
well, any business, I believe, if you do your hard, it's not waiting there. You have to do your hard to attract the business. And the neighbor, they are used, the convenience is so because the Seneca Avenue is very, very long. And their store right next to the M-Train subway, right next to subway. And the people, they get a lot of benefit. But what about the center of the long center of the Seneca? And other
But
store.
that's 417 feet
Yes,
away.
yes, I understand, but it was history there.
What kind of benefit are you looking for? Do you want them to bring it to your doorstep?
No, because what about the...
I don't know that it could get closer is the point I'm making.
I understand, but, okay, what about that they introduce some different wine, different liquor? And
This
for
is
those
stuff
which...
that, see, this is the stuff you should be telling me, not what about it.
Okay, I'm sorry. And then I also, I talked to my client and a certain item, myself visit to the store, and I specifically asked them, do you carry this? They said they don't carry that. For example, like Asian, like Mao Tai, like Wuliangye, they don't carry that. They only carry the Japanese, the sake. What about all the other nationality people? They're blooming because the transportation very close to Manhattan. And all other store.
You're saying Seneca only sells sake?
No, the Seneca, because they, for the Asian wine, they only sell the Japanese sake. They don't carry any other. They don't carry any other wine.
Do you sell any other Asian wines
No.
besides?
Yeah,
So
but
far,
they
it's all,
don't.
so far it's all Japanese.
They don't. They don't.
You sell soju?
Because over there you have like a good number of the Asian population and the Indian and the Korean, and because it's really blooming. Other than
What percentage of the population is Indian?
Indian, I think about less. It's about a.
So you don't know.
I don't know. It's about a few hundred. Yes, it's a few hundred. But
Okay.
the Asian is like
What
a 6%.
percentage is Asian?
It's about 6%. Yes, about
That
6,000. Yes, 6,000 Asian, and which is not including Korean and other
But
nationalities.
there's nothing in here indicating that.
Oh, okay, but I do
I'm
find.
not saying you're wrong, I just
Okay.
mean that that
Yes,
might
I
have been
did
helpful.
do the,
Yeah,
but any other store,
Yes,
they are far away. It's basically, it's a walking distance, you don't talking about drive. And the people there is basically blue collar people. And another thing is my client find out, for the Seneca Avenue and any other store, their price for the liquor, it's about a 10 to 15% high.
You need to stop focusing on them.
Oh, okay.
We'll
All right.
focus on them.
Okay.
All right, so I'm ready to vote, actually. So I've heard enough. The closest store is 417 feet away. It has slightly declining sales, although the other two closest do have increasing sales. We have, the other two closest are 2,000 and 1,360 square feet, so fairly decent size for relative to the neighborhood, and they also are only 0.2 and 0.3 miles away, and even in a walking community that translates
It's over 1,000 feet away.
to
If
four-
it was
to-
totally different, it's on the Murder Avenue.
Finish, please. May I finish?
I'm sorry.
4 to 6 blocks. And then offering a bulletproof is actually, in my opinion, not a public advantage. Just because all the others are open, you'd want to compete with another open store. And so for those reasons, I vote to deny.
I vote to deny as well. I think the fact that it's bulletproof was just one factor, but I do agree with Commissioner Kim. I don't think that is going to attract more customers. It's likely to attract less. And the fact that there is a store on the same side of the street that's 417 feet away, that from all indications, the sales at best are flat over the last 5 years. I don't see any public convenience or advantage.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
2824, Lindo Supermarket.
All right, can we take a quick bathroom break before this? I just got-
Yes,
like,
we're just going to take a,
1 minute bathroom break.
just a couple. Plus all these to go.
The one that had one security? Is that Joseph Lee?
With what?
No, I forget. I don't know which one was. Maybe it's for Lynn.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know which one.
They're all here.
I can ask him.
I think he's talking about the
No.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I see.
Right. The last one.
Yes. Nothing on in the office. I'm gonna go hit the ladies' room.
No, they're right here.
Oh.
Okay. Reconvening item 2824.
2824.
Lindo. 2824.
Good afternoon. My name is Eric Paulino. I represent Lindo Supermarket.
Good afternoon.
You've been here all day, I know.
2024? Yeah. Oh yeah, why is it not? I was like, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Why was it denied? I was okay with.
It wasn't denied. It's before the board because it's an EB.
Oh.
No, the licensing board had.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
and then
something.
reconsidered it.
Because I'm okay with this.
Yep.
All right, approved. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Have a good day. Thank you so much.
2720, Tradiciones Latinas. While you're there, get 2719, that's next.
Okay.
Say that again, Jackie?
2720, and while you're there grabbing that one, grab 2719, that will be the one right after.
All right. So do they have food?
Good afternoon.
Yes, go ahead. Sorry. Your name, sir? Sorry.
Ben Sharav, Law Office of Victor Molina, appearing for the respondent here. Good afternoon, Chairman Bradley and Commissioner Kim. The owner here defaulted because she did not know about a hearing, had not received the mail. It could be she'll tell you she's not getting. She's had problems with the mail at the business. Her home address changed for that reason. She simply didn't know about it. She wants to put this back on the calendar and settle this with her.
All right. So it just seems like, do you keep your security guard books now? Do you have those on the premises? So one of your violations is that you had no security guard records for 2 security guards working there.
I have security guard with the company. The name of the company is Primo.
Okay, but you need to have that contract also.
I posted in my business.
Okay.
It has been posted. Everything is posted.
All right, well. And the food issues, you've cleared that up?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'll do 3,000. I'll reopen it in 3,000. Do I need to, it's a
But you can
default?
just, if you reopen it, it will go back to council's office. If you just want to impose a penalty.
Oh, I just want to impose a penalty then, 3,000.
Oh,
3,000. We're not going to send it back to council's office.
You're not?
No.
Okay, but so it's a $3,000 penalty instead of.
Instead of cancellation.
Okay, how,
So you'll get something in the mail that'll indicate how you
notice in the
pay.
mail. Okay, the next item is 2719, Buddha Asian and Italian cuisine. Another default.
Yeah, see, look. How did he get keys?
Who? How to get what? Oh.
Hi, how are you?
This is another default.
there's also a default that he was not aware of the,
So on May 9, 2015, there was a whole host of charges. Are you aware of those charges, sir?
Excuse me?
On May 9, 2015, there was a whole host of charges against you?
Yes, I'm aware of those charges up there.
Not deliverable.
like to be able to answer this. I mean, he didn't get notice, you could tell.
One was returned.
There was,
for
yeah.
undeliverable and one was insufficient.
All right.
Yeah, it did come back returned in the mail, but
Yeah.
these are pretty serious charges.
Returned in the mail saying what?
My screen
It says
isn't
on-
opening.
One said undeliverable and one said insufficient address.
If I may, the only reason why I found out that I had those violations was because when I applied for December 31st permit, it was denied. It said pending the violation. So I put an attorney to call and find out what was the matter. And that's when they told us. I have no knowledge.
We
of-
see it was returned by the post office as undeliverable.
Also worries me because I don't understand why was the mail returned? I get all the
You'll
mail.
have to talk to them.
Well, I mean, that's my first question is, when you did find out, did you call us?
Yes,
Did you check your address
yes,
with us?
yes,
Did we have the proper address?
yes.
Why did they have unlicensed?
They said to check with the post office and find out why the mail was being returned. But the funny thing, it was both address, my home
Yeah.
address and the business address. That's,
And they both were correct with us?
yes. Well, it's the
Okay.
same, and nothing changed in the address. I don't understand why,
apartment number
why
or
I never
anything?
got it.
Okay.
Why were they charged with all these unlicensed sale and unlicensed bottle club and
The
unlicensed
unlicensed storage was because I believe it was in a different place.
storage, but unlicensed sale of a place on the second floor
They
that
were
wasn't
selling.
authorized?
Right.
Do you understand
It
you
could have been
can't
charged as
sell
extension of premise.
without licenses on every floor?
You want me to elaborate on it?
Or wherever
There was-
yeah.
He wasn't selling on the other.
Well, let's
Well,
just
you
give
can do
this
that in a
back. He-
hearing.
I believe you didn't get it. Yeah, we're going to send this back to legal. This one I will reopen because I do believe you didn't get it.
Okay.
Okay. All right, that's all we wanted today. We're gonna.
In regards to December 31st permit that was denied.
2746.
There's a December 31st permit application that was denied because of this. Is that going to be, we
Well,
want that to be put
the
back
case
on?
is still pending.
It's still pending.
If this is pending, you're not getting a permit.
Yeah.
Okay.
You
so-
want to end it today? We can end it
No,
today.
no. Okay.
26 what?
2746. Fama Wines and Liquors.
You gotta give me. Come on.
I have no which one you're talking about.
Okay.
Hello.
Oh, yeah. This one was run all night. Yeah, but these are two different charges. Yeah, that one, yes, it was in the case. Yeah, but we'd be fine, I'd defend that one.
This is
I'm sorry,
application for Farmer Wines and Liquors at 1706 Watson Avenue. Serve the community. There's nothing near it coming from the east where a lot of its business is from. There's a lot of housing there and a lot of population. This gentleman has worked in the community many years. He has a grocery store, bodega, with a clean beer there, has a clean record now, now wants to open this store, serve the community. There's a demand for it. There's no opposition. I think that
What, is Soundview Wine and Liquors open? We didn't get any sales from them, right, Curry?
Double check to see if they came in late.
You know, I took a look on Google Map, and basically 1005, the closest Soundview Wine and Liquors, and also what is this one? The
Savannah?
Savannah, yes, Savannah. If you look at it on the map, you basically have the Bronx River Parkway, and then you have the park that kind of, blocks off certain area, and then those two stores exist on either side of the proposed location. So I really just don't see any public convenience and advantage when you take this particular location. I believe he's a good applicant.
he's a good applicant. There's no,
So it's really the location for me that's an issue.
but those stores are all to the west, and there's nothing to the east of it.
No, I think the way I looked at the map, it was on either side, and they were the two closest, and he was proposing a venue right in the middle.
This is west, all of
Yeah.
west. This way?
Chairman,
Yeah.
there's no first sales for that.
And they are, they are like 1,000 feet. One of them is a little closer, but the other's more than 1,000 feet away. And
That's
none of these.
0.3 miles on, both
point-
sides.
So that's.
But you have the parkway there, you have this park on the other side blocking it off. Also, we issued a license 0.4 miles away in January 2014 as well. And the sales, we don't have the closest store sales, but the second one has been slight decline. And then the third one is a steep decline, but it's hard to tell with these numbers.
But none of them have submitted anything or any opposition.
It doesn't matter what they protest. We use that as advisory. It's not it's not definitive whatever protests we receive.
Yeah.
West,
This,
East is a big community. It's like a
it says,
29 building with 7th floor, a apartment.
Yeah.
lot of
yeah,
people
there's
house.
a lot of
Do you have anything?
housing.
So, no, I think he's a good applicant. It's just a location. I just don't think there's any public convenience and advantage added based on the reasons I just gave, so I vote to deny.
I vote to deny as well. It's an area that the sales seem to be declining with the closest stores. We did just license a store in January of 2014, so I think that the sales are probably still settling based on that new store. And we also licensed one at the end of 2012, all within 0.4 miles of this store. So I think at this point, just in this location, like Commissioner Kim said, I think he is a good applicant, but in this location, I just don't think there's a need, and it doesn't serve the public convenience or advantage.
Thank you.
2718 K&H Enterprise.
Good afternoon, Thomas McCowan on behalf of the licensee principals here. Good afternoon, Commissioner Chairman Bradley. Conditional no contest plea has been submitted for the...
Are you here to have a comment on this case? Okay. Before we rule, can we hear from him, please?
Certainly.
Thank you.
There usually is an opposition on a
Yeah, this is...
DNC.
Are you here for which one? Which case?
This case
Okay.
that represent
Go ahead.
M15 bar, I think.
Yep,
I
go
am
ahead.
the opposition. So I'm here to represent at least 30 neighbors surrounding the premises. What was supposed to be a quiet neighborhood bar became a nightclub, a promoting space where music is blasting, and almost every night there's a line that is formed outside with at least 60 to 100 kids. The line is not controlled. Every morning every night you could hear people shouting, vomiting, fights arising. The next morning you can see trashes all around the neighborhood.
When you say kids, are you saying that they're
Sorry.
underage?
No,
or-
they're not underage. I would say they're in their 20s. And what's really a problem is the lack of security and the lack of control over the crowd. And I don't think that it's a neighborhood bar when there's huge lines standing in front of the premise. And I think you have photos and you have proof that it has been going on for several years now. And what the owner don't understand is not only there's a lot of noise, but there's a lot of kids around the neighborhood, and they're being awake by this noise, and therefore the people next to those kids are being awake too, because the kids are shouting all night, they're crying all night. And that's a huge issue also, because they can go back to sleep, and then I can go back to sleep and I say I, but mostly all other neighbors. And I wouldn't be standing here today if it wasn't really a huge issue, because we tried to speak to them, and we went to the community board, and we've been more than cooperating with them, but it just hasn't changed, and has completely diverged from the original idea of being a small neighborhood bar with a jukebox. There's no jukebox, there's a DJ, and there's a dance floor, and I even have more photos that were taken in the last 2 weeks with uncontrolled crowd.
Do you have and them?
Stuff like that.
You
Yeah, I
have
do
the
have it.
pictures with you?
Yeah.
Okay, just hand it up. Oh, not on your phone. It's not gonna, unless you want to give me your phone. I know, but we
Is
need
this
it
the
in
bar that used
physical
to be
copies.
Walkers? On the corner?
Walker's is still open.
M15.
I haven't been down, I don't know.
Thank you.
I think we've submitted photos in the front.
I
Went to law school.
only saw this.
5 years. Oh, but because I went.
All right, a little context, a little background. I think it's important for the members here. The name of the licensee is M15. And M15, I made inquiry when I first saw it, and and I was told that that is the zoning designation for the manufacturing in the former warehouse district. This licensee has been here for 14 years, and they've been operating for these 14 years. In fact, they haven't changed. They have the same floor plan, same operation, and it's been this way for 14 years. Now, what has changed is the neighborhood.
No, so my question is, I understand that the neighborhood's changed, more families have moved in, but what is this whole allegation about on the application? Even to us, it said jukebox and no dancing.
Well, that jukebox was being carried forward for something on the original designation.
Wait, so then to community board, it's a DJ but no dancing. And then currently you have both a DJ and dancing. So which method of operation is the correct one?
And when were you going to tell us about it?
Well, what was discussed, they've gone to the community board, they spoke to the community board, and the community board came back with their resolution, and just about anything short of closure would not be acceptable.
But the original, you've
original
never amended. If you've been doing the same thing for 14 years, that means you've been in violation for 14 years.
Well, no, not necessarily. What I explained to them is you need to go to the community board, and we're going to come forward with the method of operation. Although it probably won't be fruitful, I explained the process, and it's exactly what you're describing, to go down and put forward the proposed method of operation. But again, if I could just elaborate, that's the next step they need to do.
14 years later?
What's that?
14
Well,
years. You just told me that the same operation was happening for 14 years, and what's changed is the neighborhood.
Well,
so if they're 14 years, if they're doing what they're doing now, they had dancing, they had DJs,
Well,
they had...
again, the dancing, we're all going to hear there's dancing from time to time. It's not a prescribed...
But how can you have dancing when it's not approved?
That's why they've retained me to tell them that's
14 years later.
Well, it's the incidental dancing. Let me just, if I can just go on a little bit.
There's no incidental dancing.
All right, let me explain.
And I've had this, I don't know how often you've been in here, but I've been yelling at people about the dancing for 6 months.
Yep.
Because it's the most simple thing in my mind to solve.
Correct.
Turn the music off.
Correct.
No,
well,
so you didn't.
Well, no, that's true, but let me give you a little bit more context. I know it's late, I know everyone's tired, but the fact of the matter is, this is not a nightclub. It has none of the indicia of being a nightclub. They can call it a nightclub. There's no cover charge. There's no promoters. There's no live music. There's no dedicated dance floor.
And you know how I define a nightclub? DJ music, loud DJ music and dancing. And that sounds like what's going on at your place periodically.
Periodically, and that's, in all fairness, what we have here is last week, the district attorney's office, the FBI, they had their holiday party, MTA, Department of Buildings. This is a multi-use function. What's being focused on is what may go on a Friday or Saturday night, and it's a snapshot. When I looked at the report, there's a single charge brought. When I looked at the report,
It's a snapshot of what? Every Friday and Saturday night, if you have a nightclub, it's a nightclub.
Well,
Most
no,
nightclubs are
but
only
it's-
open Thursday, Friday, Saturday
No,
night.
but again, I don't want to argue that it's not a...
We're not arguing.
It's not a nightclub, and they're not holding themselves
Really
out as a nightclub.
aggravates me, and I've said this time and again in my year and a half on the board now, is that people who say they're going to be a certain type of business, they say that to the community board, then they say it to the SLA, and in this case, those two things don't even match, and then to the community, you're just like, well, screw you, because you're not going to agree to anything that we're doing because you're the community board, and take that kind of an attitude and continue to operate in a very open and flagrant way in a manner that's inconsistent with what you said you were going to do in the first place.
That what was filed, that's a 14, 15-year-old. The offer put up today is to allow the opportunity to adjudicate the charges and then go back with a proposed method of operation.
How about
to
we
the
do
community
this?
board. Sure.
How about you go to the community board first, and then we talk about how we're going to resolve the charges? Because I'm not, right now, what I'm hearing, I'm not taking what you have here. So, and what I have is probably going to be much worse.
So like, I'll file with the applicant.
And you show us what you file.
File with them, change the method of operation, we'll go down, and we'll see what we can
And
accomplish.
I would not suggest dancing and a DJ.
No arguments here, and that's a fair offer, and I'll take it,
So we're
and I'll
going to put
explain it
this
to the
over
licensee.
until, I don't know, how long do you need?
Well, until I get on their board, and I'll take it from there. They meet monthly, I presume.
I know. This will have to be open for months, because I'm not, I mean, Commissioner Kim's right. The fact that this went on for 14 years, I worked right in that neighborhood during the period of time that they opened. I know right where they are. I know everything that you're talking about. That neighborhood has not changed that much since 2000.
Again, not to belabor the point, it's late in the day, but the fact of the matter is, There was little here. They were across the street from a parking garage, Chairman, and now they have $10 million co-op apartments, so we're gonna accept.
And there were
what
some
you've
$10
offered.
million apartments then. And the bottom line is the fact that you didn't get caught over those 14 years does not mean that it's the proper way to operate.
Like, at this point, the licensee would like to say something. I don't think it's been this method of operation for 14 years. He can speak, or we can just
No,
put
you
this over.
can speak.
Okay.
Nick Jane for K&H. I've been there 14 years. I built the place. We've never been a nightclub. Okay, there is a gentleman that plays music. He's using just an iPod. I could play that from behind the bar. It's not a club DJ. Club DJs are $5, $10, $15, $20,000 a night. This gentleman is $200, $300. That's what the clientele requests. The Department of Buildings is there tomorrow. They want someone playing music. I could play an iPod. They want someone playing music. The district attorney's office had their Christmas party with us last Thursday. They request someone to play music. We're not a nightclub. There is no...
What about lines out the door? That
is to
sounds
check
like a nightclub.
That is to check ID. We have to check ID, right? There's a line so we can check ID. There's security there. There is nothing from the first precinct. There is zero from the first precinct. You have nothing there from the Department of Buildings. We have all our paperwork in terms of our...
All right, so then we'll go get it straightened out, and we'll...
We have no police referrals, but we do have is our recent noise complaints, which we refer to the police department.
And how many of them do we have?
I think it looks like 3.
And again, that's most probably,
One,
it's not
2,
emanating from
I'm
the
sorry,
premises.
5 that we just received. We all received them on August 7th, and they were just referred to.
I will explain, no, we're good. I'll explain to the licensee, we'll pursue it, and we'll come back. I mean, we're here to resolve it. No one's looking to,
Okay.
create a riot.
We're not a dance club. We've
We
never
got it.
been...
We got it.
Well,
We
then
got
make it
We'll have
obvious you're not.
opportunity. We'll make it.
Yeah, make it obvious you're not then.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Nope. I'll talk to you later. Go outside.
So what, do we want to send them a letter? How do we want to do this?
Speak. I don't mind you speaking. It's up to your lawyer.
No,
but
we'll talk. We'll talk.
No,
We'll get another up.
Oh,
What?
Mr. McCallum, let him speak.
You want them to come back and tell me what the community board
I'll
said?
talk to you outside.
They can let me know. You just want to
Okay.
know what the...
Okay.
We'll save that.
All right, well,
We'll save that
let's
for
not
next
talk to
time.
each other. All right.
We'll save that for
Maybe
next
you
time.
should
That's what I was
respect-
looking to
all
avoid.
right, that's it. Okay, thank you.
At all costs.
What do we got, more?
I have 2 other matters. I'll take them out of order. I can jump back. Go, I'll talk to you.
We
outside.
know what yeah, I want to see what they
That's
file, I want to see the method of operation that they file with us plus what they file with the community board. Okay,
Once that's ready to be set for the board, then I'll reschedule all of it.
okay. So you're going to know that. And you'll notify, so we'll notify you.
We'll correspond.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. 2797, Renee Melendez. You're next, Tom.
Okay.
Yeah, don't go too far. Do not go too far.
2797.
97.
I got 200.
Perfect.
Go ahead.
Perfect. All right. Could you put your name on the record, please?
Rene Melendez.
Okay. I have a fine of $200 because it's $100 per charge. You know, you have to put the warning signs up on the wall.
I agree.
Okay.
I mean, the liquor authority, they failed because when they say my license, they never put on the envelope. So when I open the envelope, there was the signs.
You can
You
go
have them now?
downstairs and get new ones
You should
right
go
now.
downstairs now and get new ones. Where?
Now I got to
Those
pay
closed?
I got to pay the mistake for liquor authority because they did mistake. They don't send me the.
All right. Well, let
Can we get him new
All right.
ones
All
right
right.
now?
Letter of warning. We'll give no monetary fine, but go get your signs, please. Okay. So,
get the signs.
all right. We're just gonna send you a letter of warning. Okay. So now you know what the law is. You have to have it. Okay. So next time you don't get something from us, don't wait. Just contact us. Okay. Thank you. Have a good day.
2815, 920 Avenue Tavern.
2850.
50 or
15, 15, 15.
2815. Form change and another.
Good afternoon again. Thomas McCallum. I'm here with the applicant principal,
Are you here
Tony
opposition?
Cullinan.
No.
This is his daughter, Kara, the manager, the proposed manager. This is really fairly straightforward. You can take a quick look at it. This has simply come down to hours, and this was a community board number 6 matter in which Tony is a licensee. Tony's been a licensee off and on for decades. He has a few locations in this community board and in other community boards. The important part of this is to, again, hear the story as to why, in fact, we're here. The proposed premises, as I mentioned, is in Community Board 6, 2nd Avenue between
So the only
48th and
difference
49th.
between you and the community board are the hours?
Were the hours,
And
absolutely.
they want, what do you want?
They were looking for a straight, according to their policy, a straight 2 a.m. closing.
And you want
Now, the
4 a.m.
backstory is important here, Commissioner Kim, in that this location formerly operated as a 4 a.m. known as the Manchester Pub, has an occupancy of 35
And when was that?
persons. It operated up until the fire. The fire was probably a little bit more than a year or so ago.
Okay.
So it was lying foul. It was lying foul for about 9 months. Mr. Cullinan was approached as an operated Gary by the landlord to see if he could, ultimately rehabilitate it. It's an eyesore. It's there. It collects nothing but debris, dirt in the doorsteps. There are no tenants in the building. Post-fire, there are no tenants. So opening this small location is replacing what was formerly there. The community board, at their committee meeting, there was great debate that went back and forth, and they liked Mr. Cullinan, they liked the operation. However, they were simply fixated on policy. 2 a.m., we cannot deviate, we cannot deviate. We went back and forth. We went to the full community board. As you can see, there were 6 people in support, and they agreed, which was a little consolation that night, that they would consider taking each application on its face, as they are required to do. So we got locked into, they were afraid to deviate from policy. There is a public interest. We'll open and operate. It's going to be a family-run operation.
He wants 4 a.m. every day?
He does, in that he's down on 2nd Avenue, near some of the hotel districts. There are tourists that come in.
This
It's
is
been
2nd Avenue and what street?
Between 48th and 49th, not too far up from the
I
UN.
know
So
where that is,
There's a nightlife. There are people there. Ultimately, are they going to operate 4 a.m.? But again, have the opportunity.
But
It's a small place.
how about a charge over at his 129 Lexington Restaurant Corp. Failure to conform, no food, and employment of a DJ when he wasn't supposed to have?
Again, it was a task force that had come in. The menu dwindled. Mr. Cullinan's remedied that. A lot of these, this board seems to repeat it. People file years ago. They put a proposed method of operation, and they're not aware that they need to update it and upgrade it regularly. And he's been made aware of that requirement.
Well, that wasn't years ago, right? It was in 2010.
Correct. That's when he became aware. Any changes, like hiring a DJ, you need to report it and get
but
approved.
he's had licenses, 1, 2, 3. He has 4 licenses. He had 2 licenses previous to that. You're going to tell me that someone experienced didn't know that he had to update his method of operation?
Hiring a DJ? No, absolutely no.
No
we didn't.
food?
What's that?
What about the no food charge?
Again, I told him this is a requirement went forward, so he knew it, but he didn't know it. Again,
This is 2014, this charge was.
no, that's when, right now, that's when it became crystal clear. But ultimately, you're operating, pub-style places. So looking to move forward, this is, it screams public interest to ultimately create a productive, small pub Mexican-themed restaurant. And it has a full kitchen. This has a full kitchen. This has the bones. That's why Mr. Cullinan was interested in it, to turn this into something.
The one thing I will say is I disagree with across-the-board policies as well. So I'm not going to say that.
Question on the 500-foot.
Excuse me?
When was this unlicensed?
After the fire. We filed the application. We went to the community board in March.
It's still licensed?
I'm wondering how long, though.
It was dark for 9 months before Mr. Cullinan signed the lease.
Licensed since before 1993 until now?
Yeah, the Manchester sign
don't-
is still
yeah.
out there on 2nd
So
Avenue.
that's what I'm saying, it's not, are you requesting any grandfathering here?
Well, not necessarily. Well, now that it's an option, of course. So, no, at this point, it was licensed to 4 a.m. and we're looking to.
Well, how long was Manchester there, do you know?
91, it
Mhm.
shows that they filed, and it was issued in 92.
And when did we get it back?
Well, you haven't gotten it back. It was abandoned after the fire.
Oh, they didn't even surrender it?
So it's only been like 9 months since it's been unlicensed.
But then what about this Slanted A
That's
LLC?
what I'm looking at, the slanted
That's the
A.
name of the Manchester pub. It was doing business as the Manchester pub.
It looks like it was continuously licensed up until
They
like
transferred
9 months
in.
ago.
Yeah, for like 45 years.
9 months
Yeah.
ago.
And the
Right.
Manchester
I mean,
pub sign
Mr.
still
Mr.
outside.
Cullinan had heard anecdotally that it had been licensed for decades, not necessarily operating as the Manchester pub. So again, I think we have a case here that really can be examined.
I know, are we sure about that, though, or?
Well, I've got it before me, I'll go through here. So Manchester, New York was licensed July 22nd, 1992. and they surrendered 7/8/2005. Then the SNMR was issued July 8th, 2005.
And in all candor, Chairman Bradley, I went to both of the meetings with Mr. Cullinan, and there was, they were
Hold on
really...
1 second, we're
Yep.
just checking something.
Okay, so that was expired 6/30/09. And then Slanted Eye filed in November 2008, but was never approved until March of 2010. Why? So it was pending with us for 2 years and then issued. So there was that period of time.
Okay, that's too complicated then. Okay.
And I have one additional thing, Chairman.
Okay.
When I went, I was there, the community board, it was really, we were bogged down on their policy. They didn't want to deviate from the policy. And as a final point, when we went to the full community board, there were 6 people who voted to treat them on a case-by-case basis, the next matter after ours was a removal application for a licensee in the area who was relocating within the community, and they were approved for 4 a.m. So where they said they had this policy, the next matter up, they approved for 4 a.m.
Because they were ready at 4
They
a.m.,
were-
right?
They already were, as
So
was
they
this,
probably
as
took
was
it-
this premises,
As was what?
the
No, but
our
that was the
location.
same licensee moving
No, I'm
over.
aware, but
That's
again.
a little bit different.
I mean,
Slightly
when
different.
I didn't really finish what I was saying. While I certainly have a dislike of across-the-board policies on hours in particular, because the law says 4 o'clock, it doesn't say 2 o'clock, I'm treating your client on a case-by-case basis, and, he does have some history. Not severely negative, but there is some negative history there. So,
well, in addition,
so I am, given that I don't believe this to be I do believe that this is a 500-foot case, given what we've just heard. I think that there, at least for a period of time, some manner of adjusting the hours might be in order here.
And I agree with that. I mean, if his history were perfectly clean, then that's a different story. But it is also a 500-foot matter, and the community board opposes it, whether it's unanimously or by 1 vote or by 24 votes. And so I agree that we'll start at 2
If
a.m.
I can just interject before this goes down, I just want to state that the community board raised no issue. It was solely on policy, which is amplifying Chairman.
I'm
I
ignoring-
get that,
and I'm ignoring their
I'm setting that
Correct.
aside as well.
And here, again, Kara Cullinan, the family, we're going to have adequate management. So what task forces may have discovered in the past, it's not a patterned history, and I'm confident.
We have 3 sales to minors, 2 different locations. We have the failure to conform to application, so the unlicensed security guards, there's a number of violations here. Disorderly premises, contaminated bottles, unauthorized trade name.
Some of these were pledged.
So, anyway, given the fact that they are here on the record, I think that we start at 2 a.m. and we'll see what happens.
I'm actually willing to give them 3 a.m. on the weekends, if you're...
Take it.
Meaning Friday, Saturday?
I'm still at 2 a.m.
Okay. 2 a.m. then.
All right, that's what I was going to offer. Could we have a bifurcated for Friday and a Saturday? Just to,
I
because again,
just tried that. He wasn't going to
I
bite.
understand it, but any hour, it's a small place, 35
I know.
persons.
You can come back. What I would say is if you come back in how long? A year?
I'd say a year. You can come back.
And, if there's nothing bad, no history, then I'll give you 4 a.m. then.
Back directly to the authority, correct?
How does he have to go about doing that?
It would be a change in the method of operation. I would have to go back to the community board again.
Yeah, but once
I'm going to be good at that by the time I get there.
No, but once again, if their across-the-board policy is 2 a.m. and they say no, it doesn't mean I'm gonna.
All right, thank you for your time
I'll
and
consider it
attention.
at the time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So yes, hi, two. I'll be right out.
All right, 2735, Tribeca Canvas. Get us sign in all together, Tom.
I'll be back.
I know.
What number, I'm sorry?
2735.
Good afternoon. This is an offer of compromise to resolve the charge.
Yeah, so this is another instance where the application said it was going to be a restaurant with no dancing, then at some point, the
We
two
went-
floors were separated and the bottom floor became a club?
No, we went through this on renewal. This whole thing came up, there was a non-renewal proceeding, we went through
did?
we went through all this
Well,
on
Mr.
renewal.
Flynn and I did, where instead of filing an Article 78, we should not have denied the renewal based, because the case hadn't been adjudicated. So we did grant the renewal, filed these charges.
We came up to the board, explained the whole situation with the trade name, how there wasn't a nightclub downstairs. We provided pictures, a whole written submission to, and then the charges were preferred after that, and this is the fine to take care of those charges.
Yeah, we had to wait for the license to be renewed in order to file
Got it. Okay.
the charges.
For
It
6,000.
did take some time in counsel's
Accept.
office.
Except,
Thank you very much.
2831 to 2834, Johnny's Restaurant. This was put back on the calendar at the
I'd
request of
like
Mr.
to,
Flynn.
yes, I'd like to thank Secretary's office for putting this back on. I confused this case with another case when I was here last board meeting. There's another place that's only a couple blocks away. It's very similar. But the issue here was, I had told you that this place was being sold. It wasn't this place, it was another place. So you have this offer that was before you, but you were very concerned about the operation. And I believe, knowing that this premise is still in operation, you would not have accepted that offer or preferred a counteroffer at that time. So I asked for this matter to be brought back to you right away because of my error. I confused it with another matter called Civil Line
You had
Lounge.
requested that the license certificate be put on deposit for safekeeping by the end of that week.
Right, and when I immediately called and
oh,
found
so
out.
that's not the case here.
No, right, when I called and found out that I had made the
Okay.
error, I called.
All right, I
Secretary's
accept.
office.
All right, I accept. 12,500.
Thank you very much. Have a very nice holiday.
You too.
2683, Libson Wine and Liquors.
Good afternoon. My name is Frank Palillo.
3,000?
I'm sorry, may I just speak for 2 seconds?
Sure.
This is not a default. It may appear as though it is. I wrote to the authority on October 14th requesting an adjournment since I was actually engaged in a matter. If I can take this board's time for a few seconds and tell you a little bit about Alda Pinedo and Lisbon Wines and Liquors. I filed Lisbon, I think, in 2001 or 2002 for Alda's husband, who passed away about 3 years after he had the license, potentially 4. Alda's been running the store by herself all this time. I, of course, filed an application for corporate change, I think probably an endorsement certificate, so that she could take over. Alda's the sole person in this place. She's there 10 hours a day, 7 days a week. She has never had a disciplinary violation from the State Liquor Authority. She was the subject of a police sting, wherein the police officer, and I can't even tell you how old the police officer is because it's not in the bill of particulars, but apparently the police officer came in with another person and ordered the liquor and handed it to the other person. Alda has 2 kids that she's been raising all this time. This is her sole source of income. I am going to make the extraordinary request that the board consider a letter of warning. This is a licensee who has been there for, I think, 15 years.
Yeah, that issue date is inaccurate. Not sure how that got in there. I mean,
What issue?
So you're not asking to reopen the case because there is an issue. You said this wasn't a default. We believe it was a default. We had a police officer off the street there to testify.
Issue of the license.
I can give you the letter, which was
The date
faxed
is-
and emailed.
I have
But I don't believe it states the good cause for an adjournment of an actual engagement.
In 94.
I think we probably disagree.
Of what?
I
It
assume
was
so.
a
I
minor
assume
of a
so.
19 to a
Another day.
19-year-old in February of 1994. That goes way back when the board
This
imposed
is an
10 days
excellent
deferred
licensee.
$1,000. Yeah,
How much?
10 days deferred suspension and $1,000. There was one way back.
How far, 94?
94.
But that was at a different location.
It's still the same
Still the same
license.
Same
Everything
license.
carries.
No, I don't know if he moved the, it was before my time. I didn't know if he,
Yeah, that's okay.
there were still some things
Everything stays.
before my time.
2,000?
Cut it, though.
I've never seen a letter of warning on a sale to minor.
I know, and this is a really good time in the spirit of Christmas, in the spirit of the holidays. This is
The only
an
reason if
excellent
it was
time.
ever going to happen, it was because of that scarf, but I don't think that's even.
Oh, he
gonna
wears
scarf's
it
not
every
doing
day. He wears a scarf here every day.
I do not, only with brown.
I mean,
The
given
other
that-
one has stripes.
I'll go to
Yes,
15.
black.
All right, given our extraordinary extraordinarily good history. I can't go to letter of warning, but I'll cut it in half to 1,500.
I will as well, 1,500.
Before you do that, do we know the age of the underage even?
Yeah, 19.
19.
I'll stick to 1,500 and be very happy. Have a wonderful
You
holiday,
too.
everybody. Enjoy. Happy New Year.
You
You
too.
can tell you just burned one of your gifts, so, from us.
2781, 109 Restaurant,
2781?
81, 2781.
Conditional no contest, please, civil penalty of $1,000. I received a letter yesterday from the landlord, court ordered a money judgment and a warrant of eviction for the current licensee. The offer has been submitted.
So where's that license?
No, it was only awarded. It was awarded yesterday, so that will be done. I'm representing a new applicant coming in or newly, so I will coordinate getting that license in, done, surrendered, and
I'm not
Because your
following-
letter says, the letter says,
Why-
the CNC letter, that he'll be surrendering the license as of the 31st.
Correct. That would, no, there was a notice of eviction to be out by the November 30th. It didn't take place. He contested it. I can provide the letter to you, but there was a holdover judgment awarded just yesterday, so.
So my question is, he's shutting at the end of the year?
Yeah.
And so
Yep.
why aren't we just canceling and bonding it?
Because he's a licensee who would like to file in another location, didn't want a cancellation on his record. And I said, listen, just close the operation, pay the, agree to
He was
civil penalty.
evicted. He really didn't have much of a choice.
All right, well,
good-
that's
yeah,
neither
well,
here nor
yeah,
there. I don't care about that. Okay,
Okay, thank you.
I accept.
Accept.
Thank you.
2751 FC Lounge, it's just a statement that we.
For the applicant, Timothy Allenwick. With me is the principal, Gabriela Corona Noriega. This is here because the prior licensee was canceled or revoked.
So does she have any connection to the?
She gave an affidavit just now that.
Oh.
that
I
she
also
does
have another
not.
affidavit from the landlord, which came in later.
Do you have any experience in this, running a lounge?
No, she doesn't.
So how did you come upon deciding to open this?
I live around the neighborhood.
Here's the affidavit.
Who's Hugo Salazar self-certified this application?
Yeah, he couldn't be here. He's an attorney over on, I think, 4th Avenue, Park Slope.
So do you have any arrangement with the landlord to share profits or anything like that? Or the landlord just said, here, you've never been in this kind of business, I'm going to give you the lease?
No, I just pay the rent.
And music, it's just going to be a jukebox?
Yeah, it's just a jukebox, no DJ.
Because you know about the history, right? Do you know about the history of this location?
She doesn't really know about
I
it.
don't.
But you live around the neighborhood.
Yes, but I wasn't familiar with how they operated their business there.
Well, they had a lot of negative activities.
That's why we added the security guard on it.
But what's going to be different about this place than the last place? This is a taco and nachos place.
Yeah, I think the music, it is a small place. There's not going to be DJs, there's not going to be promoters. It's just going to be the jukebox.
I don't know.
She
What's
wants
the-
it to be more like a corner bar, a local bar.
Yeah. What's the occupancy?
I believe it's 74.
74. The prior place was licensed as a CR, which is a capacity over 600.
I mean, the pictures are, I attached pictures, it's like a typical storefront.
What are we missing?
I don't know. Something's odd here.
So you have no relationship with Rogaciano Lopez, right?
No, I don't.
We're trying,
Different
yeah,
floors?
we're trying to look at some, the last license issued was a cabaret. It's not a New York City cabaret, a liquor authority cabaret, which would have meant there was an occupancy of over 600 with entertainment. So we're just confused.
No, it's small, I'm looking.
How big is this space, ma'am?
It's 55 feet by 12.
Let me see, maybe they did.
It's multiple, maybe it was multiple floors before?
Is it multiple floors? Just one?
We're on one.
Last one,
50,
too.
12, that's only like 6,000
First floor, 2 restrooms.
square
So
feet.
10 tables,
It should have never been issued as a CR. The
60
occupancy
people
is
maximum, is that
60 to 70.
accurate? Okay.
Never mind. If they
There's a
put it on
diagram there, and there's photos. It's just. a
Yeah, no, I
bar.
have the diagram.
All right. So no, you said what, no
Somebody thought it
DJs?
was
No DJ.
No DJ, no dancing, no,
Weird.
right? Live music.
Music is recorded and jukebox.
All right, I'll approve.
I'll approve. Good luck.
Thank you.
2700, Hamoud's Deli and Grocery.
This is after a hearing.
All right, that's dismiss. Charge wasn't sustained.
Dismiss.
Thank you.
2758, Astro Lounge. It's a request for reconsideration.
This was a default that I asked for reconsideration. As
Where's
I
the
pointed out, I had a
licensee?
case with them before. I'm sorry?
Where is the licensee?
She wasn't able to come today.
But geographically,
Yeah, I'll put this over, but she's gonna need to come in here. I mean, part of this stuff we have is that she's never there, which is a problem. So if you want to put it over, otherwise, we can just not reconsider. I don't know that I will reconsider, but I do want to talk to her. And that's, I don't even know what Commissioner Kim thinks.
Yeah, I'll agree to that. I wanted her to come in.
What's the,
January 5th. We're good, sorry.
I have another one.
Zoning out. 2820,
you?
sorry, 2821 and through, and 2825, Roomba Supper Club.
This is an offer. And we'd put it over for, to address the food. So it's not listed on the pleading that there was no food, but it's in the bill of particulars in one line. That
I
there
think
was
it's
no
an
food
inoperable
available.
kitchen, right? No food.
Now, they,
well, it says failure to conform to application.
sometimes the specifics
Right,
is
but
listed,
sometimes they'll put it right
sometimes it's
after
not.
it, that
Yeah.
there's no food available. So I didn't see that when I first addressed, the other issues.
The names are also Roomba Nightclub, right?
Yeah, that was,
No, but just the fact that they're using that and they're supposed to be a restaurant and they don't have a kitchen, they don't have food, and then their Roomba Nightclub is the name. I just,
Oh, we did
they took the name down.
Didn't
Oh,
receive.
I understand they did it now, but
Yeah.
I think it's, what?
There's something confusing here because they notified the community board that they were going to be a restaurant, but they notified us when they filed in the method of operation that they were going to be a bar tavern.
On the original application or on the,
And Mr. Almond, we received more police referrals yesterday.
On this place?
Yes, this is the place that we extended the hours and extended the premises and didn't know that
We
these
also
charges were pending.
yesterday received a letter of opposition from the commanding officer at the
Yes.
112th regarding Roomba Gastro Bar and Lounge. I'm not sure where that name comes
So
from.
can we get those charges, can he get notice of those and we can put these all together?
The notice of, well, it's up to Mr. Almond if he wants to settle those all together, but
Well, I'm not taking the 8,000 with those pending, so.
because the alteration application and method of operation change was approved. I don't know what this gastro,
but they wouldn't have been approved if the members had known about these pending cases.
Which is our fault, not yours, but
put it over?
yes.
Yes.
Yeah, those
Those
charges
notices
weren't
of
brought
approval
up
will go
during the
out.
time that, it wasn't brought up by anybody here, that they
Is
were
that a
pending.
new application then you're talking about?
I don't know.
No, it's a letter from the police department to the
I'm
to the
talking about issues
authority
over the past.
complaining about
these.
the license location.
Do we need, is 1.5 enough or no?
It'll go out. They then have about 4 weeks to respond to the notice of pleading.
Well, you'll have a better idea on 1.5, because you'll get
Okay.
the notice of
I'll
pleading?
get the notice
have
of
to put it
pleading
over again,
probably
or-
Monday. Yes.
Okay.
So you want it over for 1.5?
Yeah.
Thank you.
And 2808, Baker's Dozen.
Been here this whole time for this?
What's that?
You've been here this whole time for this?
Yes. I don't like to sign them in like stack because I like to talk to my clients in between, but way too much stuff happened in between. Good afternoon, Joseph Levy here for Baker's Dozen LLC. It's an offer and compromise in front of you. It was originally on the calendar.
There was a
as-
supplemental, an email submitted by, I believe it was distributed.
Yeah, I have it.
Yeah, you got it, okay.
So it was
Just asking.
originally defaulted while council and I were discussing possible CNC. So I guess council and I were talking about a possible CNC. The original attorney assigned must have defaulted while we were having our conversation. The substance of our conversation was either a large civil penalty or a cancel. This place has been closed since probably for the last 9+ months. License has been in safekeeping for almost that entire time. I thought it was actually surrendered many, many months ago. Apparently it was not.
Should have been.
There's been a subsequent license applied for and approved there. These guys basically had to close their doors. As far as disciplinary history goes, these guys own a number of places. The disciplinary history has been very, very clean with the exception of the one for this particular location, which
What other ones do they own?
they have a number of other premises throughout New York City.
Catch is their restaurant in the
Catch is one, Lexington
Meatpacking
Brass is
district.
one.
All right, so what,
This,
and you're offering either cancel,
he's offering cancel and
So
bond.
the conversation the council and I had was $10,000 civil penalty or cancel.
or what do you want?
Well, so I put it in cancel here because 10,000 is just too much for my clients. I just wanted to give you a little bit of
Okay.
All
information.
surrendered,
if-
though?
It's in safekeeping.
It's in safekeeping?
It should have
Oh,
been
then we gotta
surrendered by
cancel.
now.
Should have been surrendered.
So
The
we-
discussions we had last year, right around
Right, I
Christmas
thought it was,
time.
I thought this was surrendered back in March when they exited the place.
Still
It's been in
so we
safekeeping.
have to cancel, right?
Yeah, yes, I
Yes,
think, cancel. I
cancel and
think you
bond.
were
Right, so
here,
I-
Commissioner
So
Kim,
my,
for
my
this
point was I
case.
thought it was actually already surrendered because when there was a new person coming in, I believe they took the surrender documentation and that was effectuated. So if you're telling me it's still not surrendered in the system, then, you know,
That's cancel and bond.
cancel is the story. But anyway, I
Okay,
wanted to appear.
yeah,
'cause-
that's what it is.
Great,
Thanks.
thank you.
Cancel and bond?
Yes, cancel and bond.
Happy holidays.
You too.
Can we motor through these? Because I have a doctor's appointment. I
Can we
really
what?
need to go.
I have a 3-hour drive home.
I know. Let's motor through these.
I don't have a problem motoring.
Okay, let's go.
2682,
Cancel for the record?
Cancel for the record.
And bond?
bond.
And bond. Oh, yes, and bond, please.
2864, I'm sorry, 2684.
I have 4,000. Second time it was a sale to a non-member.
Oh, great.
85,
Cancel, offer of cancel and bond accept.
Accept.
it's just cancel for the record is the offer, it's not a bond.
Oh, cancel for the record. It's been surrendered? Okay. No. but-
Counter.
Yeah, counter, cancel and bond.
I agree.
2686,
5,000?
5,000.
87,
And
Wait, are you
sustain-
dismissing?
Sustain 2 and 3 and dismiss number 1.
Yes, agreed.
got it. You're on 87?
Yes.
86.
That was
Yep,
86.
86.
So it's stuck, so, yeah, got it.
87, bring them in because no food, no kitchen, or they're doing something. They're doing a buffet now.
I was just canceling and bonding.
You had
Okay.
rejected a CNC of 4,500 and sent it back for the hearing.
So charges 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13 are sustained. Charge 5 is dismissed and cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
88 and 89,
Cancel and bond. It's been surrendered.
Cancel and bond.
91, I had an email from Mr. Basami. He indicated in the last adjudicated penalty, his offer of cancellation encompassed multiple disciplinary matters along with this, and it was accepted.
Okay.
Okay,
So he
cancel
thought
for the
it was-
record.
He just cancel for the record?
Yes.
For the
Do we
record.
combine it with the old or just on its own?
On its own is fine.
2692,
Offer of 1,000, accept.
Accept.
93,
Offer 5,000, accept.
Accept.
94,
Offer 1,000, accept.
Accept.
95,
What was this? Sale to, offer of 10-day suspension?
Offer number 95 is a no contest.
25,
I read somewhere.
yeah, he says 2,500 is too much for him. He could do 10-day suspension. That would be fine with him.
Yeah.
I'll do that.
All right, offer
10-day
10-day
suspension.
suspension.
Forthwith?
Yep.
97.
Offer 6,000, accept.
Accept.
98.
Offer 500, accept.
Accept.
99.
Offer 3,000, accept.
I was actually countering that. He was drinking Sunday at 11:20 instead of 12.
But you know what, though? They changed the law, right? To 11 a.m. on Sundays? Or
No,
1
we
hour?
want to.
We want to? I heard on the radio and the driver got all excited, but I didn't actually hear the report, but he's
No,
the one
that's
who said-
a senator from Buffalo is
Oh,
bringing
he's
that up,
trying
too,
to.
yeah.
Got it, okay.
So I'll go 1,500 on that.
All right, 1,500.
You accept, so, okay.
A counter
Counter
1,500.
Well,
lower.
it's accepted, deemed circumstances, and reduced to 1,500.
Okay.
Yes. Cancel for the record, 2701.
Yes.
701,
Cancel for the record.
02,
Offer 1,500, accept.
Accept.
03,
Offer 1,000, accept.
Accept.
4,
3,000.
Accept. 3,000.
2705, I have an email from the licensee's attorney. They have withdrawn their CNC plea. They're requesting a hearing.
Oh,
See who that is?
Return to council?
yes, return to council.
Wait,
please.
what does he want?
Yes.
They
Blind
withdrew
Tiger.
their CNC plea, and they would like a hearing.
Just give him a hearing.
Complained about the hearing location.
Okay. I don't even know. Should we do that? I was just going to get rid of the whole thing.
You can do what you want, kind of.
I mean,
Well, it just depends on what do you want to do.
This, I'll give you the facts here. This guy sent in, correct me if I'm wrong, Carrie, he sent in his renewal.
This is different than what
Yeah.
a sale without the appropriate license. This wasn't about his,
So,
his,
right, so,
Oh, all right, so,
right. So we should address just this one.
the other one is a licensing matter, this is a discipline.
So we
so this
cannot-
isn't what he was complaining about?
No.
Oh, okay, that's fine then. He can have his hearing. Okay.
Return to council. Okay. 2706,
Offer 4,000, accept.
Accept.
2707,
Offer of 3,000, accept.
Accept.
2709 and 16.
I had 4,000, but these are the people too, recorded music only, and they have a DJ. 4,000.
That's fine. 4,000.
2710,
3,500, accept.
Accept.
11,
I have 3,500.
Actually, I got 3,000.
It was a package store. so-
No history, though.
Oh, no history. All right, 3,000.
3,000.
2712,
3,500.
3,500.
2713,
Offer 3,500, accept.
Accept.
2714,
Offer 1,500, accept.
Accept.
2715,
2,000, accept.
Accept.
16's combined. 2717,
3,500. Or bring him in, I guess. He's refusing to.
2717?
2717, that's from 2013.
Refusal to testify.
This is the licensee that says Mr. Flynn told him not to come.
Which and then Flynn agrees with that, though, right? Somewhere
He
in
didn't-
here?
He didn't represent him at the hearing.
If you didn't represent him at the hearing, how could he tell him not to come?
Well, he represented him before. But apparently, after he says Mr. Flynn told him not to come and everything was okay and it was not okay, he chose to get a new attorney.
Okay. So what do you have?
I had 3,500.
Okay, 3,500.
2721,
No food. Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
2722,
Is that 1,500 correct for 5.5 months?
From December to June.
That's what I
5.5
have,
months.
1,500.
Yeah.
2723,
For 2,500. Okay, first
It was
offense.
12 packs of cigarettes.
Yeah, I'll accept.
Accept.
2724,
2,500, accept.
Accept.
25,
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
2726,
Amy Chaplin reached out to the licensee on Monday to see if they actually did have food. They said they were sending in a menu and photos of the location, but we haven't received it yet.
Just hold it off then.
Yeah. 1.5
15,
for photos.
27 and 28,
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
2729,
Could do letter of warning here.
Letter of warning,
2730,
2,500.
2,500.
2731,
For 1,500, accept. But
No.
I do want to know if they have a food prep area.
All right, I got the wrong number, hold on.
Oh, you did?
31 is a trade name.
31.
right.
Oh, I got it, okay.
Yeah, down,
What did you
that's
want?
just history. Yeah.
What is it that?
You
Yeah.
said you wanted to know if they had a food prep
Yeah,
area.
'cause they had this
Violation
food
is a trade
before.
name.
Oh,
Those
trade
were-
name.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah, 1,500, accept.
1,500, accept.
Yes.
2732,
3,500.
3,500,
2733,
Offer letter of warning, accept.
accept.
2734,
3,000.
3,000,
36,
Offer 500, accept.
accept.
37,
Offer 4,500, accept.
I'm referring this case to enforcement too, since he says that a wholesaler gave him the liquor.
Okay, accept,
2738,
Offer 2,500, accept.
accept.
2739,
Charge 1 is sustained. Charge 2 is withdrawn, 2,500.
2,500,
2740,
Offer 2,000, accept.
accept.
43, new restaurant wine.
I mean, community board objected because Gemini Lounge had a lot of violations, but the last one seemed to be from way back in 2005.
It's 10 years old.
Yeah, it's 10 years old, right? I didn't
That's
see
my
any.
math skill there, Commissioner.
So I didn't see any.
And he had a,
Right?
and he's not having music, no dancing.
So based on that, and it's a beer wine, I'll approve. But, I mean, should we?
I'll approve.
2749.
I didn't understand.
I have a request to carry this over without a date.
By who?
The
Zetsky?
Rob Bookman, Carrie, you talked to him about this?
Okay,
The email
Okay.
came from?
Yes.
so put it on 1.5, because I didn't understand this at all.
I thought, what,
No, I mean, I didn't understand the community board.
but they were requesting no date.
Well, yeah, put it on 1.5.
Okay, oh, 15.
He can change it if he wants to.
Sorry, hold on one second.
21st Street got withdrawn, right?
No, adjourned.
There's a problem with the certificate of occupancy.
You know what, just keep going, if I'll find it.
Okay.
Okay. All right, and 2757 was adjourned to January 19th.
What's the plan with that? If
I don't.
Oh, okay. Not for us, for him, I mean.
He has some options.
Okay.
2749, Mr. Bookman doesn't have the CO from the city for that second floor, so that's why he wanted it without a date, so he can get the appropriate CO.
I'll be forever. Okay.
He wants to wait for the CO? Is that don't we do this conditionally anyway?
This is just an alteration?
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, maybe because of the community board objection.
No, put her on the 5th then.
CO now stands for Community Board Objection.
2759, proposed rulemaking.
Agreed.
Yeah, I'm okay with this.
2760,
Offer 3,000, accept.
No, that was offer of 3,000.
Yeah, that's what I said,
what he
isn't it?
said.
You
Offer
said, oh, he
3,000,
did?
accept.
Oh, my-
I
I'm
said it very
losing Yeah, I
fast.
accept too.
2761,
3,500,
3,500.
62,
8,000.
They have to
This
have
is pretty bad.
security at an EB and
Yeah,
a
let's-
DJ.
Yeah, I wanted to
Let's
bring him
in.
in.
Bring them in.
Not, they have to show all of this is fixed.
5:15.
5, they didn't respond to the pleading.
Application.
Appear and with proof of fixing. And proof. 2766,
So we had just canceled previously at same location in
yeah.
2013. There's nothing different. Yeah, so I deny.
I deny.
2774,
3,500,
3,500.
75,
6,500,
6,500.
76,
1,000.
1,000.
77,
I think is this 500? Is that what we have? 500.
500.
78,
Offer 6,000, accept.
6,000.
79,
This is again, these DJs should be only when recorded music. All right, offer of 2,500, accept.
Accept.
2780,
3,500,
3,500.
2791,
offer 1,500, accept.
Accept.
2792,
Seem kind of low, there are 27 brands. I counted at 3,000.
counteroffer 3,
They offer suspension too. They actually, on the offer, their offer is $2,000 plus a 10-day suspension.
Plus the
That
10
didn't
days?
end up on the,
Then I'll
that didn't
take
end up on the front.
If that's their
Didn't
offer,
end up
I'll
on the-
accept that.
on their memo either.
It ended up in the letter, though.
It's in the letter.
I'll accept that.
So
You'll accept?
2,000 10-day suspension.
Got it. 2793,
Offer 6,000, accept.
Accept.
94, 95,
Cancel and bond, okay. Accept.
Cancel and bond.
96,
Offer 6,000, accept.
Accept.
98,
This one I had, seemed like they weren't trying to deceive us, but there was availing and
Well, there was
we
two,
cooperated.
sounds like it was two separate availings between the father and the son, and then between the father and who bought it, right?
They can apply for a new license.
Cancel and bond,
Okay. Cancel and bond. That's coming back.
2799,
Offer of cancel and cancel and 1,000 civil penalty. Accept.
Accept.
2800,
7,500 offer, and then limiting it to 11:30, 7 days a week. I think that was the key
But
point.
did they file a method of operation change?
Well, that was going to be what, can I stipulate the penalty that they have to do that?
Yes?
As 7,500 and file method of operation
And then if they
Yes.
don't, they're canceled.
and if neither are complied, then we'll cancel them.
Yes,
demanding 11:30 closing.
7 days a week.
Yep. 11:30 closing.
Why is this license in safekeeping?
27, oh, so 2801?
I don't know why.
FMO.
Just, they didn't file an alteration application, but the license is in safekeeping.
Okay, well,
I'd-
he's got to go. I'll accept.
Yeah, accept
Accept.
3,000.
2802,
Accept 1,000.
1,000.
2803,
Accept 1,000.
1,000.
04,
I had this second sale for resale. It's either accept or go up a little bit. What did you have?
I have accept.
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 2805,
This is,
License
this,
offered 1,000 for this?
yes,
Okay, 1,000.
1,000.
yes.
the offer's 1,000.
Yep.
Yep, I'll change that. 2806,
Nice. Cancel and bond,
Cancel and bond.
2809,
2,000, accept.
Accept.
2810,
It's just open, 2 sales to minus 4,000.
4,000.
2811,
A letter of warning,
Letter of warning.
2012,
7,500,
7,500.
2813,
2,000. Because they had a pretty good record. No violations for 28 years. Give him some break.
oops, hang on a second. I had an email.
What?
Yeah, I got an email too.
Yeah, he provided a copy of a fax that he did respond. It's not a default. He's either asking for it to be sent back to council's office, or if you're not inclined to do that, to be carried over so he can make his argument to be sent back.
2813?
2813.
Okay.
Okay, what?
1,500 carried over so he can make his argument?
Yes.
Or you want to get it sent back?
What?
Either
we have
one,
a-
they're serving Bloody Marys on the sidewalk in
Right.
Manhattan when they should have.
Well, he's indicating that he didn't default. That's the thing.
All right.
He's got documents that he sent to,
No, then let's just send it back. I don't think
Send it back,
he
okay.
generally doesn't make that up.
Send it back.
2814,
Offer cancel and bond, accept.
Accept.
2820,
What do you have for this? Do we need to bring these people in, or?
I think you
They
should.
said a business is closed.
It's a-
The landlord said the business is closed.
so you can
Cancel
just
and bond?
cancel.
Yes.
Cancel and bond.
Right, Jackie? Is that what he said?
I don't,
I don't want to cancel and
I
bond.
didn't have them.
Somebody said it. 2828.
They defaulted it as
Yeah,
well.
there was a default.
2828, I have.
Yeah, so cancel and bond, that's fine.
I have revoke and bond on.
2828 is, you have revoke and bond? Okay, revoke and bond.
Got it. 2829.
Yeah, this guy's
Same-
going off the rails.
Same, revoke and bond.
Revoke and bond.
Okay. I have no other items.
Yes, you do, Jenny Eastman.
Oh, wanted to amend we're doing this, I don't have the paperwork, amend the delegation of authority for licensing board to add Jenny Eastman.
Okay,
Okay, we'll get the paperwork to you.
Approved.
Thank you.
approve.
Now I have no more items.
Thank you.
What happened to City North Grill? That's not on today?
You voted on that.
We did,
Oh, right, okay. And what about Johnny's Restaurant?
that's what Flynn brought.
No, you voted
Okay.
on that too.
Anything else we can?